after another short hiatus that I did not mean to take. I was going to stream last night. I was going to stream last night, and I get ready, and then I took a really large Benadryl because I have allergies, and then I just fell asleep, and then I woke up in the morning. So I didn't stream. But I'm streaming now, and we're going to catch up on political drama. But first, I'm going to thank Spore from Twitch chat for subscribing. They have subscribed at tier 1 for 3 months in advance, and they've been subscribed for 2 months on a 2-month streak. So thank you so much. And if you want to join Spore and being able to use emotes in my Twitch chat, you, dear viewer, can also subscribe to me. You'll also get access to an ad-free experience. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should already like the stream, so it pushes it out to other people on this late Saturday night when I'm barely streaming. Or subscribe to me if you aren't already, so you can catch when I go live, which is usually better than I was this week. This is an exception, okay? But what are we starting on first, you guys? Maybe I'll go like front to back instead of something new. I meant to watch Cenk respond to his crash out, so I kind of want to do that right now. Because he had a debate with Krystal, Ball, and Kyle Kulinski that did not go well for him, in my opinion. But I guess we're going to find out if he thinks that it went well for him. And knowing Cenk, he probably does, or he's going to explain why if you disagree with him, you're like a stupid, unpragmatic leftist or something. So let's watch. Let's see. This was uploaded 4 days ago. TYT responds to leftist criticism for like the millionth time. Let's see. Yeah, no, they don't give like a unique description for this, so.
I don't care about the left. I don't care about the right. I care about results. And I'm sorry, this false dichotomy, this BS like tribalism has only hurt the country. On areas where we can work together, we should work together.
Trump has done some positive things today, which is a bit shocking. So we'll see if it holds.
Brace for impact. Right?
Yeah, I know. Oh my God. So
this doesn't look like her take. Yeah, well, blame fucking Pisco because he's supposed to be the one to. He messages me, when are we doing it next? Let's set up a day. And then I'm like, okay, well, when they drop an episode, we'll figure it out. They drop an episode, I send it to him, and I'm like, okay, pick a day, and he just put LMAO. So I blame Pisco, but it'll come probably tomorrow or the day after. We'll look at the latest episode of her take with Dave Smith.
Getting yelled at online all day.
So it's new.
I know, right? What, you're saying that Trump enforcing a ceasefire against Israel is a good thing? No, boo! We don't want Israel to have a ceasefire. No, but wait, we do want Israel to comply with this.
Are you fucking serious, Cenk? The idea that you're supposed to praise Trump for initiating a ceasefire after engaging in unilateral military action that is obviously fucking illegal.
Ceasefire. No, you have to.
Next, do we need to praise Israel for giving starving people food?
Anyway, okay.
While we're like praising the bare minimum.
We'll sort that out. Okay.
I think one of the best things that you can do to kind of understand this current political moment, because a lot of things don't make sense if you're kind of operating based on the old partisan lens. I wish that things were as cut and clear as they might have been in the early aughts, but they're not. They're not. And it's hard to make sense of how things are changing and realigning. We'll talk about this tomorrow, so I have time to produce it. But Candace Owens
He's been less consistent since quitting his 9 to 5 somehow. These men.
Was on Piers Morgan.
But that's funny. That's true.
Today for a one-on-one interview.
That probably is true. I drop in on a lot of Pisco streams, and I feel like they're very erratic. And then all of a sudden, he will just end them. He's like, I need to take a break. And so I'm always like expecting like a waiting screen is going to pop up. He's going to go somewhere and then come back. And then it's like, oh no, he's like ending the stream and he'll be back in like 6 hours.
That interview blew my mind, okay? Because everything she said was accurate. Everything she said was produce it, but Candace Owens was on Piers Morgan today for a one-on-one interview. That interview blew my mind, okay? Because everything she said was accurate. Everything she said was true.
Okay, I watched this interview. I would not say that, for one. 2, Candace Owens is obviously also motivated by anti-Semitism. But that aside, I can put that aside and just look at her arguments, look at her actions. And there was actually a lot, like, I expected her to have more command of the facts surrounding Israel and the formation of it. And like she never mentioned the Nakba, even though it came up in the conversation. Like, it could have been something, because she said, like, Israel is populated with fake refugees. And then I was like, oh, she's going to talk about like the Nakba or whatever and how like they're settlers or something like that. No, she doesn't go on to do that. And then she like talks about how like Bibi funded Hamas, but like she never really like thread the needle. There were just like some weird ways I wouldn't have argued like what she did the way that she did.
I think she said is reminiscent of what you would hear.
And also she was totally like letting Trump off the hook and trying to blame Israel for everything when he obviously shares a lot of the blame in this.
From a left-wing show arguing against essentially aiding and abetting Israel in its genocide in Gaza, for instance.
Yeah, so I'll say it. They had a whole giant Piers Morgan episode about this massive split in MAGA. But I went on Kyle and Krystal just a couple of days ago, and they think there's no split at all.
No, there's definitely
that split's not okay. That split exists, but it's totally aesthetic. It's not serious. If you can actually identify to me the material split that exists where you see people threatening to leave the party or some other sort of like actual like if Trump doesn't do this, if he goes back on his word with respect to this campaign promise, I will be leaving. I'm going to continue calling him out. Something like that. I don't like a split. What that he's referring to is like Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson didn't see eye to eye on everything. But all of the people that were the most vocal at first all fell in line. Even the base, when you look at the base, when you look at the polling, only 13% of Republicans opposed or strongly opposed the strikes on Iran. They all fell in line, and it took no time at all. Charlie Kirk went from saying that would be a huge mistake to Trump knows exactly what the fuck he's doing. He didn't drag us into a war at all. It's not an endless war. It was this targeted, precise military strike, and also there's no more nukes, which isn't true. Dave Smith went from saying Trump needs to be fucking impeached and called out, and this is shameful for the right and shameful for the country, to walking that all back on Tim Pool. Tim Pool went from saying war with Iran would be stupid, and then ended up just being like, oh, would you look at that? War with Iran, haha, well, Trump certainly is destroying nuclear facilities. Isn't it crazy that he's doing that, you guys? Totally toothless criticism. Steve Bannon said, I'm going to oppose it until Trump gives me a reason, and then I will support it. Then Tucker Carlson literally called Trump and apologized to him for the rhetoric. Where is this split?
Right?
Like, but that's what they said. So I don't know if they're on this planet. And when I asked them if they were on this planet, they seem to get mad. And they were, by the way, to be fair to them, they're representing their audience, and their audience doesn't see it at all. That's because they're not getting accurate information.
No, they see too much. That's why. To be fair, this is 4 days ago, but the things that I have just said, I'm pretty sure have all happened by that point.
Well, like, if you think there's no MAGA split in the country, you're a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
So hold on. I wouldn't say they're not getting accurate information. I trust that Krystal and Kyle are giving accurate information.
No, I just mean in general.
Hold on.
I mean, like, there's a split in the same way there's a split in the Democratic Party over trans rights. Like, you have some people that, like, so there are some Democrats that they're clearly on board for trans rights for adults, but then they're not cool with it for like youth, kids, or they're like weird on sports, like trans participation in sports. And then you have other people that are fine with kids getting access to trans affirming like gender care or participating in sports already. Like, that's the split.
What I think is,
but it's not enough of a fracture that's going to genuinely cause some sort of like true MAGA civil war.
An issue, and I was guilty of this. This was an issue that I had in the way that I was covering stories some years ago. It's that you end up in a bubble and you don't even realize it.
Oh,
right?
That's definitely right.
And when you're in that bubble, there's certain information that's not getting to you. You have to literally actively seek it out because of these algorithms serving up what the algorithm thinks you want to know or thinks you want to see.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't mean that you have to agree with every.
You know, I'm actually like, I'm so used to hearing her be the sort of voice of reason on her take because she is typically the liberal, the token liberal for that show. And they're also, all the other hosts are so insane that she ends up sounding like the most sane person in the room. That seeing her in her element, I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot that this is like her pivot now.
Everything that Candace Owens believes in, obvious.
Unfortunately, Tim Pool's actions suggest he's interested in aligning himself with the elite than challenging the status quo. I mean, he will align himself with, he will never fracture his audience. He will never do anything that's going to threaten his bottom line.
We don't.
There are at least, you can point to other MAGA creators who I also think are grifters and disingenuously hold positions, but I feel like they will take bold opposing positions and attempt to reach new types of right wingers or new audiences instead of just like endlessly pandering to their own. But I feel like Tim Pool is like too scared to even make that jump.
But that interview was fire. Everything she said in that interview was correct. And if you can't give her credit for saying things that we on the left believe, you really have to ask yourself, how are you operating? Are you operating based on, supporting a specific tribe no matter what?
Yes, that's definitely what they're doing.
And if you do that, well, then you're not driven by policy.
I mean, obviously, you should be willing to say that somebody is objectively correct if they're objectively correct or if you agree with them. But you also have to contextualize it. I feel like there are some people that are way too, like, they are seal clapping because they hear Candace Owens say Israel bad, and they're not interrogating what is the reason that she's doing that. Is that because she's such a humanitarian that Candace Owens, she cares so much about international law and the Palestinian cause? Really? You also have to be honest about that. And I don't like that Ana tries to ignore that, downplay it when I know that she knows that, in favor of just, I agree with her on this and not bring that up or ignore that is why there's reticence for people to praise Candace Owens, which is obviously valid.
So you're not driven by actually accomplishing the policies that we think will make the country better.
Yeah, look, it's not about Colin Krystal at all. I mean, oftentimes, I think sometimes these days, it used to be oftentimes, they're usually among the more reasonable. But these days, like if you're on the left and you're watching any of the other shows, you're not getting accurate information at all. They're telling you that the actual Trump voters are liars and they love war. That's not true at all, right? So that's, some of the Trump voters will do whatever Trump wants, but a lot of them are actually anti-war. And they're making it seem like almost all the other left-wing shows as if the most extreme MAGA guy represents all 77 million Trump voters. And if you believe that, then you'll hate them. Of course, you'll want to call them fascists and racists and Nazis. And
Who is the person in the MAGA movement that's the non-extreme MAGA supporter? Who? Steve Bannon, who is a white nationalist. Tucker Carlson, who is a white nationalist. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's like a massive anti-Semite. All of these people who are completely fine with participating in the big lie and spreading disinfo about vaccines, January 6th, climate change. Literally name any topic, they will lie about it. Who is the reasonable conservative that Democrats and the left in this country are just ignoring and could ally with, but they're just so they're too much into like purity tests.
All those things, but that's maniacal. No, as you get closer to the middle, there's a lot of former Obama voters, former Bernie voters, anti-war voters, anti-establishment voters, and almost none of the other left-wing shows are acknowledging that. They're out in la-la land. And honestly, yes, most of the other left-wing shows are totally lying to their audience. And they're saying, no, there's no split. They all will do whatever Trump wants.
He's also he's like in this mind prison. He's in this mind prison where the only people that you should ever think about are median or independent voters that go back and forth. You should never try to pander to the majority of Americans, which are who? The people that don't vote. The majority of Americans don't even participate in the US election cycles. That is who people should be looking to reach out to. That is how Zohran Mamdani got elected.
All the same voters.
That's how you get a Democratic, somebody who's he's more of a social democrat, but somebody who's identifying as a Democratic socialist to be potentially the mayor of New York City, one of the largest economies in the world.
They're all hardcore MAGA and they're all fascists. And by the way, as Kyle pointed at me and said, yes or no, is MAGA fascist? Well, what an asinine question. What do you mean by MAGA?
What? Why? Why is that a crazy question?
What do you mean? And do you mean Trump voters? Because no, not all Trump voters are fascists. But if you say that on another left-wing show.
God, that is so fucking stupid. Why is MAGA fascist? What's wrong with you? Why would you ask that? What?
Lose their minds. They'll say, no, you have to call them fascists. I'm the purist, I'm the most left.
That's fine.
Give me clicks.
I don't understand how when it comes to Israel and other issues, he will be so outspoken. He'll say anybody that that Israel is a terrorist state gone rogue. They're committing a genocide. If you support them, you're a genocide-er. Like things I agree with. But when it comes to other issues, he wants to completely kneecap his rhetoric and feels like the way to get people on your side is to endlessly capitulate and suck up and try to hide your points of disagreement, which is so stupid.
Interested in getting into the business of other shows.
He used to understand, no, it's better to be polarizing. It's better to just be honest, be straightforward. I'm a progressive. I'm unapologetic about that. Here's my vision for the world. What's yours? Now he's constantly trying to court people that are just completely on the fringes. And like, isn't Cenk the type of person to be like, why is the Democratic Party trying to team up with Liz Cheney? But then I'll turn around and team up with Charlie Kirk. And it's like, you are doing fundamentally the same strategy as the establishment Democrats that they did when it came to trying to get Hillary to beat Trump, when it came to Biden versus Trump, and when it came to Kamala versus Trump. Let's pander to the increasingly shrinking amount of moderate, middle of the road voters that you can try to flip. The only difference is that he doesn't like the people that they choose, but he is fundamentally on board with that tactic.
And how they conduct business. You do you, boo, right? But look, I just think that there is an interesting dynamic at play when Breaking Points, for instance, which I love. I listen to and watch Breaking Points almost on a daily basis at this point. Krystal knows better than anyone. Sagar and Jetty is very critical of going to war in Iran. Very critical. He's not a left winger.
How could you possibly say there isn't a split? How could you possibly say that? And what they'll do, I swear to God, and I know it, they'll move the goalposts. So look, you can look at.
Also, I feel like he's strawmanning here because I feel like they did acknowledge that there was somewhat of like an ideological fracture, but their argument was that lasted for 2 seconds and all of these people eventually fell in line, so it doesn't really matter.
We put the interview up on tyt.com/press. And as you watch it, I just want you to like notice what happens, right? I say I don't agree with Trump, and I say, but I think we can get some of the Trump voters. Honestly, they're not listening at all. Then they just go back to, so here's what's wrong with Trump. And I'm like, yeah, I agree, that's what's wrong with Trump. So let's talk about how to get the voters in the middle. And they're like, okay, now here's what's wrong with Trump.
Also, there's not an election right now, so this whole let's get voters in the middle, it's like, dude, he's not even like 7 months into his first term, and you're talking about doing very particular types of media strategies that I could maybe conceive of as being somewhat understandable or rational if an election were around the corner. But why are you talking about this kind of stuff when you should be seizing on the fact that Donald Trump is instituting his wildly unpopular agenda? People are fired up and they're upset about that and trying to harness that anger into something productive and showing that the Republican Party must be opposed at all levels of government and to the extent that it's possible for every single individual American to do that. Why are you so interested in like cozying up with these people? I don't get it. Like, giving credit where credit is due, I understand that. Don't be so stupid that you say somebody is wrong just because you disagree, just because you don't agree with anything else that they say. But this, like, it's like not just whitewashing MAGA, it's also it's whitewashing MAGA for like a stupid reason.
So like, I get frustrated. I'm like, wait, are we having the same conversation here? And so part of that is framing it as, we're tougher and meaner on Trump voters. We got them, right? Oh, Cenk, look at him being soft on Trump voters. That's not a real leftist. And as Kyle said, look, man,
and that's the other straw man. Their argument is not be tougher on the Trump voters. Their argument is be ruthless with the MAGA grifters, with the Republican establishment, and show to voters, show to people the ways that they are lying to their constituents. So when MAGA goes, that split within MAGA, let me grant it for the sake of this argument. Let's acknowledge the split. Let's pretend it's more severe than it actually is, and it's actually fracturing the party. Okay, but the ones that are America First isolationists, like Candace Owens, they're lying. They're still lying to their audience. They're lying about Trump genuinely being anti-war. He was never anti-war. He signaled like that. He ran that way in 2016. He criticized the Iraq war, and he said, we need to like focus on America first or whatever. They project onto those statements whatever they want, but they're acting like we live in a world where he hasn't been president before for 4 years, that we don't have a record that we can look at to see, is this president actually going to be the pro-peace candidate, the pro-peace ticket? It was a lie.
I don't catch.
Well, I mean, you're not a leftist, number one.
Yeah, right. But I'm on the left. Like, I'm massively on the left, right? And they're like, leftists don't represent the majority of the left. I mean, whatever words we use, right? Radical left, whatever. They're a small sliver, right? But they always make it seem like we're the true left. Well, the polling doesn't indicate that at all. Okay. So Kyle was like, oh yeah, you're coddling them, and he used like some.
Okay. Why are you only capable of looking at polls that accurately reflect? Yeah, most America is not left. Most of the Democratic Party is not nearly as left. Okay, they're not. That's true. Anybody trying to pretend that AOC is anything but fringe in the Democratic Party is lying. And usually those people, you have two types of people trying to do that. People trying to overstate the extent to which, like wishfully, overstating the extent to which AOC has influence in the Democratic Party, or more often, it's like Fox News types and like MAGA liars saying that like, yeah, AOC is like, and Chuck Schumer are like this, and they like completely agree on everything to make the party seem a lot more left than it actually is. But when it comes to the right, he doesn't want to look at any polling. He doesn't want to look at any data. He just has his narratives.
Profane language, etc. Like, I'm okay. I'm a grown up. That's fine. I don't care, right? But by the way, if I said that to Kyle and I said, oh, you know what? By helping Trump and MAGA win elections by driving away their voters, driving away the voters that are anti-war, anti-establishment in the middle, you're coddling their balls, Kyle. Okay, it's okay. We're all adults
Kyle did say that. That was funny.
Here, right? I mean, that's what he said. But if I said that to him in the middle, I bet you he would have been super mad.
Is that how you coddle balls?
I don't know. I think he did it that way. I don't have enough experience with him. Kyle seemed to demonstrate it pretty accurately, I guess. Anyway, seriously, guys, look, it is what it is. We have differences of opinion these days. I'm not saying cancel them, don't watch them. I mean, Anna just told you she watches Breaking Points. I go on Breaking Points. I have these conversations. I'm trying to have conversations where we discuss what is the best strategy to take power away from Trump and bring those anti-establishment, anti-war, anti-corruption voters to our side. And by our side, I don't mean establishment Democrat. If you're gonna go in that direction, they're never gonna say yes. And by the way, I also don't mean radical left, because if you go in that direction, they're never gonna say yes. But if you go populist left, core Bernie, economic populism, they will say yes.
Who do you think is the radical left, according to the majority of those voters you're trying to capture? It's crazy Bernie Sanders, it's AOC. That's who they're talking about. You think that slapping the like, oh, they're not radical and crazy left, they're just populists? You think you're fooling anybody?
So please, it's not about watch this show or that show. Watch all the shows. Get all of the opinions, okay? Make sure you're getting the facts. And at the end of the day, think through, okay, it's easy for me to get tribal and say, I hate those guys. That's an easy thing. And by the way, Kyle said, you used to do that, and some of you guys wrote in yesterday and stuff. Yeah, first of all, I do it to their politicians all the time.
The politicians
you fight up,
different.
you look up,
yes,
you fight the politicians,
yes.
okay?
That's the difference.
Right.
I want to emphasize that. I want to say it again, because people keep conflating the politicians with the voters. I'm not interested in attacking.
Okay, people do this, but the people that he debated with did not do that.
Voters. I am interested in attacking the politicians.
Bingo. And
that was who they were interested in attacking. But then they also presented data about the voters, and that's not an attack. That is just being honest about where that base is at, and it broke Cenk's brain.
By the way, and look, Krystal and Kyle are pretty good on this, not some of the other shows, but also holding the Democrats accountable,
exactly,
right?
Yeah.
Because if you don't hold the Democrats accountable, you got no credibility. So, oh yeah, the
Why
Republicans
does every woman in politics own that sweater? The tweed
are terrible.
With the shoulder pads, it's a staple, okay?
All the devil, but the Democrats and Kamala Harris run perfect campaigns and Joe Biden's a saint. You gotta be kidding me, no way. But luckily, most people have moved on past that, right? And they were never in that camp in the first place. So look around, watch everything, and then see what do you think is the better strategy. And Kyle said that the better strategy, and repeated online throughout, is we're gonna win the left and liberals and then win the left. But that's what we've been trying to do, and we just lost twice to Trump doing that same exact strategy.
Yeah.
You have
What? We lost to Trump doing the strategy that you're proposing. Teaming up with fucking Liz Cheney to try to get mythical moderate voters. Teaming up with John Kasich to try to get mythical moderate voters and flip the suburbs. That's what you're talking about. You just don't like who they've picked. You think that they should pick Charlie Kirk over Liz Cheney and Tucker Carlson over Liz Cheney. That's it.
You have to win the anti-establishment voters. You do that through populism.
You watched TYT for a long time. They were really refreshing a long time ago. I feel like they were confused by the new information zeitgeist. Oh yeah, I watched TYT practically every single day in high school. For like almost 4 years, I watched Ana and Cenk and like all the like John Idarola and all the different like Grace. Like I'm trying to think of people who are like not even there. Jordan Cheriton. I watched Hassan when everyone still hated him and he was like not popular at all.
Left. I don't even think Kyle and Krystal would disagree with that. I don't know if some of the radicals or the establishment guys will certainly disagree.
Right.
Maybe some of the radicals will disagree because you can't ever agree with anyone on the other side about it.
They did not have that strategy, LMFAO. They teamed up with neocons and anti-Trump Republicans, LMAO. Well, what I'm saying is that the only difference is why did they do that? Sip and activism? Why did they do that? They did that to try to pander to moderate voters. The only difference is that Cenk thinks that by teaming up with these quote-unquote right-wing populists, you're going to get those moderate voters. And the Democratic establishment decided that teaming up with the Kasich types, the Romney types, the George Bush types, the neocons of yesteryear, you're going to be able to get these moderate voters. It's fundamentally the same strategy. They just have a different way of doing it.
Anything, right? But overall, please use your mind. Please, by that, I don't mean it like in a derogatory way. Use your own independent judgment. Don't take my word for it. Don't take Kyle's word for it. Don't take Rando's word for it, okay? Think through what is the best strategy.
No, I'm agreeing with you, Ella. Oh, okay.
Is the best strategy to call the other voters fascists and drive them away? Or is the better strategy say, hey, if you actually do agree with us, we're not going towards you, they're coming towards us. Anti-establishment, anti-war, anti-corruption.
That's the other thing, is that it's not enough to agree on problems. You have to agree on solutions. If you don't agree on solutions, then it really doesn't matter that you have like the same grievance.
Then great, you're welcome. Welcome to come here. And I say that about the Young Turks. Yeah, if you're an independent voter and you believe in populism and you actually meant all those things, you are definitely welcome here. And go ask the other left-wing shows, are they welcome? Now that I've stated it this way, they'll seem like jackasses if they say they're not. I mean, so they might pretend that they are, but every single day they're like, fascists, go away, fascists, don't vote left, don't support the left. Well, if you do that, yeah, they're not gonna support the left, they're gonna go away just like you told them to.
One of the things,
he's like laughing at the idea that reaching out to liberals who are ideologically much more close to progressives is stupid. But reaching out to somebody who supports Donald Trump, MAGA, and has some idiosyncratic beliefs surrounding foreign policy or the minimum wage, that person is easier to get than somebody who basically who agrees with you on like 60% of things that are possible now, maybe 70%.
As Candace Owens said today, and look, it takes balls to say this. I don't think I have the balls to say it, but she literally said, no, I don't want regime change I think we should have a talk about regime change in Israel.
Yeah.
And then she talked about how she believes that Israel has carried out more terroristic acts than Iran has. Which, look, that was strong. But my point is, she is willing to look at the broader picture, right? Not just what's happening at this moment, but what has happened historically with the formation of Israel, the wars that have been fought on behalf of Israel, and she's calling it like she's seeing it. And
I mean, Anna's giving her way too much charity. She did not have this much understanding of it.
So if there is a contingent of Trump voters, and she did vote for Trump, and now she's like speaking out against him because of what happened in Iran with the bombing of the nuclear sites.
That literally never happened. You will not find a moment within the first stream that she did talking about it, and then the second one, it was so okay. I should clarify myself, because you can't actually find it in the Piers Morgan one, but she treats Trump like a 6-year-old boy that's just being led around by Bibi Netanyahu, and that if we just got rid of Bibi Netanyahu or the Likud party or like, you know, crazy people in the Israeli government that she probably agrees 99% of at least domestically, they would probably agree on the same agendas. Then Trump will be able to see clearly. But she doesn't really call it Trump. She like scapegoats other people.
And all of that. If there's a contingent on the right that consists of this anti-war, ideology on the topic of preventing wars, I will work with them. I will work with them, period. I don't care. I don't care if they're right-wingers. If they are legitimate in being anti-war, not wanting to engage in regime change on that specific issue, yes, I will work with them. You want to
see, this is more coherent than what Cenk was saying, because he's like just overly excited at the idea that you can get Republicans to agree with certain issues, or like you can get them to like. This is just not how anything works in this country. I feel like they like either have regressed and don't understand like American civics, or they're just pretending not to. I don't know which one it is. But you can find a lot of people, for example, that when you ask them about, should we get rid of money in politics? Should we do campaign finance reform? Should we abolish gerrymandering? Should we increase the minimum wage? You can find broad support for these issues. But does that mean that that's people's priority when they step into the voting booth? No. That's never how it works. You can find lots of support for lots of different things, but it's almost never a priority. That's the most important thing. So if you can find Republicans that are anti-war, and you can actually find Republican politicians that are willing to help you co-sponsor legislation to do arms embargoes on Israel, or to do war resolution acts with respect to the Iranian strikes, great, okay? I'm with her on that. But quit pretending that because you can find people on the right that maybe they're personally pro-choice, or maybe they're okay with the minimum wage, or maybe they're actually open to like a public option, not universal healthcare, but a public option. That's great. Will they ever vote based on that? If they're never going to vote based on that, if that's never going to be their first, second, third, fourth, or fifth top issue, what's the point?
I don't know why, because preventing war to me is more important than being pure to the left. I don't care about the left. I don't care about the right. I care about results. And I'm sorry, this false dichotomy, this BS like tribalism has only hurt the country. On areas where we can work together, we should work together. And I do think that there's a contingent on the right, voters, and yes, a few media folks.
They didn't speak up about Israel. They would be perfectly fine calling them grifters, but if it's a position they support, they're doing it completely in good faith and a move towards left. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that they're like doing these people's dirty work for them. It's like, see, Candace Owens wants to work with you. She wants to reach out to the left. She's the reasonable one. It's like, no, she doesn't. She's trying to get the right to change their position on this issue, which is why she walks a very, very fine balance of trying to very, very gently criticize Trump, but redirect people's attention to it's Jews' fault, it's Israel's fault, that's why you need to support all of these things. She doesn't principally care about this. It's literally, and it's not an attempt to get to reach across the aisle. It is an attempt to radicalize her base. That's it.
Who are sick of the regime change wars, they're sick of the forever wars, and they're not full of crap, okay? Because they literally say things publicly that could ruin them, but they say it anyway.
Yeah, so look, last a couple things here. So on that interview, there was times where Candace went too far.
Yes, supporting Kanye West and all that.
Oh yeah, I didn't even get to that part.
Yeah.
No, that's a disaster. And even when she says, I want regime change in Israel, and Pierce says, yeah, I mean, they should get rid of Netanyahu, also good so far. And then she later talked about using the military in the context of Israel. And I'm like, okay, bring it down, okay?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so now having said that, she's saying so.
Wait, what? Hold on, I got distracted.
And then she later in Israel, and Pierce says, yeah, I mean, they should get rid of Netanyahu, also good so far. And then she later talked about using the military in the context of Israel. And I'm like, okay, bring it down, okay?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so now.
I watched this and I don't remember her doing that.
Having said that, she's saying something.
I remember her saying, like, if there was some sort of action, joint action between the United States and Israel or related to Iran, which she says like Israel started, then if you're a US soldier, you should like be dishonorably discharged and not go die for that war. That was what she said. I don't remember her saying, she was saying, don't take military action. I don't remember her saying there needs to be. The regime change point did not seem like it was a serious point from her. It seemed like if we're going to have a conversation about regime change, then we should, if we're not talking about Israel, then it's not serious.
One of the things that we on the left, me, Amy Goodman, Bernie Sanders have been saying for 20 years, but we couldn't get anybody to pay attention. And this sucks about American media. It's
nice hair today, straight away. Thank you. It's a wig.
Like super
I was too lazy to do my hair.
Toxic about American media, but it's true. If you say it on the left, they're never going to pay attention. The minute anyone on the right says it, they're like, oh, that's such an interesting point. Oh, you know what? And we'll talk about it later in the show. Tom Massey, Candace Owens, when they say, hey, what has Israel done for us? Like if you ask that, we've been asking that question for 20 years on the left and nobody paid attention. The minute those two asked the question, the American media is like, oh, wait a minute, that is a provocative question. What has Israel done for us, right? And the answer is zero, nothing.
That was probably the strongest moment between her and Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan was like, but Candace, you have to concede that the relationship between the United States and Israel is highly beneficial. And she was like, okay, name one benefit. It was like crickets from Piers Morgan. And then she was like, show me how supporting Israel has like led to like even just like a positive domestic change. And he was like, well, you're not going to be able to draw a line between Zionism and healthcare, but he couldn't name anything else.
They've taken, started wars, etc. So, okay, guys, this is last thing here. Simple concept. But it hasn't been treated as a simple concept. You can agree with some things and disagree with other things about a person. And I'm saying it like I'm almost being patronizing, right? I get it. But that's because
almost
many people say back, no, you can't. You know, you either have to be 100% for Trump or 100% against Trump. Same thing for Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, etc. If you even give them credit on a thing where they're agreeing with you, no, that's toxic, terrible, normalizes.
She says she supports regime change in Israel because she's so edgy and cheeky. I mean, I did really feel like it was that in the context of that conversation. I feel like it would have stood out to me if I felt like she was seriously advocating for that. I thought the whole point was that if we're going to talk about that, it should be for Israel.
blah, blah, blah. They make up a bunch of words.
There's no
legitimizing,
There's
platforming.
no normalizing. Okay, Candace Owens, it has been normalized.
Is it a lace front? No, I don't know how to install lace fronts.
Okay, she has a
Whether we like
massive
it or not.
audience,
Yeah.
massive platform. There's nothing Cenk and I can do that further normalizes Candace Owens. She's wildly popular.
No, it goes to a super arrogant sense of entitlement that I think actually comes more from the establishment Democrats. And it was perfectly illustrated in the Kamala Harris-Joe Rogan situation. They're like, Kamala shouldn't go on. It would normalize, it would platform Joe Rogan.
God, please.
He has 39 million subscribers. He would literally be platforming Kamala Harris, not the other way around. And they're like, no, don't do it.
Okay, he's like fighting ghosts.
But then you're stuck in your own little cave.
I can't think of anybody who was like saying that, yeah, Kamala Harris shouldn't have gone on Rogan. Maybe this stupid conversation would have been something that I'd be willing to grant happened in like 2016, when a lot less of the Democratic establishment, and they still don't to a large extent, understood the power of like independent alternative media. But at this point, even I didn't really hear any opposition to her going on Joe Rogan.
And nobody's platforming you, and you're like, I haven't platformed anyone. Yeah, that's why no one have heard from you. Okay, so like he's giving you an opportunity to make your case, and that's another thing I was surprised by. I thought that they would see the bro shows are an open rebellion, right? Rogan again today, beating up Trump on immigration, not even the wars, right? Tim Dillon, Theo Vaughn, massively beating up Israel and saying, what are they doing for us, and get out of the wars, etc. I'm like, and they're like, nope.
Yeah, but when Theo Vaughn is like, when he first made that statement, it's like, I think it's a genocide, but if you don't think it's a genocide, that's okay. We can disagree on things. And I'm like, if you think it's a genocide, what is this whole like, we can agree to disagree on it being a genocide, but okay, Theo. And then he's talking to JD Vance, and JD Vance was like, yeah, it's not good, but that's not happening. And then he stopped pushing back. I'll find the clips for this.
I don't see it. And they said that Rogan was like, I don't know, I don't want to paraphrase. You could watch the interview for yourself, tyt.com/press. But like, he put Rogan in the same batch as MAGA, I believe. I'm like, no. Rogan has a whole bunch of right-wing positions I don't agree with. But he's not MAGA. That's a different category. He's in the brosphere. They're more independent. They're not in that same category. They agree. There's a lot of overlap, right? But on war, and even on immigration, he's like, why are they kidnapping people off the streets in the middle of the country?
He's actually been good on the topic of immigration. I remember Rogan got a lot of backlash in Trump's first term because he hated Trump's immigration policies and spoke out against it.
Yeah.
So look, I think Americans are a lot more complicated and complex than all left or all right. I think most people are a mix of some conservative views, some liberal views, some far left views, some far right views.
I mean, like, I don't entirely disagree with her in the sense that when people say that they have like, when people tell you political labels or whatever, it's usually fucking worthless because most people don't know their own political ideology. So their self-identifications tend to be more confusing than they are helpful or clarifying. But she's overstating the extent to which it's a mix. And she's also overstating the extent to which, again, the priorities are going to be like the same.
Mix. Ordinary people are
like, again, it's clear to Democratic voters, or it's clear the Democratic voters value healthcare more than Republicans seem to.
A hodgepodge of political views. And so I think the issue that I have in general is this effort or this obsession to impugn people's character based on their views on one issue or their opinion on one issue or the other.
Or which side they're on.
Or which side they're on,
It's just pure tribalism. It's like tribalism crack. So you know you're on tribalism crack when the other side comes to you and you reject them. Like, we're not going to them. They're like, oh, you're doing the strategy Kamala Harris and Joe Biden did where they try.
You know you're on crack when you start to disavow people that are supposedly ideological compatriots like Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland, Kyle Kulinski, and Krystal Ball, because you guys unironically do, supposedly, nominally, agree on like 90% of things. But now you're the one hyperfixating on the 10% of disagreement between you and other leftists on strategy or whatever. And you're cozying up with people who you have similarities on like 3 issues and like 80% disagreement on everything else. And you're getting mad at those people and casting them aside and saying they're the crazy ones to court the favor of the right and the people that you don't really agree with. And you acknowledge that you don't really agree with them.
Try to get Republicans in the suburbs. No, they did that strategy by wrapping their arms around Dick Cheney, Liz Cheney, and
Are you going to do more appearances on podcasts or debate panels? I don't know. I don't know. I like feel like I should get back into debate. I also like somebody passed me the person who does booking for Piers Morgan, like their contact info or whatever. And if I reached out, I probably could get on the panel. But I don't know, like when they were talking more like Israel Gaza, I'd be willing to debate that. Israel Iran, I probably wouldn't feel comfortable debating it.
Conservative, corporatist positions. That's a terrible strategy. No, but when the other side comes to you and goes, "You're right, we're anti-war. You're right, we like the idea of anti-corruption." Yeah.
Okay, I found the Theo Von thing though. Hold on. So Theo Von went on, or JD Vance went on Theo Von's show 3 weeks ago, and this is where they're talking about Israel.
Constantly going after Steve because this is a guy. He's a father. He lost one of his own children because of an overdose, and he loves people. He believes in the value of human life, and he's doing a really good job. And he's one of the important people in the president's ear too.
Yeah, it seems like I've heard of Mr. Witkoff, but I never met him. But
Good dude.
Yeah.
You should have him.
I think so. I think the tough thing just as a regular person, right? It's like we're seeing all these videos of people like picking up pieces of their children, and like,
of course,
it's the sickest thing I think it's ever been televised. Basically, if you consider watching something on your phone,
it's
being
very
televised,
sad, man.
It feels like a massacre, and it feels like I've called it a genocide. Other people have different thoughts about it, and that's fine, right? And I don't need anybody to share the same thoughts, or you too. But I think where it gets
Okay, like I don't watch this guy, but that just seems weird to me. This is not the type of thing that you disagree, but like I think it's a genocide, but you don't have to though. What?
Scary is that we give, we're complicit in it because we help fund like military stuff, and that's where as like a regular guy, you're like, well, I'm paying these taxes and they're going towards this, like, but you can't do anything, like you can talk, but it's like, you can't, I don't understand how it becomes like tough for people. Like sometimes it feels like we look out for the interests of Israel before we look out for the interests of America.
He was very non-confrontational and stuff like this. If it really is that, maybe, but like he like hangs out. When the clip of it that was circulating of him being like, I think it's a genocide happening before our eyes, and I don't see how more people aren't calling it out. The thing that I saw people following it up with is photos of him at dinner with Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump.
So let me say a couple things. So number one,
and like again, it's not that you can't be friends with people that are obviously like ideologically opposed to you. It is just bizarre to me that like those are not just regular people. Those are like high level elites and political figures.
Like, I think you're a great dude, so we don't always have to agree on everything. Do I think do I think it's a genocide? No. And here's the reason why I don't think it's a genocide, because I don't.
Okay, we knew that JD Vance is not going to admit that it's a genocide, but the thing that will be notable here is Theo Von's response to it. See if he backs off of it, because I genuinely don't remember, but I feel like he does.
I think that the Israelis are purposely trying to go in and murder every Palestinian. I don't think that's what they're doing. I think they got hit hard, and I think they're trying to like sort of destroy this terrorist organization.
Also, he knows that that's not the definition of genocide. It's not when you murder every single person, and when you try to destroy a group in whole or in part.
And war is hell, and that is true. I also think it's true, man. I mean, I've seen people on my side.
War is hell, guys. War is hell. There's like 100,000 Palestinians dead. Half of them are women and kids, but like war is hell, y'all. It's hard.
Political aisle. I'm a Republican. You know that, but your audience may not. Who like will see these videos of these innocent Palestinian kids and say, "Oh, well, they had it coming to them." No.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought are we about to? But we're still about to give the context for why it's okay to drop bombs on kids, right?
But like, if you have a soul, your heart should break when you see a little kid who's suffering. Which is why we have the policy that we have.
Oh, so support it but feel bad? Support it but hand-wring over it, that somehow matters or changes anything that's happening?
Which is we're trying to eliminate the conflict, eliminate the source of the conflict, so that we can actually bring some peace and some humanitarian assistance into people.
Like, this is so despotic, but the idea that just 10 seconds earlier in the same sentence, you acknowledged that there are horrific scenes coming out of Gaza of maimed Palestinian men, women, children, elderly people. They're clearly not combatants. And yet, in the next breath, you're going to say, this is to bring about peace.
And that's my basic view. And the president's interesting. He's a pro-Israel guy.
Yeah.
And he also recognizes that to bring any conflict to a close, you've got to talk to everybody.
Yeah.
And so, we've been attacked. I've been attacked. The president's been attacked.
Talking is what's happening? Really? The country that refuses to have a ceasefire, really?
Attacked for being too interested in diplomacy. And you ask, like, what can I do? I think that what people should demand is that if our tax dollars are going to something, we should be actively trying to fix it. Okay, that's kind of the way that I think about it. And what happened with the Biden administration, man, it's crazy. They were spending so much money all over the world, they weren't engaged in diplomacy at all. So we sent $300 billion to Ukraine, for example, and you never had the president of the United States actually trying.
I thought he was going to say, like, see, USAID, you think that it was something, it was like, it was going to fucking research on trans mice or whatever. That's completely useless. We don't fucking need that. No, Ukraine, of course.
Force a diplomatic settlement. I mean, you talk about bodies all over.
Also, $300 million, one that pales in comparison to the amount of aid that's been sent to Israel, for one. Two, the other thing is that he'll never be honest about this, it's not like direct checks and like wealth transfers from the United States taxpayer to fucking Ukraine. It's like old weaponry. It has a ton of fucking restrictions on it.
Ground. Dude, the Russia-Ukraine thing is the most vicious. We see satellite images, we see classified images, man. It is vicious. And again, it's I will hear people who will say, well, they're again, mostly on our side, will say, oh, these, the Russians got killed. That's a good thing. Look, I'm not defending the invasion. I'm not defending starting a war. But when human beings are getting blown to bits, your heart should feel sad about that. And you should try to do something to fix it. And that's what we're trying to do. And we get crap for it. But again, that's like the part that makes me feel the best about my job is whether it's in Israel or Russia, Ukraine, like we're actually trying to bring this stuff to some settlement and to some close. And if we do, we're going to save a lot of lives. And
the fact that he like tries to bring it back in this conversation, this part of it started off with Zohran being like, it's a genocide to me. What do you think? Then we started talking about, he said, war is hell, that's sad, but we're trying to bring about peace. And actually, your criticism should be for Joe Biden, because Ukraine, right? Ukraine and Israel. And now, like, we're just doing the best that we can.
If we don't, it was worth the try.
Yeah. I just have one more question. And I want to say, I recognize that it's like you can't expect people to do stuff immediately. You can't expect things to happen overnight.
Sure.
And that you get into a place.
It's been 20 months. It's been 20 months, dude.
And there's a lot of people that are already there, and you have to figure out how do I make
like the time for people to have lost patience was not just yesterday, but like even if you like, it's been enough time.
My way in this. How do I figure out to get some of the things I want, and I have to give up some of the things that I also want, right? And so I just want to let you know that I recognize that, and I think I learn to recognize that more. I think the older that I get and learn a little bit more about politics, it's not just like this guy got the job, everything's going to be done immediately.
Yeah.
I do want.
He's like a perpetual frat bro. I get the idea that this man is very simple. He's like 40. Did you know that? I didn't realize that until a couple of weeks ago. He looks like younger to me.
Important because there's a lot, like President Trump talked about this. He signed this executive order to make price transparency for healthcare, right? And for hospital bills and medical billing. Yeah. And we talked about it last time you were on. You said your wife was giving birth and you didn't even know like how much it was costing. Like, what does this cost? And what if we get to amnesia? Or your wife's like, I don't want any amnesia or whatever. And you're like, you should take it. And you're like, how much is it? But it's like, nobody knows, And then they're putting $30,000 of amnesia in your wife. And you're like, well, shit. And so
like, okay, we're off the genocide topic, just like that. So remember, I only brought that up because Cenk is like, Zohran's anti-war. Here's Zohran. Terrific opportunity to fucking speak truth to power, talk to JD Vance, confront him on this. Why are you justifying bombs being dropped on kids and people being massacred at aid sites? Please explain to me what the relationship between that action and bringing about peace in that region is. How does that make Israelis safer? How does that make the region more stable? Explain it to me in detail right now, please. He doesn't do it.
You could say, hey, you picked the wrong guy for that, Donald Trump. But the right guy is Bernie Sanders and others. You could have that conversation like grown-ups and like human beings, or you could do what a lot of the other left is doing. Fascist, wrong tribe, I hate you, right? Well, then that brother isn't gonna have a conversation with you, and he's not gonna come to your side.
Yes. Leftists and liberals in America are rightly upset about the things that they are seeing going on now in the second Trump administration, correct? They are screaming fascists, yes.
So again, I find it so obvious, but yet there is a real massive school of thought that says, no, don't try to get those voters to come to your side. Call them evil and shun them. And shun Rogan when he agrees with you, shun Candace Owens, shun Tucker, to shun all of them, even when they take positions that were like textbook left-wing anti-war positions, right?
Yeah, look, guys.
And that's just, to me, that's mental. But if you think that makes sense, okay, good. There's tons of left-wing shows that are doing that. You'll be thrilled. You'll go on there and they're like, oh, they agreed with us.
Theo Von's career in entertainment began when he appeared on the popular MTV reality show Road Rules, as well as several of its spin-offs. Is that why he's famous?
They're liars. They're fascists. We
I'd never heard
them
of
away.
them
We
until,
drive
like,
all
earlier
their
this year.
voters away. Oh my God, there's like dozens of shows like that. So you'll enjoy that.
So look, the final thing I'll say is I became politicized in the
Oh yeah, I didn't know. I didn't realize this. I should have known he did something in entertainment before he did his own podcast, but I didn't know that at all. It's like for a long time I didn't realize that Joe Rogan was like famous for anything other than being the host of Fear Factor.
lead up to the preemptive war in Iraq. And at that time, and for a long time after that, every single Republican, we're talking about voters, members of the media and the politicians, were neocons. Every single one of them. There wasn't an anti-war conservative to be found. And it brings tears to my eyes that today that has changed. That is a good thing. Because we have to end this paradigm. It is crushing our country.
Yeah.
And so look, if you think I'm a bad person, if you think Cenk's a bad person for being willing to work with anyone on the right who agrees with our anti-war stance, then you can go ahead and think we're bad people. I really don't give a damn.
Yeah,
because I want to see results. I want to see change, and you're not going to get it by living and dying in an echo chamber.
Because of that, I'm forced to say one super last thing, guys.
Of course.
Of course. So guys, I covered the Iraq War. Young Turks was on the air in 2002 in the lead up to the Iraq War. And so that was Ben Mankiewicz and I back then. And we were one of only 2 national shows against the Iraq War. The other one was by the legend, Amy Goodman. So Democracy Now! And the Young Turks going, no, don't go in. And they were doing the same exact playbook as they are in Iran now, right? Now here we are, we both survived, we're lone survivors of original digital media, right? And now we're both against the Iran war. And tip of the hat to Amy Goodman.
I mean, but like, at one point, Cenk was like fucking going so hard on corporate media that he got like fired off MSNBC, where he pretty much like they edged him out. No, actually, I'm just gonna go to his Wikipedia. Cenk Uygur. 2011, he worked briefly for MSNBC as a political commentator and then replaced by Al Sharpton. So why did he work for why did he depart from MSNBC? Hired him as a contributor and substitute anchor for the network on October 21st, 2010. On January 21st, 2011, Uygur was appointed as the host of the 6 p.m. Eastern slot on MSNBC as the anchor of the new primetime edition of MSNBC Live, resulting in a rearrangement of the time slots of MSNBC's other primetime shows. Uygur filled the time slot for 6 months from January through June 2011. Management saw the style of several hosts, including Uygur, as off-base from MSNBC's branding objectives, resulting in their demotion. So look, it was ideological. This is from a book. This is from a book or a thing called, oh wait, the archive's here, hold on. It'd probably be good to read this book. It's called Fox Populism, Branding Conservatism as Working Class. But I don't think I'll be able to like see exactly what it was. According to Uygur, MSNBC President Phil Griffin disliked his quote-unquote aggressive style. What? No way. An MSNBC executive didn't like when he does like the fake crying when he's debating somebody or disagrees with their point and wants to mock it. MSNBC denied that the network desired censorship of his anti-corporate stances, and both sides agreed that their main differences of opinion were about the style of communication. I wish I could see what's in this book, because why would Cenk agree to that? It's clearly probably more ideological. His contract ended when he was offered a weekend slot and declined. He was replaced by Al Sharpton, who by September had attracted 4% higher ratings. After leaving cable news, Uygur devoted his attention to TYT. Uygur over time became disillusioned with traditional media establishments.
Total legend. We appreciate you, sister. Okay.
Still going strong, by the way.
Yeah. And so now that is one.
Is Cenk just left-wing Bannon? I've heard people say Cenk is like left-wing Alex Jones.
What Ana said, if you didn't live through it, you don't know it. I was tearing my hair out in the lead up to the Iraq war, they didn't attack us. They didn't attack us. It's a lie. And the weapons of mass destruction, well, that's not even true. And we're not going to be greeted as liberators. It's crazy, right? And at the time, there wasn't a single Republican you could find. Every Republican was pro-war.
Correct.
And anytime you say, oh, you so your best friends with Saddam Hussein, support the troops. That's what everyone on the right would say. And almost everyone in the middle.
He talked shit on Obama on MSNBC. I mean, yeah, I can see that. I can see that leading to your dismissal.
Because of so much brainwashing by mainstream media, right? Now we have allies on the right, and it's unbelievable. It's a great thing that they're allies. And even in this preposterous fantasy land thinking that
like, isn't it off-putting to him that when he looks back at media voices that were anti-war, he conveniently leaves out Sam Cedar. But the only other person that he names is Amy Goodman, who's on Democracy Now! And Democracy Now! Is going to promote itself as like independent news, nonpartisan, grassroots funded. They have a bias, they have an agenda, and it's like, not agenda, I'll say they have a bias and that their partisanship clearly leans more left.
they're all
like, does it ever make you pause and think like, where was the anti-war right-wingers, right? Because I can name like one, Pat Buchanan, a racist isolationist, part of the Reform Party that was literally brought on to make the position of being anti-Iraq war look crazy.
In unison. Who cares? Because they're telling their viewers to be anti-war. They're telling their viewers, be careful about Israel driving this agenda like they did it in the Iraq war. So all of those viewers and voters are getting that message. And now we have allies, and tons of people on our side are trying to drive those allies away. Having fought with no allies at all against the Iraq war, trust me, you're in infinitely better shape with allies. And then they'll say, oh yeah, but what good does it do? Well, without allies, without MAGA pushing back,
this is like a shower argument that he's just having live on stream.
Donald Trump have been as clear about Israel, you're gonna do the ceasefire, you're gonna bring your planes back? Maybe he would have, and maybe he wouldn't have. And
I think the left fails because we don't really have an Alex Jones of the left. I may have to step up. Hey, what is this Chapo Trap House and Hassan erasure? Isn't there like a media bias, like fact check thing that like ranks the partisanship and also reliability of like different news outlets and stuff like that, and like media figures and personalities? And I swear that on the left side, Chapo and Hassan were pretty much like where Alex Jones was. That chart was actually cooked on me. Yeah, like they're like pretty opaque with the way that the methodology is conducted, so it's hard to know how they arrive at that conclusion.
Would he have been? Remember when he first said we're going to put ground troops into Gaza? MAGA pushed back ferociously, and he reversed it in 24 hours. Again, if you watch those shows, you don't know that probably because they don't tell you when it works, right? So I do know having.
Do you remember when Trump called Buchanan a neo-Nazi and gave up on his 2000 presidential run? I do remember him calling him a neo-Nazi, but I do know that he gave up on that run. Yeah, and I know that like Buchanan was also like pushing him to run for president at that time.
Half of MAGA push back against this, or half of Trump's voters overall push back against this, is definitely at least a little helpful so that we get to a moderation and don't bring ground troops into Gaza or Iran and get enmeshed in a terrible war. And at the very least, guys, get caught trying to build an alliance to stop a war, because policy is infinitely more important than which tribe you're.
I mean, like, call their bluff, sure, but why do you need to do much more than that?
100%.
Every time you ring the bell below.
100%. 100%, she says. 100%. Okay. Well, before we get to our next segment, if you're watching me on Twitch, you should go ahead and follow if you aren't already. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should subscribe to me. But on Twitch, you have the option to subscribe with money. And then you get access to emotes that I have in my chat and an ad-free experience. On YouTube, you should at least like the stream if you haven't already. And if you want to donate, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or in my description box on YouTube. And I'm at _straighterate on absolutely everything. I don't find Rogan funny, like, at all. I find him boring also. Like, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I just haven't seen like the clip that's very, very hilarious. I've like not even seen him be like unintentionally funny. Just not my type of content. What are we doing? What is next on the fucking agenda that we're catching up on? Oh yeah, this. Okay, so I had this tweet that was randomly getting a bunch of, not like likes, but it was like getting new replies and some likes. And I didn't realize that it's because it's been a year since this really, really terrible debate performance from Joe Biden. And they fucking tweeted this out, the winner of tonight's debate. I still cringe at this, knowing how badly that he did. I don't know why they tweet this out anyway. Looks so bad. And then later, when Donald Trump and Kamala Harris debated, I said, the secondhand embarrassment is much stronger with this one. Holy shit. And I stand by this because he was fucking insane in that second one. This showed up yesterday and I was like, why is this in my feed? And it's because Republicans actually, I guess, bother to remember the dates for this type of shit. If I... Aged about as well as Joe Biden. Democrats brutally mocked for ex-post on anniversary of infamous debate debacle. Okay, well, fucking Dems and fucking libs and lefties need to be bookmarking. No, fuck, they did it on September 11th. There's gonna be other things going on this day to like try to draw attention to it. Social media users brutally roasted Democrats on X Friday, resharing a victory message 1 year later on the anniversary of the infamous debate that was the turning point in the 2024 election, leading to the withdrawal of then-President Joe Biden. Dems on X posted that photo. Go away. Declaring him the winner of the presidential debate, with now President Donald Trump, many say led directly to the end of his re-election bid, and the eventual victory for a second Trump presidency and his admin. The post subjectively did not age well. I mean, it didn't just age badly. It looked fucking bad then as well. Biden was almost universally called the loser of the debate, including by reliably left outlets and publications up to and including MSNBC. On the anniversary of that obviously flawed post, it was resurfaced on X to mock or lament, depending on the political perspective of the person resharing it. 1 year ago today, this aged well, wrote the account for Senate Republicans, and the Republican Jewish Coalition added happy 1 year anniversary at Democrats, us. It's like, dude, I don't want to hear it from like, you can say that he lost. He did, obviously. But if that same person that says that he lost will not admit that this is fucking insane.
Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. In Springfield,
like, if you are somebody that was saying, haha, epic base, 3 laugh crying emojis, yeah, I don't really want to hear your assessment about how Joe Biden did on the first presidential debate, to be quite honest. Let's see. What else? That it is crazy, though. It's been a year. Time fucking flies. Oh yeah, Musk trashing the big beautiful bill. Trouble in paradise. You know, he deleted a bunch of the tweets that he made talking shit about Trump. Most notably, the one that accused Donald Trump of like being in the Epstein files. Utterly insane. Elon Musk creeps back into politics with brutal attack on Trump. Back to big beautiful bill. Elon Musk took aim at President Donald Trump's big beautiful bill on Saturday as lawmakers were making their way through a new draft of the budget. Quote, the latest Senate draft bill will destroy millions of jobs in America and cause immense strategic harm to our country. Musk wrote on X just a few weeks after leaving his special government job with Doge. Utterly insane and destructive. It gives handouts to industries of the past while severely damaging industries of the future, aka my industry. I'm not going to be getting subsidies for electric vehicles. Musk's statement came in response to an X post from Jesse D. Jenkins, noting that the latest draft of the bill, which senators received on early Saturday morning, quote, raises taxes on all wind and solar projects that haven't begun construction today unless they replace service by end of 2027. So this is a post. Musk has criticized the big beautiful bill before, kicking off a war of words between the president and his former ally. This is where he said, utter madness, in response to me saying, we're shooting ourselves in the foot and chest. Trump's bill passed the House by just one vote and now faces the Senate, where a handful of Republicans like Senator Rand Paul and Ron Johnson, these are their like mansion and cinema, have said that there are no votes, objecting to the bill raising the debt ceiling. Paul has argued he wants to see an extension of 2017 tax cuts put into their own bill, of course, as the president has set a July 4th deadline to pass the budget. Earlier this month, after leaving his Doge role, Musk called the Big Beautiful Bill an abomination. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it, he said, going on to threaten the seats of those who support it. What has the response to this been like? At Grok, maybe you should not have spent hundreds of millions of dollars of your own money to elect all those people committed to damaging industries of the future. Crazy to support Trump so religiously, but yet it seems like you're against literally everything he does. I do not care. I did not vote for wind farms. I voted for energy dominance, which they are clearly working towards. I also don't want gorgeous open tracts of land covered by solar panels. It has ruined thousands and thousands of acres across the U.S. Very big brain replies here. I think there's a more recent up to the part of the bill being discussed. Yeah. They're trying to get it passed by like July 4th, right? That's coming just around the corner. And this bill is probably going to be the largest upward transfer of wealth since those 2017 tax cuts. It's gonna be fucking insane. Let's see. Oh, and this. Okay. So this morning I refreshed my TL and I see this tweet. There really needs to be an external investigation body allowed into Israel to look into the claims made by Haaretz. Just the chance that it's true is horrifying. What shame this hate has brought us. What is Miss Aristocracy referring to here? She's referring to this article. Let's see. Oh wait, this is not the right link. It's a killing field. IDF soldiers ordered to shoot deliberately at unarmed Gazans waiting for humanitarian aid. This was published yesterday. And the way that she goes about writing this tweet, there really needs to be an external investigation body. It's like, yeah, allowed into Israel. Yeah, I agree. Why is Israel not letting journalists in? Weird. Why is Israel censoring up to potentially 30% of media that they have control over? Why are they purging a bunch of information so that people in their country can't get access to it? And also, like, just the chance that this is true is horrifying. What shame this hate has brought us. I mean, I agree with you. It is horrifying, but one, it's not a chance that it's true. It is true. Two, I also think that she and I find it horrifying for different reasons. See, I find it horrifying because I'd want it to not be true so that those people aren't actually dead. People aren't getting shot over food that is basically placed into a mousetrap. But she wants it to not be true because she doesn't want Israel to look bad. They are currently reading all 940 pages of the Big Beautiful Bill on C-SPAN. Jesus Christ. Who is that? She's like a VTuber. She's like a... I don't even think she like really streams anymore, but she just like loves Israel. And I remember watching a stream of hers not long after October 7th, and she literally said October 7th radicalized her and moved her further right. The angle that it's hurtful towards Jews instead of being horrifying for those that were killed is insane. I mean, it's not even that. That would be like more charitable. It's like she clearly thinks it's just harmful towards Israel. And she doesn't even accept that it's true. Why would this not be true? Why would Haaretz print this if it were not true? This isn't like an Israeli news outlet. And they were not the only ones reporting on this. Hold on. Where's the other one? So this is just from a few days ago. This was June 24th, so 4 days ago. At least 40 more Palestinians killed seeking aid in Gaza, says medics and officials. Shootings by IDF raises death toll of such incidents in Gaza in the last 2 weeks to more than 500. Like, on average, they're killing like 40 to fucking 60 people a day. At least 40 Palestinians seeking aid in Gaza have died in new shootings by Israeli forces, local medics and officials say, raising the total killed in the last 2 weeks in such incidents in the devastated territory to more than 500. Though the fragile ceasefire declared between Israel and Iran has boosted hopes in Gaza that the 20-month-long war in the territory may end soon, there were further Israeli airstrikes on Tuesday and reports of at least 2 incidents involving Israeli troops open firing on civilians seeking humanitarian assistance. Hatim Abu Rajlia, 24, said he had been waiting since 5 a.m. for food to be distributed from one of the hubs set up near what is left of the southern city of Rafah by a secretive private organization called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, or GHF, which started operating in the territory last month with Israeli and U.S. backing. The other thing that this article leaves out is that humanitarian foundation has been around for like 2 seconds, and the CEO of it already fucking resigned because he knew it couldn't comply with international law standards. American organization based in Delaware, established in February 2025 to distribute humanitarian aid during the ongoing Gaza humanitarian crisis. Formerly led by Executive Director Jake Wood until his resignation on May 25, 2025, it has the backing of the Trump administration and the Israeli government. It's been criticized by the UN and humanitarian groups for politicizing aid distribution, with well-established humanitarian groups saying that GHF is giving cover to Israel to pursue its aims to depopulate Palestinians from the Gaza Strip, and its former head questioning the group's impartiality and neutrality upon his resignation. Where is this? Where is the... Hold on. If I put Jake Wood, the New York Times... Yep. So this was May 26th that they're reporting. In a statement distributed by the foundation, Mr. Wood said, "It's clear that it's not possible to implement this plan while also strictly adhering to the humanitarian principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence, which I will not abandon." As of June 24, 2025, over 500 Palestinians have been killed and over 4,000 have been wounded by Israel while seeking aid, including from GHF sites since the start of GHF operations. Survivors of the repeated mass killings perpetrated at the distribution sites have begun to refer to the Israeli-backed operations as traps or death traps rather than aid. Which it is. They starved these people for weeks on end. You create mass panic because you have millions of people that are fucking starving. And then anytime that you bring out food, there is chaos, which they intentionally manufactured. It didn't have to be that way. And then on top of it, they use the pretext of the chaos and the trap-like setup that they make people go into to get access to the food while they're fucking starving as the justification for shooting them to maintain order or whatever. Just fucking sick. There's a sheltered place where we stay and take cover from bullets and shrapnel near the hub in Shakush, a former neighborhood of Rafah. Some people there warned us not to move forward. Shortly after, Israeli military vehicles advanced towards us and began firing bullets and shells directly at the civilians waiting for aid. Many people around us and in nearby areas were wounded. We tried to pull them into our shelter. Some were already dead. Others were bleeding out. Among those that we pulled in was my cousin. He had been shot in the head. The bullet tore his skull open. We carried him in an empty flour sack running under gunfire. We eventually found a 3-wheeled motorized cart and got him to the Red Cross hospital. They told us he should be transferred to Nasser Medical Complex in Khan Yunis, where his condition is now stable. The exact details of the shooting on Tuesday are unclear. Mahmoud Basel, a civil defense spokesperson, told AFP that 25 people were killed and dozens wounded when Israeli forces targeted civilian gatherings near the neighborhoods of Al-Alam and Al-Shakush with bullets and tank shells as they attempted to reach an aid center in northwest Rafah and 2 kilometers from a U.S.-backed aid distribution point. Medics in Gaza said that they've received casualties from a second incident near the Netzarim corridor, and this corridor is like headed by a guy who's literally said before, like, to 10,000 Israeli troops. Yeah, there's like no civilians here. It's making me physically sick to read about Gaza. I've never seen anything this horrible before. Usually in wars, people aren't trapped for years being bombed. Yeah, it's almost like it's not a war and it's a genocide. A strategic road that separates the northern third of the territory and is partially held by the IDF. Remember when the Biden administration said these buffer zones would be a red line and not allowed, and then they just happened anyway? Dr. Marwan Abu Nasser, director of Al-Auda Hospital in Jabalia, said 18 dead and 146 injured civilians were brought in from 11 p.m. to midnight on Monday, with more following during the early hours of Tuesday. All had been waiting for aid near the Netzarim corridor, he told the Guardian. The condition of the wounded is extremely critical. Around 100 cases are in very serious condition. Almost all of the injuries were caused by gunfire, with bullets striking various parts of the body, especially in the trunk, Abu Nasser said. Dr. Khalil Al-Dakran, spokesperson for Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in Deir al-Bala, said dozens of injured civilians had been brought in, with 9 dead. Israel's military said that a gathering overnight was identified adjacent to forces operating in Gaza's central Netzarim corridor, and it was reviewing reports of casualties. The GHF sent an email that there had been nothing near the aid site south of the Netzarim corridor, nor any reports of casualties near its Rafah hubs. Well, if the shady organization said so. Food has been extremely scarce in Gaza since a tight blockade on all supplies was imposed by Israel throughout March and April, threatening many of the 2.3 million people who live there with a, quote, critical risk of famine, this is according to the IPC. This passive language to describe this. Food has become extremely scarce in Gaza since the tight blockade was imposed by Israel. Like this, again, this passive voice, it's like, oh, this thing that just happened that Israel's doing. It's hard to understand why it's so scarce. Since the blockade was partially lifted last month, the UN has tried to bring in aid, but has faced major obstacles, including rebel-choked roads, Israeli military restrictions, continuing airstrikes, and growing anarchy. There have been multiple incidents in recent weeks. Thank you for subscribing, Kimberly. There have been multiple incidents in recent weeks in which crowds have been fired on after gathering in the hope of getting aid from one of the dozens of trucks being brought into Gaza by UN agencies each day. On Monday, 79 trucks from aid organizations and the international community containing food, medical supplies, and medications were transferred into Gaza after undergoing through security inspections, Israeli authorities said. A spokesperson for the IDF said, contrary to the reports being spread, the IDF is not aware of the incident in question at the Rafah aid distribution site. We don't know what they're talking about. Separately, 10 people were killed by an Israeli airstrike on a house in the Sabra neighborhood of Gaza City, while 11 were killed by Israeli gunfire in the southern city of Khan Yunis, medics said. Most people read this and be like, oh, I'm sure they were all Hamas, though. Israel says militants used built-up residential areas for operating cover. Hamas denies this. Useless statement if we're not going to actually determine what's true. And we know this is not largely true. They are targeting civilian infrastructures. They are permitted to kill up to 50 civilians to get one alleged Hamas militant or associate. And they use an AI program called Where's Daddy to do this. And they're just killing people while they're asleep in their homes, entire families. Israel hopes the GHF will replace the previous comprehensive aid distribution system run by the UN. I wonder why. Which Israeli officials claim allowed Hamas to steal and sell aid, which is not true. They have tried over and over to sell this lie to people, and they cannot substantiate this claim. And at this point, it's when you have the widow of John McCain saying, yeah, this has nothing to do with Hamas. These people are just starving. And that's why you see looting and chaos, because hungry people in a confined area that also happens to be a fucking war zone where they're trying to ethnically cleanse or genocide these people. Yeah, you're going to see chaos. Especially after you've restricted food for weeks and weeks and weeks. And now the other thing is Israel's funding, what is it? ISIS affiliated criminal orgs. Hold on. I put ISIS. The Times of Israel, BB, ISIS, criminal gangs. Lapid says Netanyahu's move to harm Gaza clan will cause more disasters. Opposition. Did I turn this back on? Wait. Here we go. Opposition head Yair Lapid slams Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu over revelations today that he authorized the arming of Abu Shabab, a criminal gang in the Gaza Strip, as part of an effort to strengthen opposition to Hamas in the enclave. After Netanyahu stopped giving millions of dollars to Hamas, he moved on to giving weapons to organizations close to ISIS in Gaza, all off the cuff, all without strategic planning, all leading to more disasters, Lapid posts on X. So that's what they post. But there's more information here. Israel opposition leader says Netanyahu arming equivalent of ISIS gangs in Gaza. This is Lieberman saying this. Israel has provided assault rifles and light weapons to crime families in Gaza on Netanyahu's orders. Lieberman, the head of the Israel party and a former finance minister and deputy prime minister, told Israeli public broadcaster Khan on Thursday, "The weapons are being transferred to criminals and offenders and are being directed at Israel. In my opinion, it does not pass cabinet approval. The head of the Shin Bet knows. I'm not sure the chief of staff knows. We're talking about the equivalent of ISIS in Gaza," he added, referencing the Islamic State group. He added, "No one can guarantee that these weapons will not be directed at Israel. We have no way of monitoring or tracking them." In response, Netanyahu's office said, this is the critical point because they don't deny it, Israel is working to defeat Hamas in various ways on the recommendation of all heads of the security establishment. So apparently the security plan involves ISIS-linked criminal gangs. This will bring about peace, surely, and stability in this region. Then it talks about like aid massacres. UN agencies and major aid groups, which have delivered humanitarian aid across Gaza since the start of the 20-month-long war, have rejected the new system, saying it's impractical, inadequate, and unethical. They deny there's widespread theft of aid by Hamas. Israel launched its campaign to destroy Hamas after the blah, 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 blah. Death toll, 56,000. It's probably closer to 100,000, according to research. We know this. Like, I have been seeing, like, this Harvard study or whatever saying it's, like, at 300,000, but I haven't reviewed the methodology for how they, have arrived at that conclusion, if that's what they feel is the current death toll, or if that includes people that have been ethnically cleansed, casualties, and all of that. I still need to look into it. Where is the Israel? And then the UN ended up condemning them for this. UN condemns Gaza aid death trap as dozens reported killed by Israeli fire. This was on June 24th. At least 46 people waiting for aid have been killed by Israeli fire in 2 incidents in central and southern Gaza, according to rescuers and hospitals. UN agencies have condemned the US and Israel-backed food distribution system, with one official calling it an abomination and a death trap. Such deadly incidents have recently become a near daily occurrence, but have attracted relatively little attention outside of Gaza since Israel attacked Iran more than a week ago. Without including the latest stats, the UN has said that more than 410 Palestinians are reported to have been killed by Israeli gunfire or shelling since the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation began work in late May. Isn't it crazy how all of these massacres seem to start occurring at the same time that this shady organization came into play? Isn't that weird? Why are our children's lives seen as so cheap? Demanded Raed al-Nuazi, a widow whose son was shot and wounded after he went overnight to collect food for his hungry family in central Gaza. "My son went out to get grain and flour so that he could eat and feed his siblings. Now he's in the intensive care unit." Footage from the hospital showed chaotic scenes as young men with gunshot wounds were carried in, groaning in pain and some drenched in blood. Soon every bed was filled. Casualties covered the floor. An older man was set down dead as his wife, bereft, cradled his face and wept. Hospital officials and Hamas-run civil defense agency said that at least 21 people were killed and some 150 injured. Witnesses said that thousands have crowded near a site run by the GHF in an Israeli military zone when soldiers opened fire. The IDF said a gathering had been identified in an area adjacent to IDF troops operating in the Netzarim corridor. Reports of injured individuals as a result of IDF fire in the area were received. The details are under review, it stated. The GHF said there were no incidents near any of our sites this morning, so they just patently fucking deny it. Hold on, what's this? Okay. Just want to make sure they don't show anything. Paramedics and rescuers said that at least 25 people were also killed near a site by the GHF in southern Gaza on Tuesday morning. Witnesses, the shooting was directly on civilians and blood got everywhere. Hatim Abu Rijleh said, "Everyone around us got wounded. There may be more than 30 wounded whom no one was able to rescue. We only managed to rescue our relative and left with him." The IDF told the BBC that, quote, "Contrary to the reports being spread out, the IDF is not aware of the incident in question at the Rafah aid distribution site," which is just lies that get reprinted and then they don't really fucking do anything. Like, just all this chaos. This is completely man-made. This is entirely manufactured. It does not have to be this way. This is a choice to have this be the system or lack of system. But I want to read this article, so let me see. I have to create a Haaretz account. just to do it. So hold on. What should I put on while I do this? Actually, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. I'm gonna fucking make a Haaretz account, then we can look at this. Okay, got it. So this is the article that is causing a lot of uproar, even from Zionists. It's a killing field. IDF soldiers ordered to shoot deliberately at unarmed Gazans waiting for humanitarian aid. IDF officers and soldiers told Haaretz they were ordered to fire at unarmed crowds near food distribution sites in Gaza, even when no threat was present. Hundreds of Palestinians have been killed, prompting the military prosecution to call for a review into possible war crimes. Netanyahu, Katz, and Israel Katz is the defense minister who replaced Yoav Gallant in Netanyahu's cabinet, reject claims, calls them blood libels. Of course, as we all know, the definition of a blood libel is anything that is true that makes Israel look bad. Israeli soldiers in Gaza told Haaretz that the army has deliberately fired at Palestinians near aid distribution sites over the past month. Conversations with officers and soldiers reveal that commanders ordered troops to shoot at crowds to drive them away or disperse them, even though it was clear they posed no threat. One soldier described the situation as a total breakdown of the IDF's ethical codes in Gaza. Obviously, I disagree with this. Like, what ethical codes in Gaza have existed since the beginning of this genocide? According to the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza, 549 people have been killed near aid centers and in areas where residents were waiting for UN food trucks since May 27th. Over 4,000 have been wounded, but the exact number of those killed or injured by IDF fire remains unclear, and it's likely going to be higher. The thing to keep in mind is that this Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza, this is the Gaza Health Ministry, is a civilian organization, has a reliable methodology that, and a conservative one, that has probably led to the undercount of people that have been killed at these aid massacres during this genocide, because the way that they probably determine who gets to be on the list is probably determined on two factors. Somebody who works for the Gaza Health Ministry, like a doctor or somebody who's in administration, has to identify the body or see a credible photo of the body, and they need the name, and they also needed like a death certificate. And those are the ways that you can get people on to the death tolls for the health ministry. It doesn't determine if they were a combatant or a hostility, or like engaging in hostilities or a civilian. It's only there to record the dead, and they're transparent with the information that they have because they include the age, the birth date, their like ID number that Israel gives them, as well as their full name. So 549 is just who we know. It's probably going to be higher. Haaretz learned that the military advocate general has instructed the IDF general staff's fact-finding assessment mechanism, a body tasked with reviewing incidents involving potential violations of the laws of war, to investigate suspected war crimes at these sites. So, cool. You're going to internally investigate yourself and find yourself innocent, right? In a statement released following publication of this expose, Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz rejected the claims, which they call blood libels. Again, the people that are calling this blood libels, I mean, I don't really need to like explain to anybody watching me how evil Bibi Netanyahu is, but I can, obviously. But at least on this. So Israel Katz is the same guy who, on October 13th, 2023, so practically 20 months ago, said this in response to AOC. This is collective punishment and a violation of international law. We cannot starve nearly 1 million children to death over the horrific actions of Hamas, whose disregard for Israeli, Palestinian, and human life overall could not be more clear. We must draw a line. So she says this is a blood libel or whatever. And he quote tweets her and says, "Indeed, Madam Congresswoman, we have to draw a line. We will not tolerate murdering children and burning families. The line has been crossed. We will fight the terrorist organization Hamas and destroy it. All the civilian population in Gaza is ordered to leave immediately. We will win. They will not receive a drop of water or a single battery until they leave the world." So at first he says, oh, we're just talking about destroying Hamas, right? Then we move on to all of the civilian population in Gaza needs to get the fuck out. And then saying like, yeah, I support the total siege. No man, woman, child, elderly person, civilian should be receiving any food, water, electricity, none of that. Again, October 13th. So this sicko is the Israel defense minister right now. This is who is saying that to call this out is a blood libel. The things, calling out the things that they have stated were their intentions. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, or GHF, aid centers began operating in the Strip at the end of May. The circumstances of the foundation's establishment and its funding are murky. It is known to have been set up by Israel in coordination with U.S. evangelicals and private security contractors. And when U.S. evangelicals, right-wing, crazy, fanatical Christian Zionists are involved, things never go wrong, you guys. Its current CEO is an evangelical leader close to U.S. President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. The GHF operates 4 food distribution sites, 3 in southern Gaza and 1 in the center, known in the IDF as rapid distribution centers. They are staffed by American and Palestinian workers and secured by the IDF from a distance of several hundred meters. Secured. Thousands and at times tens of thousands of Gazans arrive daily to collect food from these sites. Contrary to the foundation's initial promises, distribution is chaotic, with crowds rushing the piles of boxes. Since the rapid distribution centers opened, Haaretz has counted 19 shooting incidents near them. While the shooters' identities are not always clear, the IDF does not permit armed individuals in these humanitarian zones without its knowledge. The distribution centers, I'm rereading this, like Haaretz has counted 19 shooting incidents near them. Shooters' identities are not always clear. I wish they would say, why they're not clear. They keep saying it's a blood libel. You get the actual definition of blood libel is falsely claiming that Jewish people murdered Christians to use their blood for religious rituals. So strange. They just say they lied or something. Why the blood libel rhetoric? Because everything has to be elevated to, like, any negative criticism must be elevated to the level of like a hate crime against a Jewish person or an Israeli. It cannot just be that like, oh, that's wrong, or we dispute that, or whatever. It has to literally be blood libel. The distribution centers typically open for just 1 hour each morning. According to officers and soldiers who served in their areas, the IDF fires at people who arrive before opening hours to prevent them from approaching, or again, after the centers close to disperse them. Since some of the shooting incidents occurred at night ahead of the opening, it's possible that some civilians couldn't set the boundaries of the designated area. It's possible, as in there's a non-zero chance, sure, that these civilians didn't see. And if they don't see it, then naturally you must shoot them in the head, right? It's a killing field, one soldier said. Where I was stationed, between 1 and 5 people were killed every day. They're treated like a hostile force. No crowd control measures, no tear gas, just live fire with everything imaginable. Heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, mortars. Then once the center opens up, the shooting stops and they know that they can approach. Our form of communication is gunfire. Again, I repeat, our form of communication is gunfire. This is not just like a journalist making this assessment. This is literal firsthand testimony from someone within the IDF speaking to a reputable news organization from Israel. The soldier added, "We open fire early in the morning if someone tries to get in line from a few hundred meters away, and sometimes we just charge at them from close range. But there's no danger to the forces." My main concern here, obviously, is if the IDF is in danger. According to him, "I'm not aware of a single instance of return fire." What? No way. It's almost like it's like not Hamas, and it's just random civilians that are trying to get in line to get fucking food for the family and for themselves. "There's no enemy, no weapons." He also said the activity in his area of service is referred to as Operation Salted Fish, the name of the Israeli version of the children's game Red Light, Green Light. Jesus Christ, I had not even seen this. That's the funny thing, is like seeing that this is their perspective. There have been some Israeli and like IDF soldiers that have talked to like 972 Plus magazine, which exposed their use of AI within this genocide, that they seem to be doing so because they're uncomfortable with the engagement that's taken place, even from their side, even if they're not fucking leftists or anything like that. They're just like can see that there are issues here, and that they're by design, they're not bugs, they are features. But this just saying that like it's bizarre when it's like, oh yeah, we do this, and we do it even though there's no danger to the forces. We do it even though they don't have guns. Heavy machine guns, the shooting stops, they can approach. And like also just saying, "I'm not aware of a single instance of return fire. There's no enemy, no weapons." Like, he also said that the activity in his area of service is referred to as Operation... Oh, we read that. IDF officers told Haaretz that the army does not allow the public in Israel or abroad to see footage of what takes place around the food distribution sites. Why not? Since you're doing such a stellar job, why can't outside journalists come in? Tell the whole world so you can diffuse this blood libel lie, right? You're not doing anything wrong. You're totally innocent. Then let journalists come in and independently verify that. Should be easy enough, right? Surely Operation Salted Fish is not just this disgusting game of red light, green light with Palestinian lives, right? According to them, the army is satisfied that the GHF's operations have prevented a total collapse of international legitimacy for continuing the war. Yes, thank God. They believe the IDF has managed to turn Gaza into a backyard, especially since the war with Iran began. Into a backyard? "Gaza doesn't interest anyone anymore," said a reservist who completed another round of duty in the northern strip this week. "It's become a place with its own set of rules. The loss of human life means nothing. It's not even an unfortunate incident like they used to say." I mean, when, like, who was saying this? And who is they? Like, just today, hold on. I retweeted this. And I went and found this person's Twitter to try to verify it myself, but they had already closed it off. Like, they protected it. In a now deleted tweet, an Israeli woman posted a screenshot from an Israeli man's profile on dating apps. Weirdest gift I have given or received. A dog brought me someone's leg in Gaza. The tweet said, stuff you only find on dating apps in Israel. Another Israeli responded, delete this. It could go viral and give us bad reputation around the world. The OP replied, oi, I didn't think about it, but it's a terrorist leg. Like, at first I was like, oh, like, they put this because they're, like, shocked or whatever. But no, they're like, oh, don't worry. It's, like, a terrorist leg. So this whole... They used to say it's unfortunate. It's like, when? When did this happen? Like, for the most part, when tweets in Hebrew come across my timeline and I translate them to see what they say, it's demonic, usually. Not always, but usually. An officer serving in the security detail of a distribution center described the IDF's approach as deeply flawed. Working with the civilian population when your only means of interaction is opening fire. That's highly problematic, to say the least, he told Haaretz. Problematic is a bit of an understatement. It's neither ethically nor morally acceptable for people to have to reach or fail to reach a humanitarian zone under tank fire, snipers, and mortar shells. It's like, this is an officer and they recognize this. They have all this couch language. It's like, yeah, but what are you doing to, like, push back against this, attempt to reform it? Nothing. I mean, you're talking to this publication, which is good at least. But what have you done? The officer explained that the security on the sites is organized into several tiers. Inside the distribution centers and the corridor leading them are the American workers, and the IDF is not permitted to operate in that space. A more external layer is made up of Palestinian supervisors, some of them armed and affiliated with the Abu Shabaab militia. Oh, this is probably the, like, potentially ISIS-affiliated criminal gangs. Terrorist legs are easy to identify. They are tagged with terrorists on it, true. The IDF security perimeter includes tanks, snipers, and mortars, whose purpose, according to the officer, is to protect those present and ensure the aid distribution can take place. The same officer who's like, yeah, this is problematic. We need tanks, snipers, mortars, grenades, etc. to deal with the people that are not returning fire, the lack of enemies, the no weapons present. That's what you need protection from. At night, we open fire to signal to the population that this is a combat zone and they mustn't come near, the officer said. Once, he recounted, the mortars stopped firing and we saw people starting to approach. So we resumed fire to make it clear they weren't allowed to. In the end, one of the shells landed on the group of people. Oh my god, this whole, like, one of the shells, they just landed on somebody. A bullet just found its way into some Palestinian's head. How'd that happen? It landed there. In other cases, he said, we fired machine guns from tanks and threw grenades. There was one incident where a group of civilians was hit while advancing under the cover of fog. It wasn't intentional, but these things happen. Don't you just hate it when you're in the midst of, like, a humanitarian disaster that you helped manufacture in a significant way, and then you just, like, accidentally kill people? You know, these things just happen. Anybody else relate to this? Y'all ever accidentally killed somebody? He noted that there were also fatalities and injuries among IDF soldiers in these incidents. A combat brigade doesn't have the tools to handle a civilian population in a war zone. Firing mortars to keep hungry people away is neither professional nor humane. I know there are Hamas operatives among them, but there are also people who simply want to receive aid. Wow, I can't believe you referred to Palestinians as people. As a country, we have a responsibility to ensure that happens safely, the officer said. I have, actually. The officer pointed to another issue with the distribution centers, their lack of consistency. Before I go any further, this person, like, again, with some of the things that he's saying, they're genuinely so shocking. And he seems to lack any, like, semblance of self-awareness of how this comes off. But I don't want to say that entirely because he's also very calculated in the things that he says. Like, these things happen. Whom amongst us hasn't accidentally killed somebody? Sometimes bullets land in the heads of kids. The fog of war, you know, God damn it. It's, like, so hard to see what you're fucking doing. It's like... It makes me wonder, like, do you not have the capacity to know like how bad this sounds? Are you like that out of touch? Or does it genuinely just like it doesn't register to these people anymore that yes, you are attempting to destroy these people? That's intentional. He noted that there are also fatalities and injuries among IDF soldiers in these incidents. Okay, who? Combat Brigade doesn't have the tools to handle a civilian population war zone. We read this. The officer pointed to another issue with the distribution centers, their lack of consistency. Residents don't know when each center will open, which adds to the pressure on the sites and continues to harm civilians, which is hilarious because the other person that they got on record talking about this was like, well, we have to fire at these people because when they come near before and after we've closed, they're coming into a combat zone, so it can just be a free fire zone because we say so. I don't know who's making the decisions, but we give instructions to the population and then either don't follow through with them or change them, he said. Why does an officer in the IDF not know who's making the decisions? How does that happen? Who do you answer to? Whose orders do you take? Who are you communicating with? Why are you lost about this? Why are you bringing this up to a fucking newspaper instead of other people in your like fucking platoon or whatever? Earlier this month, there were cases where we were notified a message had gone out saying the center would open in the afternoon, and people showed up early in the morning to be first in line for food. Because they arrived too early, the distribution was canceled that day. Oh, see, I know that you were hungry and you're like starving because we manufactured like pretty much a famine in this tiny, tiny area that's crazily, like insanely densely populated. But because you lined up like 30 minutes before you were supposed to, no food for you today, I guess, because it's just too much for the IDF to handle because they have other things to do, I guess. Contractors as sheriffs. According to accounts from commanders and fighters, the IDF was supposed to maintain a safe distance from Palestinian population areas and food distribution points. However, the actions of the forces on the ground do not align with the operational plans. This officer said, I don't know about any plans. Today, any private contractor working in Gaza with engineering equipment receives 5,000, or roughly 1,500 US dollars, shekels for every house they demolish, said a veteran fighter. They're making a fortune. From their perspective, any moment where they don't demolish houses is a loss of money, and the forces have to secure their work. The contractors, who act kind of like a sheriff, demolish whenever they want along the entire front, so they're just copying to raising civilian infrastructure for no money, or for no reason other than just personal profit. As a result, the fighter added, the contractors' demolition campaign brings them, along with their relatively small security details, close to distribution points or along the routes used by aid trucks. This is a Palestinian carrying a sack of flour as people gather to receive aid supplies in Khan Yunis in the southern Gaza Strip. In order for the contractors to protect themselves, a shooting incident breaks out and people are killed, he said. These are areas where Palestinians are allowed to be. So they're protecting themselves from the Palestinians that are allowed to be in the areas where you just said. Like this, like just moment to moment doublespeak. In order for them to protect themselves, a shooting incident will break out and people are killed. But these are areas where they can be. We're the ones who moved closer and decided they endangered us. So for a contractor to make another 5,000 shekels and take down a house, it's deemed acceptable to kill people who are only looking for food. Like, deemed acceptable by who? The food is also laced with drugs and filled with sand in videos that I've seen. I've not even seen that. If you have like an account or something, I'll look into it. A senior officer whose name repeatedly comes in testimonies about the shootings near aid sites is Brigadier General Yehuda Vak, commander of the IDF's Division 252. Haaretz previously reported how Vak turned the Netzarim quarter into a deadly route, and this is that guy who said, no civilians, everyone's a terrorist. IDF soldiers exposed arbitrary killings and rampant lawlessness in Gaza's Netzarim corridors. Of 200 bodies, only 10 were confirmed as Hamas members. IDF soldiers who served in Gaza tell Haaretz that anyone who crosses an imaginary line in the contested Netzarim corridor is shot to death, with every Palestinian casualty counting as a terrorist, even if they were just a child. And this was reported December 18, 2024. So how Vak turned the Netzarim corridor into a deadly route, endangered soldiers on the ground, and was suspected of ordering the destruction of a hospital in Gaza without authorization. Now an officer in the division says Vok decided to disperse gatherings of Palestinians waiting for UN aid trucks by opening fire. This is Vok's policy, the officer said, but many of the commanders and soldiers accepted it without question. The Palestinians are not supposed to be there, so the idea is to make sure they clear out, even if they're just there for food. I mean, yeah, they're not supposed to be there because you want to ethnically cleanse them, right? Vok's division is not the only one operating in the area, and it's possible that other officers who gave orders to fire at people seeking aid. A reserve tank soldier who recently served with Division 252 in northern Gaza confirmed the reports and explained the IDF's deterrence procedure for dispersing civilians who gather in violation of military orders. Again, so just the death penalty for civilians, not combatants, civilians, that don't do what the IDF says right away. The teenagers waiting for the trucks hide behind dirt mounds and rush them as they pass or stop at distribution points. See, this is what I mean when I said they manufactured this starvation. And then you obviously have looting and chaos because people are fucking hungry. And then all of the chaos that ensues is used as the pretext for why they need to fucking slaughter all of these people for walking into the trap that they set up. He said, "We usually see them from hundreds of meters away. It's not a situation where they pose a threat to us." And yet they're being killed. In one incident, the soldier was instructed to fire a shell towards a crowd gathered near the coastline. Technically, it's supposed to be warning fire, either to push people back or stop them from advancing, he said. But lately, firing shells has just become standard practice. Every time we fire, there are casualties and deaths, and when someone asks why a shell is necessary, there's never a good answer. Sometimes merely asking the question annoys the commanders. Jesus. In that case, some people began to flee after the shell was fired, and according to the soldier, other forces subsequently opened fire on them. If it's meant to be a warning shot, and we see them running back to Gaza, why shoot at them, he asked. Sometimes we're told they're still hiding, and we need to fire in their direction because they haven't left. But it's obvious they can't leave if the moment they get up and run, we open fire. The soldier said this has become routine. You know, it's not right. You feel it's not right. The commanders here are taking the law into their own hands. What law? There is no application of law anywhere. Here. There's not even not a semblance of ethics or morals, or to the extent that you feel like something's right, you do nothing about it. But Gaza is a parallel universe. You move on quickly. The truth is, most people don't even stop to think about it. It's almost like they've completely dehumanized this population to the point that they do not give a fuck whether they live or die and are intentionally trying to wipe them out. Earlier this week, soldiers from Division 252 opened fire at an intersection where civilians were waiting for aid trucks. A commander on the ground gave the order to fire directly at the center of the junction, resulting in the deaths of 8 civilians, including teenagers. The incident was brought to the attention of Southern Command Chief Major General Yaniv Assor, but so far, aside from a preliminary review, he has taken no action and has not demanded an explanation from Vok regarding the high number of fatalities in his sector. It says people carrying aid parcels along with Salah ad-Din Road near the Nusayrat refugee camp in the northern Gaza Strip used by food-seeking Palestinians to reach an aid distribution point set up by the privately run Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. I was at a similar event. From what we heard, more than 10 people were killed there, said another senior reserve officer commanding forces in the area. When we asked why they opened fire, we were told that it was an order from above and that the civilians had posed a threat to the troops. I can say with certainty that the people were not close to the forces and did not endanger them. It was pointless. They were just killed for nothing. This thing called killing innocent people. It's been normalized. This thing called killing innocent people. What do you call a policy where you intentionally kill innocent people, civilians, indiscriminately? We were constantly told there are no non-combatants in Gaza, and apparently that message sank in among the troops. I'm sure that wasn't hard to fucking get through their heads. A senior officer familiar with the fighting in Gaza believes this marks a further deterioration in the IDF's moral standards. The power that senior field commanders wield in relation to general staff leadership threatens the chain of command, he said. According to him, quote, "My greatest fear is that the shooting and harm to civilians in Gaza aren't the result of operational necessity or poor judgment, but rather the product of an ideology held by field commanders, which they pass down to the troops in an operational plan." Shelling civilians is the subtitle. In recent weeks, the number of fatalities near food distribution areas has risen sharply. 57 on June 11th, 59 on June 17th, and 50 on June 24th, according to Gaza's health ministry. In response, I'm surprised it doesn't say Hamas-run health ministry. In response, a discussion was held at Southern Command, where it emerged that troops had begun dispersing crowds using artillery shells. They talk about using artillery on a junction full of civilians as if it's normal, said a military source who attended the meeting. An entire conversation about whether it's right or wrong to use artillery, even without asking why that weapon was needed in the first place. What concerns everyone is whether it'll hurt our legitimacy to keep operating in Gaza. AKA, if we go too far, is this going to fuck with our plans to ethnically cleanse and genocide these people? The moral aspect is practically non-existent. No one stops to ask why dozens of civilians looking for food are being killed every day. I would love to play these, but I don't want to get banned. Another senior officer familiar with the fighting in Gaza said the normalization of killing civilians has often encouraged firing at them near the aid distribution centers. Again, these are like officers and senior officers. They started out with bone-chilling testimony from an individual soldier, but now we're at the point where we're talking about leadership within the IDF. Leadership that is saying, I don't know who's making the decisions. I don't know why nobody stops them. When it's reported, nobody looks into it, or they don't give a fuck. The fact that live fire is directed at a civilian population, whether with artillery, tanks, snipers, or drones, goes against everything the army is supposed to stand for, he said, criticizing the decisions made on the ground. Why are people collecting food being killed just because they stepped out of line, or because some commander doesn't like that they're cutting in? Why have we reached a point where a teenager is willing to risk his life just to pull a sack of rice off of a truck? And that's who we're firing artillery at? In addition to IDF fire, military sources say some of the fatalities near the aid distribution centers were caused by gunfire from militias that the army supports in arms. According to one officer, the IDF continues to back the Abu Shabaab group and other factions. Again, this Abu Shabaab group is a criminal gang within the Gaza Strip. They may be linked to ISIS, according to Israeli leaders. There are many groups that oppose Hamas. Abu Shabaab went several steps further. He said they control territory that Hamas doesn't enter, and the IDF encourages that. Another officer remarked, I'm stationed here, and even I no longer know who's shooting at whom. Yet another officer. In a closed-door meeting this week with senior officials from the Military Advocate General's office, held in light of the daily death of dozens of civilians near aid zones, the legal officials instructed that the incidents be investigated by the IDF General Staff's fact-finding assessment mechanism. This body, established after the Mavi Marmara flotilla incident, this was an incident where, like, in international waters, the IDF intercepted and boarded a humanitarian flotilla that was attempting to break the siege on Gaza and killed a bunch of people on board, and then nobody really got in trouble. But I do think that, I can't remember if it's the ICC or the ICJ is still reviewing this case, is tasked with examining cases where there's suspected violation of the laws of war to fend off international demands to investigate IDF soldiers for alleged war crimes. During the meeting, senior legal officials said global criticism over the killing of civilians is mounting. Senior officers in the IDF and Southern Command, however, claimed the cases are isolated and that the gunfire was directed at suspects who posed a threat to the troops. A source who attended the meeting told Haaretz that representatives of the Military Advocate General's office rejected the IDF's claims. According to them, the arguments that do not hold up against the facts on the ground. Quote, the claim that these are isolated incidents doesn't align with incidents in which grenades were dropped from the air, grenades, and mortars and artillery were fired at civilians, said one legal official. This isn't about a few people being killed. We're talking about dozens of casualties every single day. Although the Military Advocate General instructed the fact-finding assessment mechanism to examine recent shooting incidents, these represent only a small portion of the cases in which hundreds of uninvolved civilians were killed. Hundreds. It's the ICJ. Is it the ICJ? Let me see. Is the ICJ, or I feel like it's the ICC, but like you're correct about that, but I don't know why I feel like it's the ICC investigating the Mavi Marmara incident. Forgot how long ago this happened. Because and the other thing is like it went back and forth. They had said like they heard it and then they made a conclusion and then that conclusion was overturned or something like that. I'll have to look into it. I can't find it just from like a cursory search. Back to this. Senior IDF officials expressed frustration that the Southern Command had failed to investigate these incidents thoroughly and is disregarding civilian deaths in Gaza. Yeah, I'm sure senior IDF officials are definitely frustrated about what's going on here. According to military sources, Southern Command Chief Major General Yaniv Assor typically conducts only preliminary inquiries, relying mostly on the accounts of field commanders. He has not taken disciplinary action against officers whose soldiers harm civilians, despite clear violations of IDF orders and the laws of war. Like, not even punishing people that are in flagrant violation of IDF orders. I'm not surprised that they clearly don't give a fuck about the laws of war. The injuries are underplayed too. I think 4,000 people were killed or wounded in total. Children are starving, having their legs and arms amputated with no anesthesia. Well, that's been the fact that like they ran out of anesthesia, and you were already seeing incidents of that happen in like 2023. It's obviously only like more widespread now, but that is the other thing, is like when they say like, oh, 4,000 people were injured, injured is like an understatement, because these are people that could be like permanently maimed or in a fucking coma or lost a leg or an arm. It's being mentioned in evidence to support fact-finding missions in both the ICJ and ICC, meaning both are investigating it, but it's the ICJ that actually mentioned it in its submissions during the recent ongoing cases. Okay. The ICJ, folks. And like Israel doesn't even recognize the ICC because they're not part of they're not like a signatory to the Rome Statute. An IDF spokesperson responded, Hamas is a brutal terrorist organization that starves the Gazan population and endangers them to maintain its role in the Gaza Strip. Hamas does everything in its power to prevent the successful distribution of food in Gaza and to disrupt humanitarian aid. The IDF allows the American Civil Society Organization, GHF, to operate independently and distribute aid to Gaza residents. The IDF operates near the distribution areas to enable distribution while continuing operational activities in the Strip. So just press release, just Hezbollah. As part of their operational conduct in the vicinity of the main access roads to the distribution centers, IDF forces are conducting systematic learning processes to improve their operational response in the areas and minimize, as much as possible, potential friction between the population and IDF forces. Recently, forces worked to reorganize the area by placing new fences, signage, opening additional routes, and more. Following incidents where there were reports of harm to civilians arriving at distribution centers, in-depth investigations were conducted, this is a lie, and instructions were given to forces on the ground based on lessons learned. Yeah, you can only learn a lesson after you kill a civilian and you're not held accountable. You should get a second chance. These incidents were referred for examination by the General Staff's debriefing mechanism. See, like, even this is like paltry. It's not enough. It's not in compliance with IHL. The fact that this entire article just negates the idea, there's like entirely contradictory to the idea that they're even trying to adhere to this standard that they set for themselves. The Israeli army issued an additional response following publication of this expose, saying it, quote, strongly rejects the accusations raised in the article. Like, it's like, yeah, but they didn't make it up. This is not, they're anonymous in the sense that they don't name who they are, but these are senior officers in the IDF. These are not just soldiers either. The IDF did not instruct the forces to deliberately shoot at civilians. No, you just gave them, like, one, I don't even think that that's true. But let's just say, okay, there's no official order, right? But you don't hold anybody who does accountable. You call that was mistakes were made. Lessons are being learned here. But I am super skeptical of this because of the fact that there's maybe formally or colloquially among the soldiers an operation known as Operation Salted Fish, which is like red light, green light, including those approaching the distribution centers. To be clear, IDF directives prohibit deliberate attacks on civilians. The Army added that any allegation of a deviation from the law or IDF directives will be thoroughly examined, and further action will be taken as necessary. The allegations of deliberate fire towards civilians presented in the article are not recognized in the field. Most moral army, folks. So let's see. These will be comments from Haaretz readers. Let's see what they say. Diaspora says, I didn't read anything new in this report that hasn't been happening since October 8th. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. That's like, depending on how you look at it, that actually could be very, very ghoulish. Like, this is nothing new. Why is this news? We've been doing this. I've been hearing about this since October 8th, since 20 months ago, or they could be saying, yeah, this isn't new. They've been doing this shit for a while, and people are finally waking up to it. Israelis hate Netanyahu, but they have blind faith in the IDF. Why this disconnect? Because they still think the IDF is the most moral army in the world. No evidence will change their mind. They owe their survival to the IDF. They are the IDF, and so are their children. To realize that the IDF, under orders of the current admin, has lost its soul is a deep moral crisis that most Israelis are not yet ready to face. But they do not have a choice. This is not one bad day. This is 600 plus days of war crimes. It won't go unnoticed. In the meantime, Israelis hide their crimes behind Hamas's crimes and will deny articles like this one. don't entirely agree with this, but general sentiment is in the right direction, even though I don't think this is just 600 plus days of war crimes. I haven't had time to read all the comments, but does anyone else find a fairly horrific irony in the IDF accusing Jews of blood libel? Let's see. There are two solutions. Release hostages. Hamas would put down the weapons. Open border with Egypt. Hamas would lose the power. Simple as that. Lisa says 14 downvotes. There are no excuses for genocide, Ollie. No justification. When you have lost people like Piers Morgan, you should wake up and smell the coffee. Don't genocide me. You have Hamas savages hiding in this crowd in civilian clothes, which is the most disgusting war crime. So even though this article is literally, the whole thing is like, yeah, these are civilians. They're minors. They don't have weapons. They're not returning enemy fire. There's no reason to think that it's a Hamas militant that's engaging in perfidy and not wearing a uniform. To this person, it's still just Hamas. Every Palestinian is Hamas. Whenever a Hamas bandit dies, they make him a civilian so people like you could shout genocide. Hey, Haaretz, why are you so efficient at criticizing IDF, but you're avoiding to criticize Hamas? All these shootings were for crowd control. That is posing threat. Hamas did the same thing, even much more. They were shooting directly at people. They were publicly executing people that were storming their distribution centers. Where were you then with their articles? But that's the same person, at least. Ay. So, that's fucking insane. Ugh. It's like I know it's bad, but it's like it always somehow manages to be worse than I think it's going to be. Every single additional detail is just like more ghoulish than previously thought imaginable. But either way, if you're watching me on Twitch, you should go ahead and give me a follow if you aren't already, or you should subscribe to me. And you can get access to emotes in my chat, as well as an ad-free experience. If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream so it pushes it out to other people. Subscribe to me if you aren't already so you can know when I go live. If you want to support the stream, you can follow the donation link in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. I'm at straighterite on everything. And I will be back in like 5, you guys, and then we're going to go over Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson. Okay, we're back. This hold on. So 6 hours ago, Brianna Wu tweets out, your view of the IDF changes when you visit Israel and you visit their bases. I mean, I agree, but it should probably go, your opinion should probably be worse, right? When you cheer death, death to the blank, I'm not going to say it 'cause I'm on Twitch. You're really just calling for the slaughter of the only Jewish nation's 20-something children. This is giving like, y'all remember that tweet that was like, this IDF soldier was kidnapped from a fucking tank? Same shit. Like, they're literally just very sweet kids serving their country. They're just like child soldiers, you guys. Okay. Let's get on to fucker Carlson. And, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the most epic crossover of all time. Let's see. So this was uploaded a day ago. Marjorie Taylor Greene, AIPAC, NYC's future mayor, and the warmongers trying to undermine Trump. Of course, it's not Trump's own choices or, you know, decisions that have led to his lack of like positive approval ratings or any of that. It's like other people that have like just led the poor little boy astray. How do I hold on? Why am I there we go. So let's get into it. This was hosted on Tucker Carlson's joint and has 725,000 views practically.
Happened to you, Marjorie Taylor Greene? I was reliably informed that you were a right-wing extremist, and now I'm hearing from Mark Levin and others that you're a liberal.
Yeah, I think that's what they're saying.
So you've gotten pretty liberal?
Why are my settings in my the closed captioning in Arabic? Sorry, there's no closed captioning for this.
No,
you haven't.
No, not one bit.
But you are saying things that I've never heard you say before. Of course, we're in the...
To be fair, it seems like Trump did not want to get involved with Iran. He seemed genuinely pissed about it. Nope, not true. There was an article posted by Reuters, and I will prove it to you by bringing it up. Hold on.
Different moment. We're in a moment where, you know, a lot of things that I'll speak for myself that I had zero interest in.
But I will say that was partially my initial impression. Like, I knew that he knew about it. It just seemed like they had acted before he was comfortable with them doing so, but that wasn't even true.
Never talking about got kind of forced on us because of the wild, unbridled aggression of a few ideologues in Washington. Kind of like you just can't avoid the topic.
Right.
So you are a Republican serving in the House. Really the only issue that all Republicans in the House agree on is that Israel is a priority over the United States. They all agree.
Oh, absolutely. They all agree on that.
But you're now saying that you don't think that's true.
And to be clear, Marjorie Taylor Greene does not take any money from AIPAC. This is not because she gives a fuck about Palestinians. This is not because she's principally anti-war. She is an isolationist that is entirely on board with almost everything that Donald Trump wants to get up to. She has actually voted against sending any aid to Israel. So credit where credit is due on that. However, the only reason why she doesn't take AIPAC money, if you're a Republican and you're not taking AIPAC money, you really are just that much of a fucking anti-Semite because it's just free money. Like, there's no reason to. She doesn't do it because I think that she knows, even if I didn't think that she was a raging anti-Semite, which I do, she has such an anti-Semitic base that if she's taking this, that like AIPAC money, they will always make it an issue for her. They will always bring it up, and she doesn't want to have to fucking deal with that. So that's the only other plausible reason. It's like, okay, so you may not be personally anti-Semitic, but you just pander to the anti-Semites. But I think she is a fucking massive anti-Semite.
No. As a matter of fact, I'm sticking to the campaign promises that I've made from the beginning.
Yes.
America first.
Yep.
That's what I've said.
It's because she's hi, Connor boy. I thought you put she's anti-semantic.
The entire time.
And you meant it, I guess.
I unapologetically mean it.
Yeah.
And apparently that's shocking.
Okay, this is to, who was it? Mimic in chat. This is the what I was thinking of. This Reuters article. The May 13th ultimatum received little attention at the time, but behind the scenes, the president already knew an attack on Iran could be imminent, and that there might be little he could do to stop it, according to 2 U.S. officials. By mid-May, the Pentagon had begun drawing up detailed contingency plans to aid Israel if it followed through on its long-held ambition to strike Iran's nuclear program, the official said. And the U.S. had already diverted thousands of defensive weapons away from war-torn Ukraine toward the Middle East in preparation for a potential conflict, according to a Western source familiar with the matter and a Ukrainian source. So, methinks that he knew. Pentagon was going so far as to prep. I did, like, when he said, like, they don't know what the fuck they were doing. 1, that statement was directed towards Israel and Iran. 2, he was pissed that they had violated the ceasefire that he announced over Truth Social, which was incredibly serious. But yeah, he genuinely was pissed. He was more pissed about that than when he was like, there was an assassination attempt. So that I don't deny. What is this folksy aesthetic? This like Canva ass opening.
This is so interesting, Tucker. Since I've become a member of Congress since 2021, we have voted on 22 resolutions for Israel, 22 of them. All kinds of resolutions, you know, denouncing anti-Semitism, supporting Israel. We voted on 22 of those.
Okay, so she will bitch about this, but she literally supported the strikes on Iran.
Never vote on resolutions proclaiming great things about America or defending certain Americans.
And she wishes we
Americans in general. But we have voted on 22 resolutions in the House defending Israel.
How many of you voted yes on?
I don't know my exact record. The last one...
No clue, but probably most of them, right?
I voted no on. And then the one before that, I voted present because I just started getting sick of it.
Well, that's kind of it. I mean,
Okay, so if you were sick of it, why didn't you just say no? Why'd you vote present? You could have voted no.
I never really...
You don't take any money from AIPAC.
I've always noticed this, certainly in the last, I don't know how many years it's been, a while, where Republicans in the Congress are, always talking about Israel. I'm not against Israel. I've always liked Israel, so I haven't really noticed it. Okay, fine. Love Israel, love any country, whatever. But it feels like something has changed. Like why? And clearly it has for you. What is that thing?
Well, I think...
But nothing has changed. This has always been the relationship the United States has had with Israel and the Israel lobby. This is not anything new. This idea that Tucker is just transparently grifting and lying when he says, I'm waking up to the influence of pro-Israel lobby in America. Gee willikers. Dude, you knew this when you were working at Fox. You knew this from before then.
Here's the situation. It's coming to a point where it's so obvious all the time in everyone's language, the social media posts they put out, the statements that they make. They have to proclaim Israel. They have to proclaim their faith and loyalty in Israel and how they...
and the other thing is that if she were so interested in opposing aid to Israel or whatever, you'd think that she would be strategically allying with the squad, right? But no, she's too busy calling them the Hamas squad, right? Marjorie, Taylor, Greene, Hamas squad. Hamas caucus, that's what it was. On October 18th. No, thank you. Greene rips a liberal squad as the Hamas caucus. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has come up with a new nickname for Congress's Democratic squad, calling them the Hamas caucus after the progressive lawmakers called for, quote, an immediate de-escalation and ceasefire in Israel and occupied Palestine. Isn't that weird that somebody who says that they're, worried about the influence of the Israel lobby in the United States and doesn't take AIPAC, so you're not beholden to them either, still goes out of their way to derail the material attempts that are made by congressional Democratic and progressive representatives to oppose this genocide? You still go out of your way to slander them as anti-Semites?
Israel is our greatest ally, and it's a statement that has to be made over and over and over again to the point it's becoming like, wait a minute, what about our own country? What about our own people? And we have so many problems here in America, and we talk about this all the time. $37 trillion in debt. Just like you and I were speaking before, our kids' generations. My kids are 22, 25, and 27. And our children's generation, they can't afford rent. They can't afford to buy a house. They can't afford insurance. They can't buy a new car. They can't find a good paying job. They're living month to month, paycheck to paycheck, credit card bills stacked up. And they literally look to the future going, how am I ever going going to realize the American dream. And it seems hopeless for them. But then in Congress, everyone is chasing and pursuing and proclaiming their loyalty to a foreign country. And my goodness, I have nothing against Israel. I wish them well. I wish the people of Israel well. I wish Jewish people well. But I also wish every country well. And I want good things for everyone.
So why do you hate Israel so much?
Right?
Yeah.
But, here's what it is. I compare it to, it's like white guilt. We've dealt with white guilt for so many years, and it's...
Has it worked? Has it improved anyone's life?
No. Yeah. No. And this is a similar thing, when in reality, everyone's lives are going to improve here in our country if we just focus on our own country. Yeah. And it's really simple.
One of my children just graduated college, and I was talking to her this morning over coffee. She's got 13 friends she's moving to a major American city with. And I know them all. I know them, for her 4 years in college. Great people. 3 have jobs.
3.
Yeah,
out of
3
13.
out of 13. And it's not, it's like a real college, pretty good college.
Wait, why? What is this stupid anecdote?
She's moving to a talking to her this morning over coffee.
And it's really simple.
One of my children just graduated college, and I was talking to her this morning over coffee. She's got 13 friends she's moving to a major American city with. And I know them all. I know them, for her 4 years in college. Great people. 3 have jobs.
3.
Yeah,
out of
3
13.
out of 13. And it's...
Do you think that they will tie this back to the fact that Trump's unemployment numbers are like not looking good? No, of course not.
It's not, it's like a real college,
Yeah.
Pretty good college and pretty smart kids. Hard to get into for sure. 3 out of 13. And most of them are from, well-to-do family. They'll be fine. Not going to starve to death or anything, but
Right.
that's not good.
No.
Even a broken cuckoo clock makes coherent noises. The thing is, I can't see. I'm glad that they don't send money to Israel or whatever, but I can't take it seriously because she already had to admit, well, I voted, instead of voting against resolutions that I'm telling you now I think were bullshit, I just voted present, and for some of them I even voted yes. The fact that she goes out of her way to derail other efforts that are made by Democrats to attempt to oppose these actions, slanders them as anti-Semites, slanders them as Hamas supporters, and doesn't want to come together to work on solutions, even though Cenk Uygur tells me there's all these anti-war Republicans that are just dying to work with Democrats, but it's the Democrats being unreasonable, but he never talks about stuff like this. Anyway. And then she's also going to turn around and vote for the big, beautiful bill, which is going to be a huge transfer of wealth upwards. That it's hard for me to be yay, we can work together or whatever, when all of those things are happening simultaneously. So yay, continue voting against funding Israel's genocide. I appreciate that. That's important, but it just feels like a huge virtue signal to her anti-Semitic base.
No, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
We are literally failing our children.
Yeah.
And it's unacceptable. And it's opening the door for so many bad things in America. It's opening the door for Americans turning to voices. And
the reason why I say that she is totally fine with this, the strikes on Iran, even though she says, no, I'm not, is because she was in opposition to the JCPOA.
turning to leaders that they should never pay attention to.
Exactly.
And it disgusts me. Honestly, I turned a corner this past weekend where I'd had it. I have been in 4 years. My first 4 years was under the Biden administration. And so everything I blamed on Democrats.
Exactly.
And I was absolutely repulsed and disgusted to what happened to our country over 4 years, just like everyone else. Shocked, angry, and disgusted.
Me too.
And
Okay. So are you going to start criticizing Republicans, or what are we doing here?
obviously, that's why we won in November.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, it was a miracle. I mean, people poured out from all walks of life, all backgrounds, and came out and voted for Trump, voted for Republicans in the House, Republicans in the Senate. So we've been in power for 6 months. And I was so excited in the beginning, thinking there's nothing we can't do, literally nothing we can't do. But 6 months in, there's literally nothing that we can do. And then we ended up bombing a foreign country. And that upset me so much. And I'm allowed to be upset about it. I can stand here and say...
You are allowed?
Well, no, I'm not sure if... not according to Mark Levin and not according to many others, you know, that prioritize another country over our country.
Yeah.
Like, she has a far bigger issue with, like, Ukraine support than she does with Israel, but this is a special episode.
It's interesting. You said a second ago that when people are really frustrated, when the system they live under fails them, they listen to voices that they shouldn't listen.
And just for context, Mark Levin, I think, is like a Fox News host. Where is it? Tucker Carlson versus Mark Levin. Levin and Carlson embody the right's competing forces on foreign policy. Levin wants regime change in Iran. Carlson wants the U.S. to stay out of it. Both men say they are representing the America First MAGA movement. Their weeks-long feud turned especially ugly last week after Israel launched airstrikes in Iran, which in turn pulled out of the scheduled nuclear talks with the U.S. and retaliated with a series of missile strikes. Carlson called on Trump to, quote, drop Israel and, quote, let them fight their own wars, which he would later call Trump and apologize for going too hard on. He branded Levin, Hannity, and Fox patriarch Rupert Murdoch as, quote unquote, warmongers, pushing the president to join the conflict. Levin responded by calling Carlson an anti-Semite and a maggot. Don't really disagree with these criticisms here, even though it's the worst person making them. He dredged up Carlson's past criticism of Trump and questioned the former Fox star's allegiance to the MAGA movement. While Levin's name-calling has been petty, the back and forth has serious impacts. 2 weeks ago, when Trump and Levin dined together at the White House, Carlson caught wind of the meeting and immediately tweeted out a denunciation of Levin, hyperventilating about Iran's nuclear program. Levin's lunch with Trump is a testament to the bombastic radio and TV show hosts' wide influence on the right. Contrary to Carlson's recent claim that, quote, nobody watched Levin's weekend TV show, Levin is actually one of the most popular figures on Fox's weekend lineup and is a regular presence on Hannity's weekday show as well. Hannity threw shade at Carlson on Tuesday night, though not by name, when he said Iran is, quote, the biggest existential threat to the whole entire Western world, and, quote, people can't seem to understand that kind of puzzle me. Wednesday morning, Fox and Friends, another one of the president's cherished shows, also promoted an interventionist point of view. To people who say it's not our fight, host Brian Kilmeade said, you could say that, but you're not paying attention. Since the 1980s, they've been killing Americans. And all these same people are fucking seal clapping for Trump, even though the preliminary intelligence that's coming out from the United States is showing that, no, we didn't destroy their nuclear capabilities. We derailed these diplomatic talks. We allowed Israel to do it. We enabled them to do it. We did the same thing, and it was for what? A few months delays for them getting like some crude nuclear weapon? Then Kilmeade threw to a video clip of Levin's pro-war argument from the night before. I'm not one that wants to get involved in things. I'm not, but we have no choice. They are our enemy, co-host Lawrence Jones says. So he really hates to be doing this. So this is, hold on, where is it? There's two funny things, actually, that I'm noticing just rereading this. Let's see, where is this? There was an article talking about Fox and Friends, in particular, their influence on Trump's thoughts on all of this. Let's see, where is it? This was... Yeah, how Trump shifted on Iran. So this came out June 17, 2025. And if you do Fox... as the night wore on, the Israelis landed a spectacular series of precision strikes against Iranian military leaders and strategic sites. Mr. Trump began to change his mind about his public posture. When he woke on Friday morning, his favorite TV channel, Fox News, was broadcasting wall-to-wall imagery of what it was portraying as Israel's military genius, and Mr. Trump could not resist claiming some credit for himself. In phone calls with reporters, Mr. Trump began hinting that he'd played a bigger behind-the-scenes role in the war than people realized. Privately, he told some confidants that he was now leaning towards a more serious escalation, going along with Israel's earlier request that the United States deliver powerful bunker-busting bombs to destroy Iran's nuclear facility at Fordow. So, this whole, again, Fox and Friends promoting an interventionist point of view, you can draw a line directly from that to how he changed his public posture on it, because he gets his opinions from fucking opinion television and propaganda, for one. Then the other thing is Tucker Carlson apology to Trump. Tucker Carlson's two-word response after Trump's ceasefire deal. Wait, if I do apology, where is this? No, this is why I love AI overviews. Just love it. Where's the clip of Trump saying that he did this? Hold on, I'll find it.
To or wouldn't listen to under any other circumstance. Like, how did Al Sharpton get to be the leader of Black America or whatever? I mean, it's like it's a thing. Mm-hmm. Desperate people tend to go to crappy leaders, I think.
He'll say that with zero self-awareness.
And I just can't get over what happened in our biggest city this week, the very same week that everybody in D.C. is focused thousands of miles away on the greatest threat we face, Iran's nuclear program. I don't want Iran to have the bomb. I'm not pro-Iran,
No,
obviously.
we're not pro-Iran.
Yeah.
Like, why do we have to say it?
No,
But
right.
we do.
It's dumb.
Here's the
But at
disclaimer.
the same time that everybody was looking to Iran, our largest city had a Democratic primary, effectively the mayor's race. And
Here it is.
If you can play the clip of Trump talking about he got a call from Tucker apologizing, and they were going back and forth.
Tucker's a nice guy. He called and apologized the other day because he thought he said things that were a little bit too strong, and I appreciated that. And Ted Cruz is a nice guy. I mean, he's been with me for a long time. I'd say once the race was over, he's been with me ever since, right? But very simple. If they think that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon, then they should oppose me. But nobody thinks it's okay. People that don't want, I don't want to fight either. I'm not looking to fight.
He
But
hates
if
to do
it's a
this.
choice between fighting and them having a nuclear weapon, you have to do what you have to do. Maybe we won't have to fight. Don't forget, we haven't been fighting.
If you can play the clip.
Okay. So this guy, again, who got on his knees and said said sorry to daddy for being too mean, outspoken about his criticisms, is now right back on his podcast just a few days later, trying to pretend like he has some principled stance against this the entire way.
a 32-year-old socialist who wants government-run grocery stores gets elected. He's going to likely run our biggest city.
Yeah. And
in the country.
right, New York.
And it's like, why did that happen? Is it because people are so like desperate for government-run grocery stores, or love socialism, or love like foreign-born midwits running their cities? Probably not.
Mm-mm.
That guy was the only
Foreign-born midwits. I wonder if at any point he will call for him to be deported, like those Republicans in New York did.
person in the New York City mayor's debate to say he wanted to focus on New York City. All the candidates were asked, if you could visit a foreign country, what would it be? And they all, of course, all had an answer. I think most said Israel. Great. And he said, I wouldn't go anywhere. I'd stay in New York. And like, if I want to meet Jewish constituents, I go to their synagogues, their homes or whatever, but I'd be here in New York because that's what I'm doing. I'm running New York. That's my job.
Well, he gave the right answer.
He gave the right answer.
Yeah.
He gave the right answer. At least
Tucker loved grocery stores, Russian grocery stores. True. You know, that was the weakest point for him when he was like fucking embarrassing Ted Cruz. When Ted Cruz was able to flip it back to his fucking Russian propaganda, I cannot believe it took Ted Cruz to remember like that long to remember that he'd done that shit. That was when Tucker started to look really bad.
and he's talking. I totally oppose his program. Just
Absolutely.
To be clear.
Yeah.
I think it works, but he's talking about economics.
Yep.
Yep. Marjorie Taylor Greene posted the Statue of Liberty wearing a burqa. She is a snake. Yeah, that's the thing is that like you will there's two things happening right now. I've noticed. You have some people saying that Zohran Mamdani is about to usher in Sharia law, and then you have other people posting photos of him with his like hot, sexy wife who is uncovered. And these things are supposed to be happening simultaneously at the same time. He's a crazy, insane, far left socialist that's going to do communism in New York City. And his wife is, he's not adhering to traditional religious principles because his wife's uncovered. And then you also have the guy who is a Muslim that's about to do Sharia law. Make it make sense.
And everyone else is talking about foreign policy. Why is it hard to talk about economics, domestic economics?
I don't know. Apparently they don't know how to fix it. Well, look who he was running against. He's looking, I mean, the failed mayor, Andrew Cuomo, look at him. He
Governor,
was
yeah.
Governor, yeah. Discussing sexual, all types of accusations.
Yep.
So he
Again, they will not say a word about Donald Trump's sexual indiscretions and the fact that a judge found him to be credibly accused of rape.
was seen as the dirty establishment
Right.
Democrat,
A
right?
machine politician.
Right,
yeah.
right. That really never solved anyone's problems. They already had him, and they still have the same problems.
Right.
They're still poor. They can't afford life. They can't afford to move up in the world.
Exactly.
And so they looked at Andrew Cuomo and was like, why am I going to vote for him? He's not going to make my life better.
No, it's
and so
totally
they
right.
look at this man who's been in our country for what, 6 years?
Yeah.
6 years. So he's foreign born. He's a socialist, and he's promising to empty the prisons and do all kinds of
Republicans notably hate foreign-born Republican leaders. That's why if you asked her about Arnold Schwarzenegger, she has like a negative opinion of him, right?
crazy things. And he's talking to them on their level. and talking about the problems they are facing, relating to them with the problems they're facing. So these young people have no choice but to turn to this.
I agree.
And it is a failure. It is literally a failure of the Republican Party. I think the Republican Party has completely failed, and it makes me so angry, Tucker. And I can't, I'm not supposed to speak out, right? I'm not supposed to have my own opinion. I'm supposed to just have blind allegiance to my party, and I'm supposed to cheerlead and rah, rah, rah.
Yes, you were part of the MAGA cult.
But that's not why I ran. That's not why I ran for Congress in the first place. I literally ran because I was mad at Republicans.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still mad at Republicans because it is affecting our children's lives and future. And it's our job to hold our elected leaders accountable. It's my job to hold my colleagues accountable. And if we don't fix these problems to the point where young people are turning to crazy socialists, it's going to get worse. It's literally going to get worse, and it'll be gone. I don't think we could ever get it back.
So you walk into my garage, my actual garage, one of the first things you see.
No, I'm scared.
Because it's new. The whole Centurion line is there. Keep your family protected. You'll be glad you did. We are. Well, it's just kind of weird.
What about Elon Musk? Well, he's not a mayor, sweaty, so it's different.
Because Fox News tells us that the real threats are abroad, or they're Iranian sleeper cells in the United States. It seems to me the real threat to the United States is the collapse of its cities, of its population centers, where the most people live. I don't live in a city, don't want to live in a city because they suck.
Yeah.
But in a normal country, I would live in a city, and so would you.
Sure.
Of course. So I don't understand how.
I was like half expecting him to start like sucking off Russia there for a minute.
We spent the last 25 years fighting all these wars, obsessively focused on our enemies abroad, jihadis, or whatever. They're telling us the threat is white supremacists under Biden. And the country has not gotten better.
No.
It's like maintaining the empire has destroyed the republic. It does feel that way.
Oh, 100%. But we have to look at what the struggle we're dealing with. So I think it's very interesting to look at the pattern in place.
Tucker Carlson has only recently come into this revelation in the year of 2025. Apparently, he's only waking up to the fact that, did you know that America is the world police? Did you know that we have intervention in like pretty much every country fucking abroad? Did you know that? I didn't know that. I'm starting to wake up.
2016, America rose up, and I was one of those little people. And we rose up and turned to one man because he was different. On a stage of 17, he was 100% different than the other 16. And he spoke our language and cared about issues. We were like, oh my gosh, we've never heard a politician say this before. So we elected Trump.
Oh my God, he has like a 70 IQ. We've never heard or seen a man make this much of a fool out of himself.
And then President Trump went into his first administration totally unaware of what he was getting into. I mean, who could know? If you're coming from the outside, how could you know how that system works? You can't. I didn't know. And so then President Trump thought, hey, everyone's supporting me now. I won the election. All Republicans.
He's just like us. This billionaire is just like her.
Should get behind me. We're all going for the same thing. But no, they stabbed him in his back. People in his administration were horrible. They threw him under the bus, allowed him to be investigated and accused of horrible things. The people stood with him, but we watched the establishment try to beat him back. Then the election was stolen in 2020. Then January 6th happened. The establishment roared back again and tried to take back the Republican Party, take it back and take control. The people didn't let it happen.
What establishment figures try to take back the Republican Party? What? The Republican Party has been the party of Trump since Trump was elected.
And though the people were like, no, we do not want to go back to the neocon ways. We don't want to go back to the failures of the leadership of the Republican Party. So then we saw what happened. He got more powerful. They were prosecuting him. 34 indictments. They found him.
I wonder what Tucker Carlson defines as a normal country. Homogenous societies in Russia, probably.
Guilty. They tried to kill him twice. They put him in jail, giving him that iconic photo. And then we elected him again, but it's the same thing. You know what's happened? The establishment and the neocons, the ones that tell us that they're America first. Oh, we're not. We're fake MAGA. Fake MAGA. They're the ones that have figured out how to dress up in an America First costume and put on a MAGA hat. And now they speak our language perfectly. They have the dialect down. They know the lingo and they know how to talk like us, but they're not us at all. And I think that's what we saw happen over the past week when we bombed Iran.
Tucker Carlson is elite as fuck. The dude doesn't actually give a shit about anything that MTG says. He thinks she's a trash hick. Oh, yeah? Well, explain why his intro was very, very folksy and showed that he likes country aesthetics. Bet you're embarrassed now.
we saw the whole establishment rear its ugly head, and it's bigger than we could have imagined. And I think it was fully exposed. And to me, I looked at that and I went, wow, it's worse than I thought.
Me too.
Because you want to know something, Tucker? We only have
I, for one, am shocked that the MAGA cult actually followed Trump into striking Iran. Who could have seen this coming? Who could have predicted it? This is the work of we can't blame immigrants because we're talking about the Republican Party. So who did this? The Jews, I guess?
President Trump for a few more years. And in just a few more years, we're going to have to elect another president. Music. And we're going to all have to turn and find a new leader that will share our values and fight for them. That's going to be very hard because we're going to have to fill shoes that are very big, very difficult to fill. And we've had President Trump now for all these years, and so many people are going to be disappointed because you're not going to have another Trump. There's not going to be one.
Fingers crossed.
And I think it's the most dangerous time for people like us that truly serve our country.
There will not ever be another figure like Trump in charge of the United States.
Love our children and want to fix the problem so that their lives can be better. And I think we're going to face a real fight within our party to make sure that that we're pushing the focus to focus on America, focus on our problems, and just let the world do its thing. We can have great trade deals. We can do all these things, but it's going to be very hard to push that system in place because I really think in the past week I realized that that's not who they are. They said it on the campaign trail.
In the past week, Marjorie Taylor Greene has come to the revelation that Republicans lie. They say they are anti-war, and yet they are not actually anti-war. They like to do military interventions and be hawkish with foreign policy. Nobody could have seen this before the last 7 days.
They promised it.
Least of all, Marjorie Taylor Greene, that was setting the stage for this by, again, openly supporting Trump ripping up the JCPOA.
And they got elected, and a whole bunch of others, the talking heads on TV, they all pretended. But in the past week, I was like, nope, it's not real.
Yeah, so the question is, do the people who really do care about the United States give up and leave, the party, the movement, or not? I mean, New York City was built by, hardworking, sober Christian people, and they built this.
He almost said immigrants there. New York was built by hardworking, sober people and Christians. Dude, you know who fucking built New York. You know who lives in New York. You know who majority populates New York. And you don't want to say it's a bunch of immigrants and it's a bunch of Jewish people. That's what you don't want to fucking say. So you have to say it's Christians and it's sober people? What?
Amazing city. And then, of course, they all left because it became chaotic starting in the 60s, and they're all gone. And that's why you get the election results you do. Yeah. They just ran away and they moved to the suburbs or Montana or wherever. They have a tendency, productive people have a tendency to do that. They don't stay and fight. They just I don't want to deal with this. I'm out.
Yeah, they don't have to stay in the fight.
Well, that's true. But do you see that happen with America First? Do you, in 5 years, are people going to be like, when Mark Levin and Laura Loomer built America First with Tom Cotton and Lindsey Graham.
Right.
Tucker Carlson goes so far as to credit Laura Loomer with helping build the America First movement. Dude, I gotta never fucking forget that. You credit an absolute fucking moron from Florida. An insane woman who literally looks like a purge mask with starting America First. That is so not Donald Trump, not like Reagan, fucking Laura Loomer. Okay. I won't be forgetting that one.
The heroes of the movement.
Right.
The Soviets redefined the Bolshevik Revolution to make, Stalin the head of it.
Oh, totally.
You know what I mean?
Laura Loomer is America First.
Right.
Except Israel first.
But is that going to happen? Do you think that people who really think that we need a government that focuses on the country it represents, will those people stick around and say, no, I'm sorry, you can't?
He's trolling. No, I don't think he is. I mean, she just said that, but I don't think that he's fucking around. I think he's trying to say she's not truly America First or whatever. But when did she start being active? Laura Loomer. She has a Wikipedia page. Maybe it was trolling. I did not get the impression that he was saying that. I thought the troll was not that she didn't really start it. The troll was that she's openly opposing the things that she purports to stand for. So she's not real America First or whatever. But now I can't. Now I'm unsure. Now I don't know. like in 2015. She's been active since 2015 doing this shit. And she is close to him. Like, there was evidence, like in an early, by September 2024, some Trump supporters and others had expressed concerns about Loomer's continuing presence around and influence on Trump. She was anti-Sharia law. She did like Project Veritas shit with James O'Keefe, which is literally just like a right-wing propaganda. She came in during the alt-right era. Like, she was there from the beginning. Weird.
I can see through your skin suit. I know who you are. This is all fake. You can't use my government, my military to prosecute these silly sectarian wars anymore.
Right. I don't know. I'm going to be really honest. I don't know. I think it goes one of two ways.
They can kick you out, then I think we'll know the answer.
Oh, for sure. They would love to. They're already trying to.
It's like, you can't do that. Did I support any of the efforts to oppose Trump from doing this? No. I actually apologize for Trump, but also you can't do that. No, don't bomb Iran. No. Please don't.
I had 3 reporters, literally. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. 3 reporters, one from Punchbowl, one from Axios.
Remember when she handcuffed herself to the front doors at Twitter, but she didn't do both doors so the employees could simply just open the opposite one? No, I don't remember this.
And one from the Wall Street Journal. And I know who they're connected to people. And they came and they were asking me the same stupid questions, trying to make this like she's betrayed Trump. She's broken up with Trump. She's turned her back.
They're like laughing at this mentality, but this is the same mentality that they literally push surrounding Trump on every single fucking issue. If you don't agree with Donald Trump on literally everything that he says and does and praise him for everything, you are against him by definition.
Him, which couldn't be further from the truth, but they're setting the stage because they want these headlines, right?
So the Wall Street Journal is now kind of looking out for Trump.
Oh, totally. Yeah, the Wall Street.
Just enforcing loyalty in the Trump ranks.
Yes. Yeah. And Punchbowl, obviously. And
they're very concerned.
Yeah. And
I don't want to see any leaking or disloyalty against Donald Trump.
Those are MAGA publications, let me tell you.
This is too funny. It's too unbelievable.
But it's so predictable.
I know. But I do think and one of the reasons I'm so grateful that you flew all the way from your
He is so red in this
real job to come see us is that I think it's important to know whether you're going to fight for the movement that you've been in since 2016 and are really identified with. I mean, when you got to Congress, you were so for Trump and his ideas that your own party tried to expel you from the Congress.
Exactly.
Okay, let's say this. Far-right activist Laura Loomer handcuffed to Twitter's NYC building. Police removed her. Twitter banned Loomer a week ago after she tweeted that Congresswoman-elect Ilhan Omar was anti-Jewish and pro-Sharia law. Didn't she also spread the rumor that she'd like married her brother? The video stream showed Loomer wearing on her chest a yellow Star of David, which is Jewish, such as many European Jews were forced to wear during the Holocaust, and a sweatshirt that read on the back, #StopTheBias. Twitter closed the conservative Firebrand's account a week ago after she posted a tweet criticizing Minnesota Rep. Elect Ilhan Omar, a Democrat, and her Muslim faith, calling Omar anti-Jewish and pro-Sharia law. At one point Thursday, Loomer yelled through the doors of Twitter's building, telling its employees that they worked for an evil company. She also yelled to a group of people who stood across the street, "They don't want you guys to know the truth. I'm not going to stand by as people like Jack Dorsey and Mark Zuckerberg try to silence the voices of millions of conservatives," Loomer said. She asserted that Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey banned her as a Jewish conservative journalist, a phrase she repeatedly yelled while chained to a building. These people are the same ones that hate identity politics, by the way. The ones that make a fool out of themselves. And like literally making themselves the victim by sewing on a Star of David to themselves. Cuffing themselves to one door, not entirely. She was asked to uncuff herself. She wouldn't do it. He had no idea who Loomer was. No, I don't want to see your fucking thing. Hold on. Just want to see this post. How do I see this? It's so weird.
Literally.
They hated Trump.
Oh, they still hate him. serve with so many people that hate his guts, hate him.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And I have argued with them so many times. I'm like, I love him. I love the man. I don't care about his flaws, whatever. I love him.
Yeah.
I love his fight.
Yes.
I love his passion. I love the fact that you cannot beat him. He will beat
Remember when 2 seconds ago they were like, we're not in a cult?
anybody, and he will not give up. And that's what I love about President Trump.
Yeah.
But I serve with people that hate him. And right now, they're having to do the dance. They have to play the game.
Oh my God. Okay, here it is. Do people remember when Laura Loomer handcuffed herself to the door of Twitter's NYHQ to protest being banned, but it was a double door and she was only linked to one of them so people could just walk right past her? How did I miss this? Usually I know lore about these like weirdos.
Game. They have to say the words, and they're all pretending. They're literally pretending, and they can't wait. To them right now, President Trump is a speed bump. They just have to get past that speed bump and then they will. It's only a few years away. They just have to play the game long enough and do the deed and not get a Truth Social put out on them,
right,
or have him, primary them or
Hey, STV Philly. We're watching Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson jerk each other off over how much they love Trump and hate Jews.
Endorse an opponent against them. They have to do that. And then after that, it's going to be back to business as usual. Because you wouldn't believe it. Like the bills that we're putting together, the lobbyists that are coming in, tucking in what they want, big donors. Oh my goodness, the donors that came on board in this last election, new donors, totally different donors than we've ever had before. These big,
Is she going to talk about Miriam Adelson? This is also what Candace Owens brings up. Like, this wasn't fucking... One, this is not true that these are new donors. And two, that it was like a shock that Trump would be like the biggest ally in the world to Bibi.
Like the AI tech bros, cryptos come around. There's a whole circle of donors that have all come around. Those aren't the only ones.
Marjorie Taylor Greene calls out the abundance movement.
And you always have
an exclusive for Tucker Carlson.
Military industrial complex.
Yeah.
All of them have come around and they're demanding their little things. And that's what they have all tried to tuck into the one big beautiful bill. So it's business as usual in Washington.
It's always been that way to some extent, of course. Always. What I find different from what I thought it was anyway is this.
Was this Tucker's demonic visit that he spoke about? I looked into that a few months ago. I did not even know. I didn't know about that either. So I missed the Laura Loomer thing about her handcuffing herself to one door. But I also missed that he's claimed to be attacked by a demon in a conservative documentary. And he says it couldn't have been one of the three dogs that sleeps with him in his bed alongside of his wife, because the dogs are light sleepers or something. So that's supposed to make you think it's not the dogs, not that the dogs woke up and scratched him.
Is this obsessive love of violence.
Mm-hmm.
That, like Tom Cotton, you could have dinner with him and disagree on anything. But if you raise a voice against bombing people, like Tom Cotton is upset. Like he wants to be able to kill people, period.
Yeah, I know a lot of my colleagues want to kill people.
What is that?
I think it's a darkness. We're a country. Think about our culture. Ever since I was a little kid, we had movies that we saw movies where Russia's the bad guy and the hero in the story defeats the bad Russian, or there's a war movie where
Is she calling out Ruskophobia in media, or like poor representations of Slavs and like Polish people? What?
Defeat Russia or China.
Is she gonna say now Russia's the good guy or what?
It's whoever the bad guy is.
Yes.
And then the movies where we had war movies of defeating Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, all these movies, and we've grown up with Hollywood telling us who the foreign bad guys are.
Yes.
And making these people are complete.
Okay, so we're literally just doing the whole Jews run Hollywood. Awesome.
Enemies and never humanizing them. And so yes, and there's just this obsession with war and killing and murder.
Yes.
And that is sick. It's sick that America is cheering that we bombed another country.
I thought Hollywood was woke. LMAO. Oh, they are. They're woke, and also they demonize Russia. But whatever about the finer point, she just wants you to know that it's the Jews behind it, right?
Now,
that's why that explains Trump's behavior. It's them who dragged him into this conflict. Definitely wasn't his own doing or support for Bibi.
Okay, let's look at that. Yes, Iran.
She's also 2 seconds away from being we need to get violence out of video games.
They sponsor terrorism. They have killed our military. But our military never belonged over in the Middle East in the first place. I'll argue that all day long. But however, when people that hold power in Washington, D.C., like I do, but everyone I work with is just over the top excited that we may be going to war to kill people. They never think about the innocent people, or they don't care about the innocent people.
Oh my
It makes
God.
you feel powerful. What do you think of when you think of
What the fuck? Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene has like so much concern for civilians. Don't people know war is hell? Can't we all just get along? I'm a dove. I'm definitely not interventionist.
free right now?
Sorry, it's like, okay, I will support every single, I will not support any diplomatic efforts. I will derail any attempts to actually put constraints and hold these other countries to account for their war crimes, to have like accountability with respect to like weapons transfers and stuff. I will oppose the JCPOA, but at the last second, I'm not going to like actually transfer the money or whatever. I will just help set the stage to make it so Republicans favor reaching for those options. And then I also know that every single Republican except her and like Thomas Massey are going to support it anyway, so it gets through. Then I'm going to go on Tucker Carlson and virtue signal how I hate all of this. I really, really do.
At hallowed.com/Tucker. I have noticed there's a connection between the internal weakness in
Yeah, he has like Trump level like bad posture.
a person and enthusiasm for killing. So I've always wondered, like, why is it the people with the weirdest, most unhappy personal lives? And I'm really trying not to be mean, so I'm going to like not use names, but boy, I know a lot of them just living there my whole life. They're the most enthusiastic about exerting force on other people, including like children and villagers and stuff. It's like really dark, but it makes them feel powerful. Like you almost never see a strong man get excited about killing.
No.
You see strong men who kill, but they always have mixed feelings about it. I had to do it, but
Yeah.
It's so funny that they're like talking about this in the context of like opposing like Israel and Iran like intervention when they're literally describing shooting and crying. This is like a Hebrew expression used to describe books, films, or other forms of media that portray soldiers expressing remorse for actions they undertook during their service. It has often been associated with a practice that some former IDF soldiers follow.
Or were ordered to do it.
ordered to do it.
I met just this morning with one of my counties. They came up to visit me, and so we had this great breakfast and met with everybody.
He's
there.
like, real people, when they support military actions, they at least pretend to feel bad.
And two different groups that were in the big group were veterans groups.
Real men.
And they were literally telling me this morning about how many veterans they are working with that live with the horrors in their mind of what they did, kicking in doors, going into some family's home, searching for enemies and terrorists. And, some of them killed the father of the family in front of their children. These are the horrors that our brothers, cousins, uncles, fathers.
Wait, what? You just described knowing somebody who's killed the father of, like, in front of their kids? What?
Fathers, friends live with for the rest of their life, and they cannot function.
Like 2 seconds ago, she said, I'm really, really anti-war. How come nobody thinks of the civilians and then is not questioning the testimony of somebody that was like, yeah, I straight up murked somebody's father, some kid's father right in front of them? Like, what's up, man?
They cannot have a normal life. Their marriages fall apart. They turn to drugs and alcoholism. They can't keep a job. And this is what it has done to them. So, Tucker, I totally agree with you. I don't know what is wrong with America that anybody cheers that on.
The two issues that people are completely unreasonable about, literally unreasonable, reason doesn't enter into it. It's just such strong emotion that it'll end friendships or start friendships. All of a sudden, you have Bill Krystal praising the Trump administration. Are war and abortion.
Yeah.
And it's the power that people feel when they kill is I think it's the most alluring power there is. More powerful than sex, more powerful than money. Being able to take a life makes you feel like God. And for a lot of people, like Lindsey Graham, it compensates for a hollowness inside, a lack of a successful life, no family, et cetera, whatever. I don't want to be Freud here, but it's the...
Oh my God. The way he's like calling out Lindsey Graham for like clearly being like a closeted gay Republican. Shameless.
weakest people who are the most excited
Friendly fire.
to take a life.
Tucker Carlson says he doesn't like war yet. You just witnessed an act of friendly fire, folks. Explain it. Make it make sense.
I just can't get past
I
it.
think that's accurate. Yes, I would say that's accurate. I would just also say, what is wrong with our culture? How did we get to this place? Because honestly, okay, it doesn't matter what country it is in the world. Those people are responsible for their government. If they want to tear it down, they will tear it down. I mean, that's a historical fact. Any group of people, if they hate their government enough, they will tear it down. So if if those people want to tear down their government, God bless them, let them do it. But it's not our job to do it. Now, Israel wants it to be our job.
Of course.
They want regime change.
Yep.
And that is their goal. And that's why we're seeing propaganda back on the news that now Iran is months away from having a nuclear weapon, rebuilding their program and having a nuclear weapon, because we have to go right back to it. They've been saying that since the 1990s. So they have to say it again over and over and over again. But that's what they want. And they want America to be drug into it. I got to tell you, it was the coolest thing this past week when I took a really hard stance and I said, I'm totally against this. This is literally what we campaigned on not doing. And here we're doing the thing we said we wouldn't do. Like, why are we doing the thing we said we wouldn't do?
Oh, shut up, Marjorie. Just go along with it.
That's what I was told.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
I bet you were.
Literally, shut up, Marjorie. I get that a lot.
Oh my God, they're such fucking vultures, man.
But
like these two jackals laughing together at each other's like contrived like jokes and grievances.
No, this was so crazy to me. We're doing the thing that we said we wouldn't do. And when I spoke out against it, it was like just what you described. Two sides raging on the issue.
Yes.
The one side that was like, yes, we will defend Israel. We will defend them no matter what, against anyone. We'll send our children to die for them. We'll take all the nuclear bombs upon ourselves before we let anything happen to Israel. So we had that whole side. And war.
What is that?
I don't know. I don't know. And then we had the whole other side, which was all these people that came out of the woodwork from all over the place. Democrats, liberals, progressives, Republicans, MAGA, America First, flooding in. And it was an all range of things. As you know, the MAGA and America First people was like, I agree with MTG. She's right. And then you've got the people on the left are going, oh my God, what is happening to me? This is the end of the world. I'm agreeing with MTG. Like they're doing mental gymnastics because they're agreeing with me. And it was hilarious.
I know, but you'll never actually build a road with any of these people. Build a bridge with any of these people. You'll still continue to demonize them, and they are calling your bluff.
But they're flooding my office with phone calls agreeing with me. And I'm sitting here going, hey, Republicans, remember we said we weren't going to do this? Imagine how much support we could have if we stuck with it. Like if we actually stuck with what we said and actually meant it, because now there's a lot of people that feel betrayed that we didn't stick with that.
I know.
And that's not what President Trump
Where
wants.
do you begin to deconstruct this? It's like, I don't even know how to like start any of it. There are moments of like, I could drag this out to like so many different things of like, this like completely fake, wide-eyed naivete at like, what has the Republican Party become when it's always been this way? She knows it's always been this way. She supports the efforts that help keep it this way. And then at the last second, veers off course and says she's uncomfortable with the consequences and natural conclusion of her actions.
Absolutely, that's not what he wants. You know,
also these people love it. These people love being the lone voice that is constantly railing against the establishment, getting the most amount of attention at all times. So she pretends to be upset that like, how come Republicans aren't really America first? But you don't actually want that, Marjorie Taylor Greene, because then you wouldn't be the most specialist Republican, right? You wouldn't be the one getting the most amount of media attention, right? So if you actually got what you wanted, you'd be pissed.
And I have to give him all the praise and credit. He bombed them and then he pulled out. Mm-hmm. Thank God. And I loved it when he dropped the F-bomb talking to the press and he was like, both of them have gone crazy. I was like, inject this in my veins right now. This is exactly what I want to hear. But it was the two major reactions that blew my mind. Absolutely blew my mind.
I'm not entirely surprised. I've seen that. It is a kind of weird feeling to be praised by people you disagree with on everything or think you disagree with them. Like, who knows? I don't know. Everything is kind of up for grabs. I'm against killing people.
Yeah.
Innocence. I'm just opposed. I'm totally opposed to abortion. The
idea that he's pretending that he has any common ground or like to find with who, like liberals, leftists, you don't. They'll never, it's like always this abstract, like they're talking about users on X. They're talking about people in their YouTube comment section. They will never say, I'm agreeing with like AOC. I'm agreeing with Bernie Sanders. I'm agreeing with Ro Khanna. They'll do anything to fucking avoid having to actually say which Democrats they support, which policies they support, because then there starts to be mounting pressure for other Republicans to actually get on board with the legislation. And he's not going to do that. He knows who butters his bread, and he knows who cuts his checks and pays him. So it has to be like, wow, can't believe all of these people. I'm agreeing with people that I usually disagree with. He keeps it very, very abstract because he does not want to have to actually force any Republican to get on board with anything a Democrat is doing. Because again, they do not want to do the things that they're saying and virtue signaling in this video that they say they want to do.
I think euthanasia is one of the worst most evil things I can think of.
Me too, I agree.
And I think wars of choice are really evil. That's my view.
Yep.
But what's interesting, and I feel that instinctively, but I also feel like theologically that's correct. I guess, like, what do I know? But I feel it.
MTG is fake as fuck. LOL. She cheated on her husband more than once. Didn't she also like get divorced and leave her husband for her like CrossFit instructor? My announcement on Twitter for this stream today was that gif of her doing those really, really bad, like, I don't even know what you would call the fucking motion. And it made me think of that.
But you represent a district in Georgia that's very heavily Protestant Christian.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Protestant Christian, like you are too.
Yep.
And there is a feeling among a lot of Protestant Christians, non-mainline, what we call evangelicals, I guess is the...
Like this. What do you even call this? This is her, by the way. This is like an old like video of her.
Term they use, that we have a moral obligation to support the secular government of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
That God tells us that we have to fight these wars for the secular government of Israel, not for the ancient nation of Israel or the Jewish people, but for the secular government.
That supports abortion and supports LGBTQ.
Yeah, the real issue with the state of Israel is that they're too secular, you guys.
And trans and
personally, that's what I always seek to bring up when there's a conversation about Israel. It's like I really just don't like how, despite being the Jewish state, that's really a name only because they're not truly religious. They're more secular, y'all.
Two questions. One, what kind of reaction have you gotten from those voters? Many of whom are like some of the best people I know. I just want to say,
they're great.
They're great, and they're all your fans. But what kind of reaction have you gotten from them? And second, where does that come from, that belief?
Mm-hmm. I'm sure some of them are mad at me right now. I can totally expect that and understand it. And I'm sure we'll work it out. That's something I do know. I don't know where it comes from. I think, to me, what I've witnessed, just, from my opinion, it is embedded in our education system. We're taught all these things. We're, of course, taught about the Holocaust, taught about the nation of Israel. It's embedded in our education, but it's also embedded in church. It's embedded in church, and they take that verse back in, I guess it's Genesis
12.
Genesis 12, bless those who bless you, and I will curse those who curse you.
Yeah, I checked the other day because I had this interesting conversation with Ted Cruz.
Tucker must not hate mocking her like he did Cruz. No, because they've come together to virtue signal that they're actually opposed to everything that Trump's doing, even though at the time that this was released, it's already been outed that Tucker Carlson literally called Trump to personally apologize for going too hard, criticizing him publicly, even though he was making sure every other sentence when he was at his peak of like how hard he was going to say how much he loved Trump, even when he was going against like Ted Cruz. The one point of agreement that they had still was just how much they fucking worshiped Donald J. Trump.
Who said his theology was based on that verse. He had no idea where in the Bible it was and couldn't describe what it meant. But that's his theology. Mm-hmm. Try not to be disrespectful, though I have no respect for it, I just want to say. But anyway, I looked at in my Bible, I checked two different translations.
He's such a fucking petty bitch, man. He's so passive aggressive.
There's no word Israel in there. I don't know enough to know what he's really talking about, but
right.
But that's very common.
Although I do want to show that moment or whatever where he like absolutely fucking demolishes Ted Cruz on that stupid point. I don't even know why Ted Cruz attempted to like cite the Bible and do this. He like embarrassed himself. Why is this in fucking Arabic? I don't understand. And this is in Russian. So I can't even find, I don't understand. Why is this happening to me? Let's see. Is there like a Bible thing? I'm trying to find it here.
Just want to be clear about why we're doing this.
All right, so, and let's get into Iran momentarily, but You suggested it was a strange thing that I said a minute ago, that when I came into the Senate, I resolved that I was going to be the leading defender of Israel. And what you didn't ask is why. So let me tell you why.
No, you said I was obsessed with Israel, and you had just told me that like your driving motive to get to the Senate was to defend Israel. I'm like, I don't think I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel.
Okay,
I don't even think about Israel.
Tucker, words matter. And you know that. I said I resolved to be the leading defender of Israel, and you said your driving motive, the reason you're in the Senate.
You want to be the leading defender of Israel. I would think if I ran for Senate, I'd be like, there are people dying of drug ODs on the street.
My driving motive is to fight for Texas and America, and to fight for jobs, and to fight for the Constitution. And you.
I can't remember. I think earlier at this point, he already said that one of the things that he campaigned on when he first got elected to the U.S. Senate was saying that he was going to be like the #1 defender of the nation of Israel.
Made a very, very careful word game of eliding.
You're the one who said it, not me.
So you still haven't asked why, but I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
And the reason is twofold. Number one, as a Christian, growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of it, says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my... You pull out the phone and use the Google.
It's in Genesis. But so you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it, and you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology? I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two...
Hold on.
I'm not holding on.
Hold on. You're a senator.
Yeah, the Bible was referring to Bibi Netanyahu's Likud government and like the state of the actual nation state of Israel when it was referring to the lands of Israel.
You're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But hold on, define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what...
He was like trying so hard during all of this to get him on like anti-Semitism, which I think he is for the most part. I feel like his real shtick is white nationalism, but that's obviously not inconsistent or mutually exclusive with anti-Semitism, but...
Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
So is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
the descendants
God's
of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator.
Yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu's in the Bible, you guys.
It's a democratic country that elected.
But he's the prime minister,
right?
What?
But just like America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually, the American people elect.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Oh, this like stupid semantic point that he tried to get him on, that he was like insinuating that he's like a dictator when he wasn't doing that. What? Fuck off, Ted Cruz. Ugh. Jumping off Ted Cruz to Marjorie Taylor Greene. That is like from one jump scare to another.
And for kids in Sunday school to be taught.
It's used in Sunday school, and it's used in Bible studies, and it's related to the end times. Mm-hmm. I've done those Bible study groups. It is very much tied into Revelation.
That was great. I covered it. If you want to see my full reaction to this, you can go on my YouTube and look at my like VODs tab or whatever. I went through that whole conversation.
And they walk all the way through. They tie it in with the covenant. They tie it in all the way. And look, I'm not going to pretend I'm a Bible scholar. I'm not going to pretend that I know everything. As a matter of fact, I'll sit way back in the back. I know who I am. I know I'm a sinner, and I'm not going to try to tell anybody what they should believe. But I've read my Bible. I grew up Catholic, and then I didn't like the pedophile priest issue, didn't want to raise my children in that. So I left the church, and I'm just a Christian, just a simple Christian. And I've read my Bible. And the one thing I know is it says a lot of other things in there. It says, do not murder. That's pretty important.
Sure does.
Yeah.
Someone hits you in the face, turn the other cheek. If someone takes your cloak, give them the rest of your clothes. I mean, it's like, that's from Jesus. So Christians care above all what Jesus says, I think.
I do.
Imagine flexing you don't understand the book that's at the core of your supposed religion, LMFAO. Well, she's more, she's actually, that's probably the most honest thing that she's said so far. I don't really understand the Bible.
If you're a young person working for a big... So,
how have we gotten to the point where you
nicotine pouch out there?
to shill his
How have
offerings
we gotten to
in.
the point where you have sincere Christians who I think I probably agree with on everything, on certainly most things, who people I love would be delighted to have dinner with. I mean, no disrespect at all to them. But how do we get to a point where good people like that are making the case that Jesus wants more bombing? What is that?
Well, also look at Jesus himself, he was persecuted in his lifetime.
But you already said you're basically fine with military action so long as the people doing it feel bad about it earlier in this conversation.
By the leaders of Israel, the leaders at the temple. He was persecuted by his own people's leaders. And that's something to recognize. And all of the prophets throughout the Old Testament, who were they persecuted and killed by? The leaders of their day. It's throughout the entire Bible. So it's not uncommon that this would be happening. And here's what I find interesting. I don't think, America, if you've read Revelations, is not in Revelations.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to talk about that. And we need to say, why is America not in Revelations? And I think we could come up with all kinds of theories, but I know for a fact it's not in there.
There's actually a lack of religious conversations going on in right-wing media.
Because I've read that part too.
Yeah, I don't think John was aware in his cave on Patmos of the United States of America.
Well, and when he was given that entire vision and shown all of that, he wasn't shown America. So there's a clear reason, we don't know why, but I think back to this story is Americans have been taught that they have to do whatever Israel says. And it's the secular government of Israel. The secular government should not be telling Christians in America what they should and shouldn't do with their tax dollars, with their military.
Also, this emphasis on the secular government of Israel, Israel isn't filled with a bunch of far-right, hyper-religious fanatics. This emphasis on, you are in a secular country, Marjorie Taylor Greene. You are currently in a country that is secular. It is not a Christian nation. There is separation between church and state. It's not as much as there should be. It's not enforced in the way it's supposed to be, but it is nominally a secular nation. But she makes it sound like the issue that she has with Israel is that they're not overtly religious enough, which is again so stupid because ever since Ariel Sharon, that has been a mainstream opinion within far right religious Judeo-fascists basically are shaping the government of Israel today.
And with who their allegiance should go to.
Boy, I got a lecture on Christian theology the other day from David Friedman, the former Trump ambassador to Israel. And I was not against David Friedman, seemed smart, but seemed a little much to be giving me a lecture about Christian theology.
Well, and also here's something else we have to recognize with people that are mad at me or mad at you about saying these things. They need to think about this too, is hey, we all live in this house. It's called the United States of America. This is our house. And if we are giving our full allegiance to another foreign country who doesn't pay our taxes, will not pay off our debt, did not come and defend our southern border when it was invaded for 4 years straight, when its prime minister, Netanyahu, was the first to congratulate Joe Biden being president of the United States. He was the first foreign leader. I don't understand.
A country that has longstanding military ties to China.
Yeah, there's that.
Which runs the port of Haifa. I'm not attacking. Look, Israel's doing what it thinks it needs to do. I just want to say for the 50th time, I'm not especially mad at Israel.
Not mad at Israel.
Mad at our leaders who don't seem to care about the United States. I think that's it.
And that's the problem. And that's where we are. We have this house. It's our house, the United States of America. And our elected leaders are not fully focused on our house and our problem with our children and their future. And that's why we are opening the door wide open to foreigners that have moved to the United States of America and profess insane socialist and communist views. And they are going to get elected. There's another one running against Nancy Pelosi.
Zohran Mamdani is the product of open borders policies by the Democrats.
AOC's,
even though he's been here since he was 7 years old because he was born in South Africa, I believe, or was it Uganda? He was born in Uganda, raised in South Africa for the most part, came to the United States at 7 years old, didn't become a naturalized U.S. citizen until maybe 5-7 years ago because that's how fucking broken our immigration system is. Thank you, Bad Enchilada, for subscribing with Prime, and if anybody else wants to join them, you too, dear viewer, can get access to emotes and an ad-free experience. Or if you want to gift a sub, you can also share the love of free emotes and ad-free experiences in my chat if you're feeling that generous.
Former campaign manager and chief of staff And he sounds just like that mayor in New York. And he is a Democrat primarying Nancy Pelosi. So this whole thing is the left is going to go in a whole nother direction because Republicans.
Again, she is saying in one breath, far left socialist communist that was imported from a different country. But she was literally tweeting out a photo of the Statue of Liberty with a fucking burqa on. Give you my Hassan Twitch sub, LOL. I appreciate that. He doesn't need it. He's a millionaire. He has like a bunch. I need it more. So I appreciate that.
Who professed America first are not solving the problems for our house.
Right. And Republicans refuse to talk about economics, like actual economics, not bullshit economics, GDP and tax cuts, but actually like it's too expensive for my kids to buy a house. What are you doing about that?
Right.
And the answer is absolutely nothing. Other than yelling, you're a socialist.
And what are you doing about that? You're just complaining about it. But will you actually put your money where your mouth is? He is an insanely rich media figure. He could absolutely put money into races and primary these motherfuckers and these Republicans that won't help raise the minimum wage. But he's not going to do it. It's just a virtue signal.
I'm not insecure about being a socialist. I don't really care what people call me. But that is a much bigger problem than anything Iran is cooking up in its centrifuges, as far as I'm concerned. Certainly a bigger problem for everyone I know. My kids can't buy a house. Therefore, they can't get married and have kids.
Right. So think about this. Last week, our kids were just thinking about, I can't afford to buy a house. Where am I going to get a good job? All my friends can't find a good job. A lot of young women that are conservative are like, where am I going to find a good man? A lot of conservative young men are like, where can I find?
A lot of young women that are conservative are asking Marjorie Taylor Greene where they're going to be able to find like a husband.
A decent young woman to marry, because many of them are insane, have turned leftward, so far left.
Yeah.
So last week,
37 sexual partners, which, sorry, people just aren't into it. You know, who's into that? It's
not I. So there's all the, but think.
This bitch saying that she's not into that many. Okay. Has Marjorie Taylor Greene had sex with 37 people? I don't fucking know. Here's what I do know. You fucking cheated on your husband and you left him for another man. This is a Christian woman, by the way.
Think about it. Last week, they were thinking about all their other problems that they already have, but they weren't thinking about, do I have to worry about a terrorist attack happening here in the United States? Yeah. Fast forward to this week, now it's like, oh my gosh, not only is life unaffordable and all these unknowns and all these problems I have and my credit card debt is, my credit cards are maxed out and I can't go on vacation and I want to go with my friends and I want to go to this concert, but I can't afford it. But now they have to think about, oh, if I do go to that concert, there could be a terrorist attack because we bombed Iran. It's like a whole nother set of problems.
Yeah.
And so, of course, when this guy that's running for mayor of New York City, iconic New York City, is talking to New Yorkers, and he says on the debate stage, when he's asked, what foreign country do you want to go visit? And the rest of them are saying Israel. And he says, I don't want to go. I just want to stay here in New York. Of course, they're going to listen to him.
Okay, she is trying to put this emphasis on like these specific moments, which I do think endeared voters to him. Don't get me wrong. But I would be lying if I said that the reason why Zohran was able to get so much support and bring out non-voters to win in the Democratic primary is because of his anti-Israel positions. No, that's not it. That's not it. It was mostly and primarily because of his economic platform. They're trying to make it sound like, oh, it's because of that. No, it was honestly in spite of that. It was honestly just showing that like, oh, look, you can hold these positions. You can be pro-Palestine. You can be anti-Israel by these people's definition, which is literally just criticizing Israel and existing as a Muslim man. And you can apparently not be disqualified from winning the Democratic primary anymore in a city that has a huge Jewish population, immigrant population, which people previously thought, oh no, you have to toe this particular line on Israel because of their demographics in New York City. But it's not true.
Yeah, I listen to him and I don't want to be mayor of New York at all. I think it's so important that someone responsible and reasonable and American runs New York. But I guess in general, I resent importing foreign conflicts into our country, ancient race hatreds, religious, ethnic hatreds. What does that have to do with us? And I feel like we've definitely wholesale imported that. I get texts all the time from, some people I like, but, Pakistani, Indian, Bangladeshi telling me about some fight in US or Canada between different Muslim or Hindu groups. And I'm not against any of them. I like them all. I'm not.
Sure.
But what does that have to do with North America?
Nothing.
So why did other countries don't put up with that? You try that in the UAE.
Yeah.
This happened. You're some Pakistani worker building office buildings in the Gulf and you like have a march through downtown Abu Dhabi saying, I'm mad at India. They're like, you're out on the first flight.
Right.
Back to Lahore.
Burning their flag.
Yeah, nothing
burning their
personal.
Yeah. If you're out there burning their Indian flag, I'd love to see what happens to you. Yeah.
Well, the attitude of the Emirati government is that has nothing to do. Don't bring that shit here.
Right.
Even if we're on your side. I mean, you know what I mean?
Right. Yes. 100%.
Yeah.
But okay, so in Congress, we have, I think it's 32 members of Congress are foreign born, not born in the United States.
Really?
32. I serve with them. 32.
Okay, so your point. That's completely constitutional.
Well, I was surprised to learn that Ted Cruz is not American.
I mean, I understand, like, I shouldn't pretend to be, like, naive or whatever. I understand, to this audience, that can be taken as read as just a inherently bad thing. But this is the party that pretends to care about the Constitution, America, or whatever, when it's like, no. Again, she is insinuating that this country is not a secular country. Like, just admit you would be fine with Sharia law as long as it were, like, Christian. You want, like, Christian Sharia law. So you'll turn around and you'll do your vice signaling posts about with a fucking AI picture of a burqa over the Statue of Liberty. But that really is the world that Marjorie Taylor Greene wants. You just want it with Christian values. That's the only difference.
He's like a secret Canadian?
He's from Canada, not Texas.
Oh.
Yeah.
So Canada, does it border Texas?
Yes, the Ted Cruz birtherism, baby. I'm here for it. I am here for the Republicans calling this out. Ted Cruz he was born like on an American base in Canada, but he also had Canada citizenship, dual citizenship, because he didn't, and I don't think he even realized it until, let me see, Ted Cruz, who again fucking supports eliminating birthright citizenship. Go away. Ted Cruz supports end to birthright citizenship, but sees it open question if Trump has that power. Which, again, this article is from 2018, and it is strangely relevant again now, unfortunately. But Ted Cruz, Canada. Is Ted Cruz allowed to run since he was born in Canada? This is March 23rd, 2015. There will be a question from some about Texas Senator Ted Cruz's eligibility to run for president. That's because even though Cruz grew up in Texas, he was born in Canada. He renounced his Canadian citizenship in 2013. Democrats are sure to remind voters of Cruz's Canadian birth, since some on the right have questioned where President Obama was born. The president is a native of Hawaii. The U.S. Constitution says presidential candidates have to be, quote, natural-born citizens, but the Supreme Court has never weighed in with the definition, leaving it open to interpretation. It's a question that has come up before, blah, blah, blah. They get into it, but... So what's his deal? Cruz's parents worked in the oil industry in Calgary, Canada, where he was born. His mother was born in the U.S. His father was born in Cuba, but later became a U.S. resident. Cruz argues that because his mother was born in Delaware, he is in fact a natural-born citizen. Most legal scholars agree. In fact, two of the best-known Supreme Court lawyers. I'm like, my surprised face obviously is not coming from that information. That is unsurprising to me. But the fact that he would never apply this to anybody else, and again, the fact that he supports ending birthright citizenship, even though you would be a fucking Canadian if we did that. You realize that, right?
I don't think so. Not on the map I saw.
Okay. Is it a secret Canadian?
He's from Canada, not Texas.
Oh.
Yeah.
So Canada, does it border Texas?
Cherry on top is that he hates communists, but his father's tortured by Batista. Yep.
I don't think so. Not on the map I saw.
Okay. So what is it? It feels weird even to ask you because I've spent so many decades studiously ignoring this issue. I don't want to engage. I think it's weird. It's always bothered me, but I don't want to talk about it because I don't want to fight about it. But it's been pushed. You can't ignore it. And you brought it up. Why are almost every single Republican I'm aware of other than you and maybe Massey is like in this weird kind of Israel worship mode all the time? And many Democrats, by the way, Pelosi, chief among them. When a candidate steps forward and they're running for Congress, they get approached by all kinds of groups, all the special issue groups, everything from pro-life groups to pro-gun groups to Christian groups, and there's a group called AIPAC, and they come too. And so everybody... She was like, should I start naming all the Republican donors that fund me? Probably not. Let's just keep it abstract into the ones that most Americans know about. Let's not get into like fossil fuels or like healthcare industry. I'll just keep that to myself.
they'll have a form, a survey form for you to fill out. Each group has a survey form because they want to know where you are on the issues, which I think is a good thing. I think Second Amendment groups need to know, hey, are you going to take away my gun rights? I think that's the right thing to be asking candidates. Pro-life groups, are you going to go to Washington and vote to kill babies? Like, we want to know who you are. I think that's great. Well, there's a group called AIPAC, and they come and they want to know what's your position on Israel. And they want you to write a paper, and they want to know, they want to fill you out on your position on Israel. And then if you get elected to Congress, if you win your race, everyone's freshman year, AIPAC will take Republicans and Democrats, new members, on a special trip to Israel.
Do they pay for it?
I don't know. I don't know because they didn't take me. They didn't take me.
Were you the only one in your class who didn't go?
I think I'm the only one in my class that did not get invited. I didn't even get invited. It wasn't that I turned it down. I didn't even get invited. And I'm not anti.
I swear she's taken like I read she doesn't take money from them now. But I saw one tracker that said that she had taken $2,150 from a pro-Israel group. Has Marjorie Taylor Greene taken, let's see, $150 from pro-Israel groups? Yes, but what was it for? 'Cause she did. She took $2,250 from pro-Israel groups. So her biggest funders are House Freedom Fund, Textile, Rubber, and Chemical Co., Evans Construction Co., Majority, CMTE PAC, Beckwith Electric. Let's see. So real estate, healthcare professionals, general contractors, retirement. If I put like Israel. Okay, so this is, hold on. Why did she take this money? I mean, it's really like nothing, but like. Let's see. Why did you take this? Like, what the fuck was this? And there's a lot of people who can objectively say they have taken less. That's weird.
I submitted invited. It wasn't that I turned it down. I didn't even get invited. And I'm not anti-Semitic. I wish Israel the best.
Wow. So really, okay, so now it's sounding like the reason why she's not backed by AIPAC is because maybe they saw the Jewish space lasers thing and they said that was a red line, but I have a hard time believing that. They try to buy everybody off. It's not unique to her or whatever. So I don't even believe her that they didn't reach out to her. But is it really like, oh, I'm going to be anti-Semitic because you guys didn't invite me into your fucking, to get money from you? I would have said yes otherwise if you just asked nicely. But since you didn't, I'm going to be a fucking anti-Semite. Hold on. Taylor Greene. Did AIPAC refuse to fund Marjorie Taylor Greene? So this happened in 2021. Jewish pro-Israel groups denounced Representative Taylor Greene over anti-Semitic comments. The Republican Jewish Coalition, which opposed the campaign of the now Georgia Congresswoman, said it was offended and appalled by her comments and actions. We are outraged by the statements, past and present, of Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. She routinely traffics in unfounded conspiracy theories that are often anti-Semitic in nature. As an avid supporter of QAnon, Representative Greene espouses anti-Semitic canards, such as placing blame on the quote-unquote Rothschilds for recent wildfires in California and declaring that, quote, Zionist supremacists are behind the supposed nefarious plots. The Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations said of Greene's comments. Condemnation. The lobbying arm of Christians United for Israel, or CUFI, is calling on Republican leadership in the House of Representatives to remove Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene from committee assignments over her anti-Semitic statements. As we've seen in recent years, there are individuals who subscribe to absurd, dangerous, and anti-Semitic lies, said the pro-Israel group. They called for her to be removed. But she's saying, like, how do I prove that, like, AIPAC never invited her? It's like how do I prove, like, a negative?
I wish them all the best. I wish everybody the best. But they didn't take me on the trip.
I do too.
Yeah. I mean, but they didn't take me on the trip, so I don't know if it's they pay for it, but I should find that out because I think that's important. But here's a situation, and it can't be ignored, and I have no problem talking about it. I think any special interest group, if they are representing another country, a foreign country, they have to register that way.
Under the Foreign Agent Registration Act, FARA.
We have a law. Yes, they should register under that law. And I think...
I mean, they're a domestic organization. Yes, there's obviously collusion or whatever. I feel like the bigger criticism is not that, like, they technically should be ushered into that. The bigger criticism that I see of the Israel lobby, obviously, is that if there were this sort of lobby that existed for any other country, whether it be Pakistan, Mexico, Canada, China, Russia, certainly, there would obviously be far more opposition to it. And there would be those calls for them to be registered as a foreign agent.
Their Americans are members of AIPAC. They're members. They donate to it.
Well, sure.
But if you're still an American and you were representing the interest of any foreign country, you still have to register.
Paul Manafort's an American. He's from Connecticut. I think he's from like Meriden, Connecticut or something. Weathersfield, Connecticut. He's from Connecticut.
Mm-hmm.
And he was convicted as an American for not registering as a foreign agent, as a foreign lobbyist. So, I mean, the argument that it's Americans doing the lobbying, that's the point. Americans who are lobbying on behalf of a foreign country have to register. Doesn't mean they can't lobby. It's just it's fair to have them register.
Yes.
So why isn't AIPAC registered? Why aren't they registered under FARA? I don't understand that.
I think everybody's too afraid to push that issue.
Why?
Tucker, I have no idea. Because I think it's because it's such a strong group that will come against you. They will come against you. They will fund a...
Okay, let's see. So I was like trying to verify it. I can't really fucking do that, but it doesn't seem like, let me see if I put Marjorie. So this was an article from July 28, 2022, unpacking the new narrative around AIPAC and the Democrats. We've seen a new Democratic narrative about AIPAC take shape in recent months. It tends to go something like this. The pro-Israel lobbying group sold out its original mission when it launched a super PAC backed by a bunch of insurrectionists supporting Republicans and began spending millions of dollars to tip Democratic races. Now it must be opposed by progressives on these grounds. A good example of this thinking can be found in a recent piece by the popular liberal commentator and former U.S. Labor Secretary Robert Reich. Reich looks at the last week's Democratic primary in Maryland's 4th District, where pro-Israel prosecutor Glenn Ivey beat Donna Edwards, defeated ex-Congresswoman Donna Edwards by 20 points. Pro-Israel organizations had developed a growing animosity towards Edwards because she voted the wrong way on some symbolic bills and occasionally criticized the country's brutality. Ivey said the right things about Israel and avoided the right things when it came to Palestinians' suffering. He had run for a seat a couple of times and lost, but this time AIPAC's super PAC, the United Democracy Project, spent $6 million to help him finally achieve victory. That race was not an outlier. AIPAC has spent around $20 million on this year's Democratic primaries. Reich's big conclusion about all of this is that AIPAC's true target is finance reform law. It doesn't make sense for the group to spend against Edwards over her position on Israel because it's pretty mainstream, he reasons. They were probably willing to drop millions over her stance on healthcare, he says. Also, if they truly cared about anti-Semitism, then why are they backing a bunch of anti-Semitic Republicans? Quote, if AIPAC were simply aiming to promote Israel or deter anti-Semitism, presumably it would be as active in Republican primaries as it is in Democratic ones, he writes. But it has barely spent a dime in Republican primaries, not even against Republican candidates who have been widely criticized for anti-Semitic comments. And its United Democracy Project Super PAC hasn't spent a penny. Reich points out that the group didn't back any GOP challenger to Marjorie Taylor Greene, who once claimed that Jewish space lasers caused California's wildfires, and had no problem spending for Scott Perry, who compares Democrats to Nazis. See, this is the thing. Like, I'm trying to independently verify that AIPAC went out of their way to either disavow her, or if there's any sort of evidence or corroboration to the claim that they deliberately excluded her and didn't want to reach out to her. Because it just seems like they fund literally anybody who will take their money to try to influence them. But this is saying that, okay, they may not have directly supported you, but they didn't you made those comments, they knew about those comments, and they didn't intervene in the race despite that, even though, again, a group that cares about Israel and supposedly anti-Semitism, that should be a priority for them, or at least backing a primary challenger, but they didn't even do that. No part of this argument really adds up. For starters, who cares how mainstream Edwards' positions are? Okay, the Mondoice is like is critical of Israel or whatever, so they're going to go on to say that the narrative is stupid, and obviously it is, because AIPAC was originally formed to justify Israeli policy and atrocities. But is that the only mention of Marjorie? Yeah.
Primary against you. I'll probably get a primary funded against me for even saying this on this show. But
it is weird to say that they care about campaign finance reform, though.
But I don't care.
I think you were getting one anyway.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm probably getting one. And that's fine. And my district can vote for whoever they want to represent them. They can.
It's just funny. It's like you and Massey are the only member, and the whole class, Republicans are the majority of the House of Representatives.
Mm-hmm.
Majority of 435.
Yeah, both sides.
Well, 535 with the Senate. And I still think you and Massey are the only ones who've ever said anything like this.
I'm sure. I'm sure we're the only ones. We're not the only ones that think it, but we're the only ones that say it.
So that's my next question.
But it's not anti-Semitic to say it.
Well, obviously. That's
because
silly.
if I had a group coming to me and saying, we really want to make sure that you're voting to fund $3.3 billion.
I can honestly tell if Marjorie Taylor Greene knows Tucker is feigning ignorance during this conversation. She might simply not be aware that he knows the answer to all those questions he asks her. I mean, she doesn't want to know. Like, even if you could give her insight into that, she would decline that knowledge because it's just easier for her to grift and give this position by pretending like he doesn't know and he genuinely gives a shit about her opinion.
Dollars, every single year to whatever. Switzerland. Exactly. That would be the same thing.
I love Switzerland. I have ancestors who came from Switzerland. And I go a lot. It's just an amazing country. I couldn't support it more. I wish Switzerland well, as I wish Israel well. But if there were, maybe there is, a Swiss lobby, I would, it probably is. I'm sure there is.
There's every kind of lobby.
Right. They don't need the help, I guess. But neither is Israel, really. But I would expect them to register under the law.
Of course. And
I wouldn't be an anti-Swiss bigot
for
saying otherwise. So I guess I don't really want to play along. But I'm wondering, this is all so very obvious and so rational and so relevant right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it's not relevant, he will go right back to pretending like he never said any of this, and he will go right back to having Republicans on, giving them softball interviews and not questioning them about their payments from AIPAC when it's no longer profitable.
Does anybody ever mention this in the Congress? I mean, you've been there.
Apparently she hasn't taken AIPAC money. No, she hasn't. She's taken $2,250 from some pro-Israel group a while ago, but that really is just like a penny, like a drop in the bucket. But I genuinely think, again, there is little incentive. There is no incentive on the right when you're a Republican to not take money from AIPAC. So if you are declining to do so, it is because you were that much of a fucking anti-Semite.
For a while?
No, they have their blind faith and loyalty. Blind faith and loyalty. And they're scared to say it.
What about the guy who showed up in a foreign military uniform?
Zelensky.
Well, there's that. Well, yeah, they worship. By the way, I just want to be clear. It's not just Israel that they worship. They also worship Zelensky.
Oh, they worship him. Oh, my goodness. They worship him.
Well, that's a clear.
But you should see the propaganda. I could go for days on that one. I went hard against that war. That war started and
She's like, don't even get me started on the Russian propaganda. We'll be here all night.
Wasn't a month after that war started, and we had Ukrainian soldiers in their uniforms, injured Ukrainian soldiers on crutches,
tight-fitting uniforms. Because a lot of this is
limping through the halls of Congress, going and visiting our offices, begging for help. We need help. Hitler is going to come and take our country and steamroll across Europe. Vladimir Putin. But that was the thing. Yeah. But so we get the propaganda.
Thomas Massey isn't anti-Semitic at all. Don't fall for his propaganda. No, I'm saying that she is. I have no reason to think that Thomas is.
That comes through the halls of Congress.
Thomas is like coming at it from a truly like libertarian perspective or whatever. And I actually like he has a record that's more consistent on this than she is.
Is incredible. It's incredible.
But do you ever sit in the House and ever have someone say, we're voting on our 22nd Israel resolution? Like this is a lot, actually.
I did, finally.
I mean, she voted yes or present for those resolutions.
Does anybody ever say again? Like,
no.
We have a country too. 350 million people live here. No one ever says that.
No.
So Nancy Mace is like, she's just excited to vote for another.
Yes. Yes.
So it's not just, everyone talks about AIPAC. I've already said I think of course they should register under FAIR. It's a foreign lobby.
It's common sense.
Not attacking them.
It's not even saying anything bad about them. They just should be
And it's
registered.
insulting.
Yeah,
course,
they can continue
that everyone's
doing-
afraid to say that. You shouldn't be afraid.
No.
But it's not just, there's something like, what is this? I think it's the weirdest thing. Brian Mast shows up in an IDF uniform in the Congress. I don't know Brian Mast. I'm sure he's a delightful person, but like, are you allowed to show up in a foreign military uniform in the Congress?
I don't
Awesome look for that politician.
think it's, I don't, it's like waving a foreign flag on the floor.
But they're all over the place.
But he served over
The
there.
shame is not that you're wearing it from like a foreign country or whatever. The embarrassment is that they're actively aiding and abetting a genocide, and you're doing it. You're parading yourself around in their uniform.
And the IDF, yeah.
How can an American serve in a foreign military and keep his citizenship?
I have no idea. It's the same thing as how can foreign-born people serve and be members of Congress? I don't understand how
But
that
serving in a foreign military, that's pretty serious.
Yes. You swear an oath and you swear your allegiance to fight and die for that country. You're saying, I'm willing to die for this country, but then you can serve in our country's Congress.
But how can you remain a citizen? If I go and serve in the Russian army, I assume. I have no plans to.
Right,
I'm not Russian.
No.
I don't want to. But if I did, I think people would say fairly, like, how can you be an American? Don't you forfeit your citizenship by doing that?
People would say, yeah, they definitely would come.
Well, of course, I'd go to jail for it.
Yeah.
But,
the New York Post mocked me and called me Moscow Marjorie and put it on their front page because I didn't want to vote to fund Ukraine. So clearly.
Moscow Marjorie.
Hi, Aaron. Are you afraid that Mossad and the CIA are going to take you out? Yes. Shaking my boots, terrified. The CIA and the Mossad fear the mighty Straighter Aid and my less than 100 concurrent followers across 2 platforms.
Sure.
Yeah, Moscow Marjorie. Yeah.
Funny, the New York, any Murdoch publication is just agnostic on most things, but really pro-war.
Oh, they love war.
Yeah.
Well, they love it. It helps their ratings. It keeps all the baby boomers glued to the television 24 hours a day because they're terrified that bombs are going to fall on America. Something terrible is going to happen. You have to keep up with it. Funniest thing to me, Tucker, was how come, okay, look, our country funded that war in Ukraine, funded it. And our military leaders ran that war. They have been all about that war. We fund their government. We fund their retirement. We have funded their small businesses. The American people, tragically, have kept Ukraine afloat. But how come we couldn't watch that war on television? And I say that sarcastically because I think it's ridiculous. We could watch the Israel and Iran launching bombs at each other and exploding in their cities and people's reactions and the nonstop commentary and counting missiles and how many missiles they shot down. But we never saw that with Ukraine and Russia. And I want to know why. Why didn't we see that?
Well, now we don't see it. I asked a bunch of members of Congress, including the Speaker of the House, disgraceful person, in my opinion.
Like, these people will turn around and be like, why are we sending money abroad or whatever? But notice that, like, he was only bringing up the economic populism and the fact that, like, oh, we should be focusing on America first domestic policies, like making sure people have jobs and getting drug addicts the help that they need and this type of shit when he's talking to Ted Cruz. But when he's talking to Marjorie Taylor Greene, they're circle jerking the whole time. He has rapport, and you think at any point in this conversation, he's going to go, so how come you don't support raising the minimum wage? What have you done to help alleviate homelessness in your district? What sort of policies are you helping that really promote the economic aspect of the America First agenda? Because he doesn't give a shit about that. And he's paid to make sure the conversation never wanders there.
Mike Johnson, but so you funded this war with billions of our dollars. We're bankrupt, but you're paying for this war because you love the Ukrainians so much. How many Ukrainians have died? No clue. Not interested. They're not interested. Really, you're funding the war because you love the Ukrainians, but you're not even keeping track of how many of its young men have died, or now middle-aged men have died.
How many fathers? How many brothers?
Yeah, how many people with Down syndrome? How many Ukrainians with Down syndrome were pulled off the street and sent to go die in a war that you?
What? Why? What?
How many people with Down syndrome? How many Ukrainians with Down syndrome were pulled off the street and sent to go die?
How many Ukrainians with Down syndrome were conscripted? This is where we're choosing to concern troll about.
War that you were paying for. I don't care.
No.
That's when I thought, I'm kind of out.
Oh, totally out on that. But it's an interesting comparison. Why can you watch one on TV and you can't watch the other one on TV? And I don't know the answer to that.
You should be able to watch whatever you want on TV, right?
Okay,
You pull up pornography on your iPhone. You probably should be able to watch a war that you're paying for.
Right. But isn't that just like, why is?
Hi, One Hun Politics. How about those Jewish space lasers, Marge? Shockingly, that has not come up once in this interview. The circle jerk between these two.
That? Why do Americans have to be shown that Israel is about to be annihilated? And what are the consequences of that to America if Israel is annihilated? No, wait, let's say it like this. Nuclear armed Israel. Why do we have to be shown on TV 24 hours a day, nuclear armed Israel being bombed and attacked? And why do we have to be fed that when we're not fed that about any other war anywhere else?
Being manipulated, that's why.
Yes.
Why all the flags, the foreign flags in the Congress? I was just up there last week, and every member has a foreign flag. Not every member, but a lot of them, the Republicans, all have Israeli flags, which I personally think is a beautiful flag. I'm not opposed to the flag.
No.
But when I was a kid, I went to Congress when I was a kid. There are no foreign flags. It's the United States Capitol. It's the capital of our country.
It's the capital of the United States of America.
What, do you have one?
Like, I can't get over the fact that, again, they realize that the United States supports Ukraine, not because we actually give a shit about Ukraine. It's for United States, American geopolitical reasons, right? Strategic reasons to use it as a proxy. But then they'll bring that's in the same conversation as like AIPAC and supporting Israel. But they will only ever focus on the fact that, like, oh, the Israeli lobby or whatever. Like, did the Israeli lobby support us going into Ukraine? Do you think that, like, again, the Israeli lobby support of that is what makes the United States support that war? But of course, these dipshits, they tie it back to that.
Foreign flag?
My job title is representative.
Right.
I don't wear foreign flags.
Like AIPAC or no AIPAC, we were going to support that.
I wear the American flag.
So, but you're one of the only ones who doesn't wear a foreign flag.
Not many don't wear foreign flags. Yes, that's correct. Or no, they'll wear a pin that will have the American flag and the Israel flag together. And there's also pins that have the American flag and the Ukraine flag together. And then,
are they the same country?
No.
Okay.
Contrary to what some people may believe.
Yeah. Okay. So does anyone ever talk about this?
No. It is widely accepted. It's an everyday part of people's attire. And then Democrats will wear many foreign flags. I mean, they've gone through.
This is chaos. Why are people allowed to fucking brandish like Mexican flags and Ukrainian flags in this country with freedom of speech? Ugh. Just boils her blood, you guys.
They've gone through Gaza. They've gone through Mexico. They've got Iran. Yeah.
Thank you for the $10, STV Philly. And he says, keep it up. And he let me know earlier today that he has hit 100K subscribers. So if you guys are watching me, you should also be watching STV Philly and help get his subs up even more.
Mexico?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Boy, I think Mexico hates us much more than Iran does.
You know what?
I grew up next to Mexico. They don't like, I like a lot of Mexicans personally.
I got to tell you, I was in Mexico last weekend and it was great.
Oh, no. Well, Mexicans are great people.
Mexicans are great people.
I could not agree more.
And the area I was in was gorgeous.
No, I'm saying the Mexican government.
I thought she was about to say, I have many Mexican friends. So this was going.
Mexican government. Yeah, enough of that.
Yeah.
But no, the people there, oh my goodness, wonderful people.
I agree.
They're bilingual. Their English is perfect. And it's not because they were in the United States. It's because they learn English and Spanish in their schools as their.
I love Mexicans. Let me list off examples of the Mexicans I like. The ones that I like are the ones that have mostly assimilated with the the quote unquote Western values and learned English.
Growing up.
Sure.
The customer service was the best customer service I have had in decades. And customer service is one of the things I'm really picky about because
Jesus Christ. This is like saying, like, I love Indian people. They're so hardworking. Every time I go to like a gas station or 7-Eleven, they're always the friendliest managers.
In a construction company, and my dad's number one rule was customer is king. And so you treat the customer as they are the king. And that is how we will survive. That's how we will make money, is we treat our customers better than anybody. And so it's a little thing I pay attention to.
It's a big thing.
I was blown away. I was like, everybody's saying hello to me every single day. They're asking me if I need anything. I mean, like everybody I walk by.
Marjorie, breaking news. Marjorie Taylor Greene shocked to learn that non-Americans or like Mexican Americans are decent, normal people, normal Americans, are even nice. Some of them are even friendly and hardworking.
And wait, this isn't what I was told about Mexico.
No, I mean, there are hundreds of thousands of Americans living in Mexico.
Oh yeah, they love it.
No, of course they
But
can.
I don't
they
get
can't
treated-
afford to live in the United States.
But we don't have that kind of customer service in the United States.
No, we definitely don't.
And we don't have that kind of mentality in our government.
No, I know.
We have so we have everyone I work with is going from dinner or cocktail hour to some lobbying group, to some special interest group. They're invited to speak, so they feel honored to speak at these groups. And it's every single night or a lunch or a breakfast in Washington, D.C., and they're going and doing all these things, and then they're wearing their lapel pins or their little pocket handkerchiefs or whatever it may be, representing foreign countries or tying them to the United States, as if you could tie a foreign government to our government. That's ridiculous. And it's widely accepted.
I'm still on the fucking Ukraine thing. Like the insinuation that, like, again, that the fucking Jews control everything. This bitch knows that AIPAC could 100% oppose any intervention or aid to Ukraine. They could launch a multi-million-dollar campaign, and there would still be American politicians that support it.
And it's common practice, and no one ever questions it.
So now you are questioning it without hate, I think.
No.
And you said like 5 times you're not mad at Israel. You're mad at American leaders who refuse to put their own country first, which I think is fair.
Right.
But, I mean, you're going to get crushed for saying this.
Probably.
What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I don't know, but I'm sure they're going to try to find a primary against me that won't say the things that I say.
Yes.
And they're going to try to say that I'm betraying Trump when I'm not at all. I have spent millions of my own dollars campaigning for that man all over the country, like freely, just going.
The self-owned.
Just with him the other day?
Yes.
I saw you with him somewhere.
At the White House.
Yeah.
Like you cannot make me not love. I love him. I think he's great, and I support him, and I think he did a great job. I think it was incredible.
I did work for the billionaire for free, and he doesn't even appreciate it.
That our military was so well trained, the strikes that they made, and then President Trump said enough, and he backed out of it. No other president would have done that. And the Congress is upset that he backed out. And Mark Levin's head is going to explode.
Well, actually,
on
I
his
have
show.
the quote, and I hate to beat up on Mark Levin. He's got enough problems, obviously. But so the moment the ceasefire happened, he said this: "I hate this word ceasefire. I really do." So how could, I mean, that's so, I do think it, you know, your worldview, what you're like as a person, what you love, what you hate, like that, it is important. And if you hate the word ceasefire, I hate the word like dead children or killing, but ceasefire, that's the word you hate? Haven't you? I mean, that's a heavy thing to say.
Yes, so Mark Levin that is attacking you every hour on his X account and attacking me.
This entire like posturing or whatever that like, can you believe that a fucking Republican would say such heinous, hawkish shit is just because he's ass mad about getting the axe from Fox, losing his viewership, and now Levin being the darling of Fox News in his wake.
And calling me names. And Fox News is tolerating that, by the way.
Of course.
Like I go back and forth on Tucker Carlson's pivot on this being motivated by like, is it you want Trump to focus on the mass deportations because he's a white nationalist? Is it because you're an anti-Semite? Is it because you fucking have this petty ass feud with another Fox host? Like, what is it?
Which is, I think, atrocious and pathetic. Any other company, by the way, any other company would never allow their employees to go on their own personal social media and like verbally berate and attack and call names to people. That's a fireable offense in the real world and in the private sector. No company allows their employees to do that. Fox News
fucking Karen ass shit
is allowing Mark Levin.
Well, you can't fire Mark Levin. He's got such a huge audience. Oh, wait, no.
How come Mark Levin gets to be mean to you on Twitter? Why isn't Fox doing anything about this? Like, dude, this is not Kohl's. You're not going to be able to speak to the fucking manager of Fox News and get them to fire Mark Levin because he was like yelling at Tucker Carlson on X. What?
Nobody voluntarily.
This is like the stupidest possible fucking reason.
Is Mark Levin, of course.
I don't know anybody that watches Mark Levin. I'm sure someone watches it, but he's the great one apparently. Yeah. But no, seriously though, it's the fact that he hates the word ceasefire is an attack on the president. That's a real attack on the president, not the words that I'm saying. Not anything that I've said. Not when I said we shouldn't be doing this. That wasn't an attack on the president. That's going exactly with what President Trump campaigned on. Now, what Mark Levin is saying, that he hates the word ceasefire, that is his attack on President Trump. That's him putting the ultimate disapproval, hate on what President Trump has done and that we are all so thankful and happy for. Peace is the ultimate thing that we should pursue at all times. Peace at all times, because it's good for every country and every single people. But Mark Levin hates it.
Well, peace is also the purest expression of strength. I'm not, resurrecting the hoariest quote of all, peace through strength from Reagan, which, there's truth in that. But peace is a byproduct of strength. When you have a strong father in the home, you've got strong parents, the kids get along. Mm-hmm. You got some, flaky Xanax head running the house.
Yeah.
The kids are out of control. There's chaos. There's fighting.
That's right.
Like, strength brings peace.
Flaky Xanax head? What?
Yeah.
Dad's home. Knock that shit off.
We love that.
Yeah, but that's just
true.
That's a
yes.
principle that never changes.
Right.
And so it's just funny that there are people, I just can't get past it. I think it's important to say it because, you want your country to be good. You want its leaders to be good. You don't always have to agree with them. Mm-hmm. But if their main goal is to kill people, if they don't have any problem, watching Randy Fine, who's a member of Congress, I guess, from Florida.
Barely got elected, by the way, in a very red district.
In a very red district.
Very red district.
But Randy Fine, someone sent him. This is
the United States was never the world policeman until AIPAC, you guys.
Got off social media. I'm not looking at it anymore because it's disgusting. But somebody sent him a picture of literally of a dead child, and he's like, "That's great."
United States famously known for just minding its business domestically and abroad until the formation of Israel. Then everything changed.
Oh my goodness, that's the most horrible thing ever.
But how can someone like that serve in the Congress?
I have no idea. They shouldn't be in Congress.
What God is he worshiping? He's
not
constantly
mine.
talking about God.
Not my God.
What
not
God,
your God
wants that?
Nope. Nobody. No God. Well, there is no God but God, and our God does not want anyone to celebrate a dead child.
So if I'm whatever that guy's name is, Mike Johnson, running, the Republican, I'm Speaker of the House, I'm calling Randy Fine and being, hey, son, no. You're not allowed to celebrate dead children on your Twitter. You're a member of the Republican Party in the Congress. You can't do that.
Yeah, no.
Did that happen?
I don't know.
Did any other, I'm sorry to be mean or so personal. I tried to interview Randy Fine. He canceled on me, but it would have been interesting.
That's a shame. He would, I think
his district, mean, but what do you even,
he should answer to his district for that.
I agree.
I have to answer to my district for everything I do and say.
But did other Republicans say, wow, this guy is one of us. He's part of the conference or whatever they call it. Conference, yeah. He's a Republican, a fellow Republican in the House, and he's celebrating dead children. Did anybody say, that's not?
I didn't hear anybody say that.
If someone put a swastika on their Twitter feed.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, and they should. I'm opposed, for the record. I'm opposed to the swastika.
Wait, let me say, for the record, I'm opposed to the swastika.
Of course. But if you put a symbol of hate and
they're so brave.
Violence and killing children on your Twitter feed,
unacceptable.
The people who run your party would say something about it, right?
Oh, well, I got kicked out of, I got totally removed from all committees for things that I had put on social media or shared before I ever became a member of Congress.
Oh, interesting. What were you saying? What were those things that led to that outcry, Marjorie Taylor Greene? Do you think she will go into detail on that? Just things that she posted on social media?
Violence, were you?
No, I was not espousing any type of violence.
I was just talking about Jewish space lasers.
But you weren't espousing violence, were you?
No, I was not espousing any type of violence.
I saw that and I was like, I don't have any choice but to vote Republican, I guess. I don't know who else I would vote for.
Mm.
Maybe I just won't
He is such a fucking bitch, man. He absolutely 100% knows what she's talking about, and he didn't bring it up.
People that think that I said a phrase called Jewish space lasers, a phrase that I never said. As a matter of fact, it was created and invented in a story that a bunch of people read in the news, and they believed that about me. But in fact, that's something I never said, and I don't hold any types of beliefs like that at all. Every single day, there's people that think that I said a phrase called Jewish space lasers.
Where's the actual clip, though? This is her getting confronted over it and telling somebody to fuck off.
Go talk about Jewish space lasers, and really, why don't you fuck off? How about that?
Thanks. Thank you very much. Marjorie, thank you so much, the news agents and from London. What do you think the message should be to Nikki Haley tonight?
Well, we've been encouraging her to drop out and support President Trump, and I think tonight is the clear message that President Trump is the clear front runner. He's the winner in our Republican primary, and it's time for Nikki Haley to drop out and support him.
Do you think President Trump, Mr. Trump, is closer to picking his VP, and should you be on that list?
Oh, that's the question everyone asks, and no, I don't think Nikki Haley should be on the list, but of course President Trump will choose who he wants for VP.
Would you like to be on that list?
He's got a long list. I support President Trump in any way he'd ask me. But I can assure you it won't be Nikki Haley.
And can you tell me why so many people that support Donald Trump love conspiracy theories, including yourself? He seems to attract lots of conspiracy theorists.
Well, let me tell you, you're a conspiracy theorist, and the left and the media spreads more conspiracy theories.
I've never seen this.
We like the truth. We like supporting our Constitution, our freedoms, and America first. So
what about Jewish space lasers? Tell us about Jewish space lasers.
No, why don't you go talk about Jewish space lasers? And really, why don't you fuck off? How about that?
Thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The news agent.
Amazing.
Vote, but I'm not going to vote for a party that is for killing children.
No, 100%. That's not what.
How could I do that?
That's why after this, Tucker Carlson is going to distance himself from all MAGA Republicans because he's so principled. He's going to completely disavow Donald Trump, even though he just apologized to him the other day, but that's coming any day now. He's going to start backing Democrats or independents that are pacifists, anti-war, etc. This is huge, you guys. Tucker Carlson's just making this like massive humanitarian pivot. You love to see it.
You shouldn't. I don't think anyone should.
Did anyone talk about that in the hallways? Like,
no,
Randy
I hadn't heard about it.
Nutcase.
You're the only person I've heard talk about it.
Really?
Yes, honestly.
Nancy Mace didn't notice that her fellow Republican, Randy Fine, was putting I love killing babies?
I don't think so.
What about all the pro-lifers? Supposed pro-lifers. I believe in babies.
I believe the pro-life groups would be pretty upset about that.
The real ones.
But how many followers? Does anybody even know he posted it?
I don't know. I mean, about 9 people sent it to me. Like, what? I never heard of
people are paying attention.
Randy Fine. Yeah, and every time there's a bombing, bombs away.
Okay, I'm done with the spread of the circle jerk. Let's see, where they talk about how many of Marjorie Taylor Greene's colleagues agree with her.
About you, you get all these, the RJC comes after you, and then you've got donors coming to you and saying you can't be anti-Semitic. When here's the honest truth, it's not anti-Semitic to say we shouldn't be fighting a war that Israel started.
Hey, it's not anti-Semitic to talk about the scourge of Jewish space lasers. You guys, give me a fucking break.
And
I always speak my mind. That's why when this, when earlier I had the opportunity to reiterate and stand by my statements, I obscured the truth.
Anti-Semitic to say we shouldn't be doing what Netanyahu is telling us to do when he's in the tank in polls in his own country. And honestly, that man should have stepped down after October 7th. That was the most horrific, horrible thing that happened to all these innocent people in Israel. And it happened on his watch. And that's the reality. And I'm quite sure there's many people in Israel that feel that way, and
I think he's at
upset.
like 30%.
Exactly, and it's also
way more popular in the Congress than he is in Israel. Way more.
Oh, way more popular. And it's not anti-Semitic to say that there was a vote on last Thursday, that he barely won by 2 votes. And had he have lost that vote, there would have been an election called, and according to the polls, he would have lost. And then the next day, on Friday, they launched the attack on Iran. And what does war do? Pulls everybody together. And so that's not anti-Semitic to talk about. That's reality. And it's not
again, the same bitch was slandering AOC and the Squad as the Hamas caucus, and she was also the person that introduced the censure against Rashida Tlaib. If I put Rashida Tlaib, censure Marjorie Taylor Greene. This was October 26, 2023. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene files censure resolution accusing Representative Rashida Tlaib of inciting an insurrection. Greene's resolution cites a number of statements Tlaib has tweeted or retweeted supporting Palestinians and criticizing the Israeli government. Let's hear from the mouth of this bitch herself.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I seek recognition to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. A resolution censuring Representative Rashida Tlaib for anti-Semitic activity, sympathizing with terrorist organizations, and leading an insurrection at the United States Capitol complex. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Representative Rashida Tlaib be censured. Representative Rashida Tlaib forthwith present herself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure, and Representative Rashida Tlaib be censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker.
Okay. So again, she filed the resolution over her criticism of Israel, accusing her of recently inciting an insurrection. Then the other thing was, what is it? The fuck was it? She also got mad at her for saying, she said it was like anti-Semitic to say like like it's a genocide. Hold on. Let me see. Over genocide comments, she was like, how dare you say that about our ally Israel? So House blocks move to censure Democratic Representative Rashida Tlaib over Israel criticism. If I put Tlaib spoke to demonstrators outside the National Mall. She became emotional. She called for a ceasefire and criticized President Joe Biden for what she called his unwavering support of Israel, which she alleged was committing genocide. President Biden, not all Americans are with you on this one, and you need to understand that. We are literally watching people commit genocide and killing the vast majority just like this, and we will stand by and say nothing. We will remember this. Hours after Greene introduced her resolution against Tlaib, Democratic Representative Becca Boleyn fired back by offering her own against a Georgia congresswoman who has her own history of inflammatory remarks. And then they were able to do it after all. House passes resolution to censure Tlaib over Israel comments. The House, this was, when was this? November 8th, 2023. The House passed a GOP-led resolution on Tuesday to help censure Representative Rashida Tlaib over comments critical of Israel and in support of Palestinians and amid Israel's war against Hamas. The move amounts to a rare and significant rebuke of the Michigan Democrat, who was the first Palestinian-American woman to serve in Congress. The vote was 234 to 188, with 4 Republicans voting against and 22 Democrats voting in support of the censure resolution. The resolution, which was introduced by Georgia GOP Representative Rich McCormick, advanced earlier in the day after a Democratic-led effort to block the measure failed. Tlaib has defended herself against the censure attempts, arguing that they are an effort to silence her and saying that her colleagues have resorted to distorting my positions in resolutions with obvious lies. After the House voted to block a resolution from GOP Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene to censure Tlaib last week, Greene put forward a new version of the resolution that drops a reference to a pro-Palestine protest at the Capitol as an insurrection, which has made some Republicans uncomfortable. But McCormick's resolution had been expected to have more support from Republicans because the language is narrower and more tailored to recent events. Let's see. The ADL, which apparently you're supposed to give a shit about, says, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, is anti-Semitic. Let's see. I'll have to find the other one.
Anti-Semitic to say Americans' hard-earned tax dollars in a nation where we're $37 trillion in debt shouldn't be going to Israel or shouldn't be going to any country, that we should be keeping those at home. We should keep that money at home. You know, there's towns in my district that could use some money coming down there to fix a water treatment plant or to help pave a road. That's where our tax dollars should be going to. Should be helping people that were affected by hurricanes. Should be helping people like, oh my goodness.
Not like she voted for any of the shit.
In Lahaina from a fire.
Like she'll say this and then she fucking turned around and supports Elon Musk, like fucking gutting and raping the administrative state.
All kinds of California, for heaven's sake. We should be helping our own Americans. It's not anti-Semitic. And I refuse to have that label put on me. And they've tried to do it to me before. And everybody that knows me knows that is not true about me. And the reality is, it's a lie. And it's a lie that we need to get over.
It's also identity politics, which I thought we'd given up.
I thought so too.
I was so annoyed by the Democrats. They could never talk about Americans. It was always this group or that group, Malaysian Americans, lesbian Filipino Americans, whatever. I'm not against any of them, for the record. But like, how about just Americans? And I remember hearing everybody on Fox giving that lecture. We hate identity politics. And then all of a sudden, they're just engaged in it. Like, there's nothing, it's an inherently divisive message. Isn't it? Like, how about passing a bill on behalf of every American citizen, no matter what he or she looks like?
That's the only thing we should be doing. Because our job title is representative.
It's so dark. I can't even handle it. Do you think that, and this is my last question, you've been so generous with your time. And by the way, from the day you started running and they decided.
So generous.
Your opponents have really good instincts and they knew that you were going to say what you thought. And that's the thing that they hated about you.
Yeah.
But they would always say, because you have a Southern accent, she's stupid. And I would just dare any honest person to listen to the hour and a half we just did. Maybe they hate everything you said. No one thinks you're stupid. That was really smart analysis, much smarter analysis than I got from Harvard Law School graduate Ted Cruz, I would say. Did you go to Harvard Law School?
No, definitely
you didn't?
not.
Okay. Well, anyway, I just think it's a really smart analysis. What you said, it's true.
Thank you.
Do you feel like any of this will change? The attitudes will change, that the people claiming to put America first actually will?
I think there's a shift happening, and I saw it a little bit. I don't know how big it is, but I saw a small shift. And
yes, okay, I found it. I knew I wasn't fucking like hallucinating this. I fucking knew it. Hold on. She did get mad at her for saying it was a genocide. Greene to reintroduce Tlaib censure resolution after genocide comments. So this was November 4th, 2023. So Marjorie Taylor Greene pledged to reintroduce a measure to censure Rashida Tlaib on Saturday after the Michigan congresswoman said President Biden is supporting the genocide of the Palestinian people. Like, all of these outlets focus on like the insurrection and like, oh, how dare this bitch try to compare that, say that's an insurrection, but she obviously is pro J6. They also don't want to talk about what Rashida Tlaib actually said. But Greene's first measure, also centered on Tlaib's comments critical of the Israeli government, filled in a House vote this week after 23 Republicans sided with all Democrats to shelve this attempt. In her pledge to censure Tlaib, Greene specifically included comments Tlaib made Saturday calling for peaceful coexistence between Palestinians and Israelis. From the river to the sea is an aspirational call for freedom, human rights, peaceful coexistence, says Tlaib. Greene described those comments as calls for the genocide of our great friend and ally Israel. This bitch takes no money from AIPAC. She's taken $2,250 from some pro-Israel group. Maybe it was J Street. I have no clue. So she was literally just doing this shit for free for Israel. And now is turning around and being like, why can't you criticize them? Why do you get called anti-Semitic when you do it? And it's like, dude, you literally worked overtime. You already admitted to working overtime for the billionaire that's Donald Trump and your fucking daddy. But you conveniently leave out the fact that you went out of your fucking way to accuse Rashida Tlaib, try to vote to censure Rashida Tlaib for saying from the river to the sea, and go, how dare you, for accusing our great friend and ally Israel of genocide. Calls for the genocide, or how dare you say from the river to the sea?
I saw it mostly in regular people. And I think there are people I serve with that are feeling it too. But I don't know how willing they are to just say enough, enough of this. I'm just gonna focus on our country and my district because that's the simplest thing to say. The most simplest thing to say. I can say I hope so, but I don't think it's going to happen as quickly as I'd like to see it.
Yeah, well, 2026 when they get just creamed, election morning, they're like, oh, Democratic Party is so disorganized. They're still talking about.
Don't you just love Tucker Carlson saying the word creamed?
Trans stuff. I hated the trans stuff more than I've hated almost anything. I mean, I really hated it. Destroyed so many lives of kids. But what it's really about.
Oh, I thought he was about to say it was like a distraction or whatever. I was like, no, he's fucking not. Okay, he was saying like, oh, trans people are disgusting. Okay, got it.
Is economics, and they have just refused to acknowledge that.
Mm-hmm. That's what it comes down to.
You're totally right.
Yep, because what happened under 4 years of Biden? Inflation was crazy. Yep. Everything was out of control. Our whole country felt unstable. The economy was fake. It was propped up by money pumped into it by the government and all the spending. And look at the shift that happened. People couldn't take the crazy
Private
anymore.
Equity owns the houses on your street and your veterinarian and your dental practice and owns everything. And they don't improve it. They make it shittier, actually.
Yeah, because no one's going to care about their sweet little, like, I always love the mom and pop grocery stores. Yeah. And I hate that they've been replaced by Dollar General.
Of course.
Like, one of my biggest pet peeves.
But you're not allowed to mention it, or else you're a socialist. Ben Shapiro.
Capitalist announces that she does not like the excesses of capitalism, but will do nothing about it. Shocker.
I was like, oh, you're a socialist. Because I don't like Dollar General? Really?
Who's Ben Shapiro?
I have no idea, but...
That doesn't mean you're a socialist. It means you're critical of capitalism, but you're not going to actually do anything about it. So you're a hypocrite.
I tried to bring this up to him years ago, that the economic thing, I'm hardly an economist, but I just think being able to afford to live in the country that you were born in, and being, having an economy that allows your children to have children, that just seems like that's the measure.
Yep. And you want to know something? That should be the one thing that unifies the entire, everybody.
It's all I care about, I'll tell you that.
I don't care. I'm getting to the point where I almost don't care about the two parties anymore.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, why would I be?
Interesting. Tell me more, Marjorie Taylor Greene. What's your plan to splinter off from the MAGA party? What, you're gonna do an independent run? You starting a third party? No? Then shut the fuck up.
Loyal to one. And I definitely disagree with the other one. But if we can find a place to actually...
I mean, she doesn't care about the party, though. She just cares about Trump. So I guess that's not entirely wrong.
You're talking about.
But there's no reason to oppose this party because they're totally in line with Donald Trump.
About the economy and care about our children's ability to have a future and raise a family, then I don't care. I don't care who I have to work with. It's just getting to the point where that is...
This is the woman who can work with anybody, you guys. She's very reasonable.
Stansbury, you're not recognized.
Chairwoman, that is not how
Ms. Stansbury, you're not recognized.
All day, but that's not how
Ms. Stansbury, you're not recognized.
We're going to get you a Robert's
Ms.
Rules
Stansbury,
of Order,
you're not.
That's not how it
Ms.
works.
Stansbury, you're not recognized.
Chairwoman, that is not how
Ms. Stansbury
is so fundamentally important, and nothing else should matter.
I couldn't agree more. Marjorie Taylor Greene, thank you for...
And that's why she's endorsing Zohran. Not really. The fact, though, that, like... You know who did endorse Zohran, though? Apparently, he's been banned from every single event, as he should be. But he's such a fucking... I honestly... Like, he's a massive anti-Semite. He's also, like, America First type, Trump-type shitter. That I was like, is this to derail Zohran, or is this because you're that much of a fucking anti-Semite? The world may never know.
Spending all this time, and good luck, because you will definitely
I'm gonna need it.
You're just said the real opposition was from the left. LOL. On what? On Israel? She's talking like she wants to run as a libertarian. Stuff like the gavel thing or batshit crazy.
Gonna make the Daily Beast mad. I'm just telling you that right now. You are. They may not even endorse you.
Darn it. I don't read them, so I don't care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
country music. There was this article though talking about how he's literally more popular than ever right now. Tucker Carlson's podcast rockets up YouTube charts amid MAGA civil war. This came out 2 days ago. Muscled his way into the top 5 this week on YouTube's weekly top podcast shows. So I know that was like a boring slog. The only good episode so far that I've seen from him has 100% been where he's just embarrassing Ted Cruz over and over. But people unironically find this shit interesting. Thanks to his opposition to U.S. intervention in the Middle East, which was fake, and a bombshell interview with Senator Ted Cruz, Republican from Texas. The Tucker Carlson show, which has rested comfortably in the teens for the last month, broke into the top 10 for the first time since YouTube began publishing the chart in early May. The rise is in no doubt attributable to Carlson's public showdown with many key figures among the MAGA faithful over U.S. involvement in Iran, including his instantly viral interview with Cruz. With the exception of Carlson's show, which beat out the true crime pod 48 Hours, a veteran of the top 5 spot, so hosted by CBS News' Anne-Marie Greene, the usual suspects still dominated the top of the charts. Rogan still holds the gold, with the Midas Touch podcast moving into second place, up from 5th 2 weeks ago. Stephanie Sue's true crime podcast, Rotten Mango, and the mainstay pod, Kill Tony, were each bumped down a rung by Midas and sit at 3rd and 4th place, respectively. I do not know why so many people like Stephanie Sue, but I also don't really like true crime stuff. Live Trials with Emily D. Baker, the pod that has most closely watched the trial of Karen Reed, has inevitably plummeted since the trial's conclusion. So he's number 5. How the fuck is Sean Ryan this high? He's also boring as fuck. And I've never heard of Kill Tony. BBD is 21. Breaking Point's 15. Timcast IRL 14. H3 is 9. Flagrants 32. Philly D 28. Young Turks 41. Ribbon Report 46. Democracy Now! Weird. Stavi is like 2 seconds away from taking David Pakman's spot. What the hell is this? I wanted to also look at this. Dems being racist to Zohran? No way.
From various people here in New York, and they're concerned about their safety living here with a Muslim mayor, and that's the problem.
Highly probable.
Normal statement to hear. They're concerned for their safety because he's Muslim.
They shouldn't. Because of hold on. We talked about this yesterday, and since you brought it up, might as well bring it up again. The idea that because he is Muslim, he is a threat to Jewish New Yorkers, is that really what you're saying?
No, it's because of his anti-Israel rhetoric that he's been putting out.
But what does that have to do with him being Muslim? I think this is where you can go after his policies, but what does that have to do with his faith?
It's not about his faith. It's because he is perpetuating this anti-Israeli.
It's not about his face, she said 2 seconds after, 30 seconds after saying the reason why people are scared is because he's a scary Muslim.
And New Yorkers are hearing it and they're scared. That's what I'm hearing back from friends.
He's aimed at
Bibi.
in that beat. He's aimed at a lot at Bibi. He did the interview with Mehdi Hassan, and he aimed at Bibi, not necessarily.
But Abby, he's Muslim. Who cares? That's not the point here. His policies are the problem.
He's like, bitch, you're derailing my ability to paint him as an anti-Semite by saying the quiet part out loud, which is that he's a scary, scary Muslim. I have seen a lot of people, though, fucking ass mad that he actually talks about, yes, there are neighborhoods in New York City that are whiter than other areas, and they're richer. New York City mayoral frontrunner Zohran Mamdani boasts about plans to tax quote-unquote whiter neighborhoods at higher rates. Boasted on his campaign website about his plan to tax whiter neighborhoods at higher rates at a higher clip. In his, remember when Zohran Mamdani announced racial segregation, you guys? In a policy memo entitled "Stop the Squeeze on NYC Homeowners," Mamdani promises to address a deeply inequitable system, using the full power of the mayor's office to both address the system directly and working with legislators at the state level to win necessary reforms by, quote, shifting the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to the more expensive homes in richer and wider neighborhoods. He goes on to argue, the property tax system is imbalanced because assessment levels are artificially capped, so homeowners in expensive neighborhoods pay less than their fair share. The mayor can fix this by pushing class assessment percentages down for everyone and adjusting rates up, effectively lowering tax payments for homeowners in neighborhoods like Jamaica and Brownsville while raising the amounts paid in the most expensive Brooklyn brownstones. According to the New York City Department of Finance website, the assessed values of family homes in the city cannot increase by more than 6% per year, or 20% over a 5-year period. The proposal has drawn quite a bit of attention online. Wonder by who? RNC research. Just days after Mamdani pulled off an upset win about former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo in the city's Democratic primary. Don't you think that this has probably been around? The fact that it's very telling that if this policy with this exact same language has been on his website for the duration of his campaign, leading up to, during, and after the primary race and election, that they just barely thought to oh, maybe we should also criticize his policies. Let's go to the website and see what the fuck he said. No, literally, if that's the case, they were like, we should be good with the anti-Semitism and the fact that he's a scary Muslim, right? Right, guys? We don't need anything substantive. We don't have to look at his policies to criticize him. Zohran Mamdani, a Democrat's socialist candidate for New York mayor, hell yeah he is, wants to shift taxes to whiter neighborhoods. This is the face of the Democratic Party. This is literally the this you meme, most base thing ever. We're literally just doing this meme, but with his policies. Declared the Republican National Committee's research account on X. Wow, not only an anti-Semite and a communist, but a full-blown racist against whiter neighborhoods. Yep. Mamdani is totally the roadmap for winning elections, guys. Keep going with that one. Muse Fox News' Joe Concha. I mean, yeah, he is, so co-parter. Brianna Wu, another fave. Here we go. Zohran proposing taxing people more based on race. That's definitely what he said. Specifically white people. Observed Democratic commentator, Democratic doing a lot of work there, but okay. Brianna Wu. Love that this man is going to represent Democrats nationally in the public mind. This is going to go well. Also true. Mamdani is a heavy favorite in the race for Gracie Mansion, featuring incumbent Mayor Eric Adams, who's running as an independent, and Republican Curtis Sliwa. You love to see it. Somebody said this is reminding them of like 9/11 racism. And I had a clip of like a McCain supporter being like, Obama is a Muslim, and like how he reacted to it.
Whatever you can.
Like, this is when you were still expected to like try to virtue signal that as a Republican, you weren't just like a raging fucking racist. Just a little bit, you know, there were more socially acceptable ways to do it. They still had to have like dog whistles and shit. A lot of that's been dropped now, obviously. Not that it had gone away at this point, but McCain knew better since he was trying to reach out to more. He needed more than just Republicans to be able to win.
We're scared. We're scared of an Obama presidency, and I'll tell you why. I'm concerned about, someone that, cohorts with domestic terrorists such as heirs.
I have to tell you, he is a decent person and a person that you do not have to be scared as President of the United States. Now, look, I
got to ask you a question. I do not I can't trust Obama. I have read about him, and he's an Arab.
He's an Arab. No, ma'am. He's not a scary Arab. Don't worry.
No, ma'am. He's a decent family man, citizen that I just happen to have disagreements with.
McCain was less rabid on the campaign trail, but he never met a war that he didn't like. On paper, he was absolutely fucking insane.
On fundamental issues, and that's what this campaign is all about. He's not. Thank you. Thank you.
He was like, okay, moving on from that. Oh, yeah. It's insane that this is only like 10 years ago. That they were highlighting this. Oh, wait, sorry. It wouldn't have been 10 years ago. More than that now, but still, less than 20 years ago. All right, what are we doing? Are we doing much else? It's 3:23 in the morning. I don't think I have time to get to Peter Thiel and Ross. I would be up all fucking night. But while I have you here, if you're watching me on Twitch, you should subscribe to me so you can get an ad-free experience, which is going to start in like 20 seconds or something like that. If you're watching on YouTube, you should subscribe to me so you can see when I go live and like the stream if you haven't already. If you want to support me, you can go ahead and follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description. I'm at straightraid and everything. But in the meantime, I'm going to be rating somebody, and I'll be back tomorrow to cover probably Peter Thiel and maybe Dave Smith versus that Iranian activist or something like that. We'll see. Let's see who's up. Okay, Knotkin's not awake. Let's see. Where to go? Who's Carbon Says? Who's this?
Seriousness, I'm always here to.
Hell yeah, let's raid Carbon Says. Are we ending? Yeah, so soon? I've been live for 5 hours. And usually I'm trying not to stream so fucking late. Usually it's a lot earlier than this. All right. Go watch Carbon Says absolutely fucking destroy conservatives. And I will be back tomorrow. And I will see you guys later. All right, enjoy. Tell my